match up today. FaZe, a team that we saw in day number 1 of the qualifiers as they made it into the top 4, and then they were placed in top 16 at the least in all the other 3 days. So it's going to be FaZe against Renegades.
I can't hear
This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it's FaZe is a team, they just came off of a second place finish at MLG, so they're feeling pretty good right now. Renegades, of course, had a great showing throughout our qualifiers. I mean, day 1 they went through and won the whole thing. So I mean, you know, they're probably feeling quite good as well. They've had some time to practice, and FaZe, of course, getting to play against the best of the best right before they come into this at MLG. So they, of course, as I said, coming off second place finish there, showing some big performances. I think they're feeling good.
Yeah, it's actually worth noting that Renegades and FaZe, previously Kingdom, and FaZe actually faced off against each other in the qualifiers, where Kingdom, now Renegades, actually beat them 2-1. And that's one of the interesting things about all the matches we had today, is they did play previously in the open play qualifiers, which is just sort of a lucky thing. We're certainly going to see them all play against each other in the round robins. There's going to be a lot more history to evaluate as we go forward, but right now, every single matchup today has a prior result.
Absolutely, and Renegades, we only saw them in the first qualifier because they won that qualifier, so they didn't have to play for the rest of them. The first team we're going to talk about today, take us through this roster.
So they've made some change-ups here, Renegades, now coming under this name. When they first played in our qualifiers, they had Pooks and Gods on the roster, and now they've switched things up a little bit. They've picked up Man of Snow, who actually was formerly on this team before the qualifiers. He was playing with them, didn't play with them in the qualifiers. Now he's back playing with Renegades. Of course, they still have Mangachu. They've also picked up Jur, who is a good support player, good Lucio. He has played on. He also did not play with them in the qualifiers. So some good talent across the board here. Of course, Mangachu also formerly on teams like Tempo Storm and as well as Northern Gaming Red, I believe. So some good experience behind him, and I'm excited to see what they bring to the table under this new name and having gotten to meet each other and get some of that team cohesion built a little
Yeah,
more.
one of the things I'm really interested to see is, you know, Mangachu's a player who's pretty infamous for his Zarya play, as is Man of Snow. So who exactly is going to take that is going to be interesting. I expect probably Mangachu to be flex. I mean, he's such a great player all around, but I mean, either one of them can probably pick up another tank. Sure, already has.
Yeah, they both have a lot of skill. So I mean, I'm excited to see what they do in the swaps. With now that they have people that fill multiple roles, you know, what are they going to go with? And that's one of the cool things we're going to get to see, I think, today.
Absolutely, and on the other side of the battlefield is going to be FaZe. We only saw them in our top 4 one time, but they did make it to the finals of MLG Vegas immediately following our qualifiers. So they're a team that's looking pretty hot right now.
That's right. They are looking hot indeed. They took down Fnatic, and of course, they, you know, feeling good, taking second place at MLG against the best of the best around. So, you know, you have guys like Too Easy, brilliant hit scan, DPS player. He's been playing a lot of Hog as well. He can certainly play some brilliant McCree and Tracer. And of course, you also have Shadowburn, the infamous Genji, and that's one of the big things about FaZe is when they're able to play their game and get Shadowburn on Genji rather than something like D.Va, that's when he really shines and when FaZe shines as a whole. And of course, Fact Fiction, also brilliant tank, and they have some good supports to follow them up as well.
Yeah, Ruckus can certainly hang with a lot of the other supports in the game, if not all of them. But Factor Fiction, we got to point him out as a Reinhardt, is just always a pleasure to watch. And
yeah,
as always, Shadowburn,
yeah.
Genji. Expect to see a lot more Pharah from him in this tournament as well, though.
Yeah, we saw some of that at MLG.
Yeah,
he was breaking out the Pharah. I've seen a lot of teams been trying some different things. It's been good to see. So I think we might be in for some treats here today to see what teams break out.
4 tanks still around, but we're going to see some more flex, especially from some of the teams that we have in the tournament.
Sure. Now, the first time that these two teams played, it was Renegades who took it 2-1. They were able to take it on Nepal and Gibraltar, while FaZe took Ilios. Now, we have not seen Renegades or Kingdom Esports as they were known the first day. Since that day, well, we've been able to see a bit more of FaZe. So how do you feel about this matchup right now? Is there a team that you're seeing as a favorite here?
I would have to say FaZe for me personally, just because of how well they've played recently at MLG. I mean, I feel like they're just on fire. And I'm not taking anything away from Renegades because, of course, they put up a great show against them before. But I think FaZe is just kind of a hot team right now. Of course, they had a tough time against Envious in the finals of MLG, but of course, you know, who wouldn't? So it's, I think, in terms of this matchup, I feel as though FaZe is probably the favorite.
That's going to be a tricky call for me. I mean, Kingdom really came out strong in the first qualifier. Granted, they had 2 different players that have kind of switched out now. But FaZe has to play online. at this point, and they do have at least 1 or 2 players that are over in Europe, so the ping is going to be somewhat of an issue for them as well.
True.
And there's certainly a team that performs a lot better on LAN, but they're also very up and down. I mean, we've heard a lot of other commentators in the past say that they can win or lose to just about anybody, but after MLG, I do expect him to kind of pick that up a little bit more, but I'm going to see exactly how much ping becomes an issue for them.
Yeah, and that's something we noticed too in the qualifiers with FaZe, is that they seem to be pretty inconsistent at times in you know, throughout our qualifiers. They one day would just get beat by a team that you would never expect FaZe to get beaten by, and then another day they'd come out and play really, really well. So like you said, some inconsistency issues when we're talking online play. You know, maybe that certainly plays in Renegade's favor. We'll have to see going into this match.
Absolutely. So, first map of our group stage is going to be Route 66. We haven't seen these two teams play specifically on Route 66. Got a favorite on this particular map in this situation? Who's taking map number 1, guys?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I would say I'm still thinking FaZe. I still feel good about them. You know, I hope the gut feeling is correct. So I'm feeling FaZe on this one, but we'll have to see. I think if they want to break out something like Tracer, you know, Too Easy is great on that. They have a lot of options, FaZe, that they can work with. So,
yeah, I'd probably agree that FaZe is favorited in particular on Route 66. It's an open map. It's got a lot of verticality, which we know Shadowburn loves to abuse on both of the heroes he's been playing the most lately.
Sure.
I don't expect him to see him on D.Va this time around, but either way, this is going to be a real test for Renegades and their current roster as they come into this one. FaZe is going to be a little bit tricky to stop. It's going to be starting off with Renegades on defense, FaZe on offense. One thing to note here, all the first maps for the entire group play portion have been randomized ahead of time. And the teams will be picking, whoever loses the first map will pick the second, whoever loses the second map will pick the third. So they were given this maps as early as we can get them so they can prepare for this. But Route 66 certainly not a map that the teams would avoid that much in this situation, FaZe in particular.
That's right. It's not played all that much, and we'll see. As you said, Renegades is going to be on the defensive side first. FaZe is starting off on offense. We saw a lot of Genji play from FaZe and MLG. Like I was saying before, that's really one of their biggest strengths. If they can get Shadowburn on Genji and be effective, the problem, then you know, FaZe is in good. They're feeling good if they can do that. But the problem is if he actually no, he makes the switch to D.Va right afterwards. He thinks better of it.
Yeah.
He was
Renegades,
going for it,
neither Mangachu nor Man of Snow running Zarya right now, running on Mei and D.Va respectively.
Let's see how this goes for FaZe. Renegades is already going to drop from that high ground. Too Easy taking a dive all the way down as he gets booped. And Man of Snow able to take care of him. Jesus will pick up Forsaken as well. So already 3 down on the side of FaZe. They are going to have to go back to the drawing board here and regroup. Shadowburn just trying to get himself back there as he got ejected from his mech suit.
Man, it looks like they're actually going to leave him mechless in order to take even more time off of FaZe. FaZe already burned 45 seconds off the clock with that failed push. They're going to have to regroup and attempt this again. Nobody is quite there with the ultimate Seattle low. Man of Snow is getting really close to his self-destruct here. To see exactly how Renegades puts that to use. Probably going to wait for something else to pair it with.
Also see Shadowburn has switched over to Fair this time. Too Easy's going to start this one off by taking down Juvenile. Self-destruct comes through. Man of Snow able to get 2 with that one. Too Easy strikes back by taking down Mangachu, but Man of Snow still going off here as he gets 3 for himself. And FaZe will have to regroup, though. If they can get all of their respawns back quickly, they will have a pretty good opportunity to get all 6 of them to start pushing this cart, potentially before those Renegade respawns get back and are able to join the rest of their team. It looks like they are starting to come in now. We should be seeing a full-on fight here. In just a second, we do have a nano boost on the side of Renegades, excuse me. Sherlock, he's got that one locked and loaded as he just sits in the back. He's trying to deal with Shadowburn that's flying around. And Azam soon will be coming up on it. Oh, and here comes the nano boost that's going to go off onto their own Reinhardt. Sherlock, he gets taken down shortly after that. The Blizzard gets used as well. Shadowburn starts us off, though, as he was, as I said, able to take down Sherlock. He's Sound Barrier coming out on the side of Renegades, trying to give him a little bit extra gusto to take this fight on in. Man of Snow will take down Too Easy, so they've traded 1 for 1 thus far, and the fight's still going on. Renegades seeming to be getting a bit of the upper hand here, but Shadowburn was able to get Juvenile. There is going to be a Graviton, and look at that, the Biotic Grenade landing right on top of them, and you do have Oh, you have him hanging on by the skin of his teeth there. Jesus, finally getting finished off. Zoms gets 3. And finally, FaZe starting to get their footing here as they press on forward.
We've got no hit scan here on the side of Renegades, unless you're counting Sherlocky aiming down his sights here. But FaZe taking a lot of advantage of that with Shadowburn. Shadowburn coming from behind, taking out Sherlocky to really start that whole fight off. That verticality is going to be a problem if Renegades doesn't adjust their lineup to get to it.
You see already, too, going the way of Renegades. There is a sound barrier on FaZe. It was just a little bit late, I think, though. They dropped too easy in Shadowburn before it got off, and it looks like Renegades is going to be able to stop FaZe at this first checkpoint. So far, there's only a minute left on the clock, and they're going to have to regroup and do it quickly. They need to get it on this next push. If we take a look at ultimates, I mean, you do have a rocket barrage on the side of Shadowburn.
Oh, no.
Oh.
He's going to get away.
Yeah, he'll get out.
Slippery little Lucios, man.
That's right, man. He's got to watch out for that guy. Well, he's all over the place, but I mean, this is kind of go time for them. 40 seconds. Arrakis is going to have that nano boost very shortly. Zom's coming up on a Graviton, so things looking pretty good, but the nano boost is up on the side of Renegades as well. We'll have to see how this one plays out. So far, a couple players from Renegades do have that high ground. Juvenile also has an Earth Shatter. That could be a big decider in this one. Graviton goes out. I'm not sure if anybody was really caught inside of it. Shadowburn hanging on to that Rocket Barrage. Raucus goes down. Shadowburn as well. Look at this. Renegades are holding on here, and I think FaZe might get shut out from this first point. Fact Fiction was able to get Jesus. The Blizzard comes down. That's got to be certain doom for FaZe here as they are just cleaning up on the rest of the players. On the side of FaZe, Renegades is, and they are able to hold on here. A full hold at the first point. Look at that. Renegades coming out strong.
On Route 66. Yeah, Shadowburn just not able to find that last opening they needed in the fight. Getting taken down really just took all the momentum out of FaZe. You're going to see Zoms coming in from the backside here. Now, this is before the second defense, it looks like.
Oh my. I mean,
oh yeah. That's what opened up the point into the second defense, and soon after that, I mean, Renegade's getting back fairly quickly, able to hold that at the end with no hit scan whatsoever was rather shocking to me.
And really, the fact that they were able to hold that point was all because of Man of Snow. Really, he got back in, he had his self-destruct, he sent it up into the air, zoned them a bit, and he was able to get himself on the payload to stop it from moving, buying enough time to get the rest of his team to get back and be able to take a fight there on the payload, and they ended up winning off of that. So Man of Snow really to credit for being able to hold on to that first point for Renegades, and FaZe now is going to switch over to the defensive side. They will have to come up with a big defense here because Renegades just showed them how it is done. But
Renegades doesn't even have to push it all the way. They don't have to cap the first point. They just have to push it exactly where FaZe Clan pushed it, which is not as difficult as FaZe would like that to be. Unfortunately, Renegades. I don't think they're actually gonna run a Hanzo and a Widow. Do you?
I mean, who knows? Maybe this is...
People have been talking about the anti-tank Hanzo, right?
Yeah, right. Flame broke it first. He was like, that's the counter to the tank meta. Apparently, I've yet to see a team really effectively do it yet.
Well, we saw Envious use it on the first point of King's Row, but I mean that's Taimu. It's hard to say that that's a hero success so much as just Taimu being Taimu.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you have to be a whole different level with Hanzo to really make that work. But Magnitude, nope. Okay. Just doing a little spot check on those cards to make sure that there's no surprise there, I guess.
Yeah.
Or perhaps just letting it loose. You'd think you'd want to send that a little further down to the corner.
Potentially a turret or something if they decide to run Torb.
I guess it makes sense. I mean,
not letting them build any early ult charge or anything. And regardless, you do have Mangachu up on the Pharah this time, and you also have Jesus that is going to be playing Reaper, not a pick that you see too often these days. And you also have Sherlocky, who's going to be on Zen. A very interesting comp coming out from Renegades here as they start their initiation. Juvenile charging on in. Man of Snow gets taken down first in this fight here. 2EZ's able to pick up onto that one. They trade 1 for 1 though as Mangachu takes down Forsaken. That's a pretty big pick, a counter pick here. Juvenile finished off right after that. They're just trading back and forth here. 2 players down on each side, and Mangachu's just desperately trying to keep himself alive at this point as he's being chased, finally getting that Harmony Orb from Sherlocky. And Jur gets finished off there, so that will be a failed push from Renegades. They have plenty of time. They have to regroup here or there. I mean, they barely need to move that cart much further. They need to win one fight.
Yeah, both Jesus and Mangachu, about 75%, get fairly close to their ultimate. If they're able to put those in the backline at all, I mean, this can really only sound barrier one of those effectively. Diva's going to have to absorb a lot of the other one, but if they're able to kick him out of position, but here we go, sleeping in the backline.
Look at that. They're going to get the big sleep dart there. Raucus, Fact Fiction comes down, charges him, makes sure that he gets finished off. So FaZe off to a good start in this fight. Renegades is just going to have to stall for a bit. Shadowburn gets taken down by Sherlocky though, and here comes Mangachu. He's able to get Raucus. Things looking pretty good for Renegades, but FaZe is going to have to hold on tight here if they don't want to go down 1-0 off the start. There is going to be a Graviton used by Zombs, desperately trying to win this fight. The Transcendence is then going to be used by Sherlocky to make sure the team stays healthy. Renegades getting 2, and they use the sound barrier just for good measure, and it looks like they are going to be able to pull this one out, quite possibly. Too easy, finished off by Jesus. FaZe members just desperately trying to jump onto this cart to keep this game going, but it's looking like it's all Renegades right now, coming off very strong on Route 66, and they will take a lead in this best of 3, 1-0.
Finals.
Oh my. Look at that, coming out strong with under the new name, showing FaZe what's up on Route 66.
I really thought Shadowburn was going to find an angle there. I mean, he was locked and loaded with the barrage. All he had to do was get in the right position over the. I mean, all you had to do was get in the right position over the supports and just let that thing loose, and they'll vaporize almost instantaneously. And that trade, even with the distances on Route 66 in that circumstance, with some of the other picks that had been happening at the time, probably would have been worth it, but a sound barrier came out when he was kind of looking for that position, and I think Diva was still on the map, and he ended up getting pushed out and then taken out, and at that point, FaZe just had no momentum whatsoever. The one person they were looking for to kind of break through and shut that down went down, and you're really kind of out of options there unless somebody makes a hero play, and Kingdom just wasn't letting him have that opening.
Absolutely not. Renegades being so strong here on that first map. Our replay is going to be Mangachu. Played that Mei on defense. Really was able to open up a lot of space, get a pick onto Lucio. And just fantastic play all the way around from this squad as they dominate FaZe.
That's the concussive that actually knocked him off. The very first one that was sent out was absorbed by Shadowburn, which you can pretty much expect. I mean, you're playing Diva up there and guarding the Reinhardt shield in general. It's one of the functions. If you're one of the people who's relatively new to Overwatch or don't fully fundamentally understand the dynamics that are going on here, part of the reason people are bringing Diva so much, aside from just how strong she is when you get into that shield game, which is such a critical part of all of this, right? People just squaring off with a shield. You're trying to soak the enemy shield and make it go down faster. Well, Diva can defense matrix in front of your Reinhardt, and that takes a lot of damage off, and you keep working that back and forth, and you come out with a shield HP advantage. You open up with something like an Earth Shatter after that if somebody messes up, but that's
or even a hook. Or
so that's what they're going to be doing right out there off the start, staying on top of Big Earl. So you're going to be soaking that up. You're also picking off the concussive, which if that first one had landed, the positioning on that would have knocked off probably half of FaZe at that point.
Yeah.
Instead, they only got the Reinhardt, but that's enough, right? That destabilizes the entirety of Big Earls.
Absolutely. And we were talking about FaZe a lot before the match because they're the team that made it to the finals of MLG. Renegades, someone that has picked up some new players. We don't really know all that much about this team because we haven't seen this particular team line up very much. But they come out of the gate swinging here, take this match so quickly in about the most dominant fashion you possibly could. Was there any keys to victory that you saw here from Renegades? Things that was clearly the key that gave them this just dominating performance over FaZe?
I mean, I think Mangachu was a pretty big factor, not only on offense, but defense as well, playing on Mei. All around, they just seemed very collected on this map, and they took good trades. And FaZe, I don't know, I didn't see Shadowburn being incredibly effective. I don't know if you saw anything with him on Pharah.
He was mostly
but, I
not
mean,
finding
it didn't seem
right
like he
angles
was
that
really
wanted.
being...
Yeah. I mean, playing a projectile character like Pharah on
especially
a high
ping,
is something else.
Brutal,
man. That's got to be tricky. But mostly, I don't know. I didn't see exactly what made Renegades fire off the sound barrier at that moment. If there was an ultimate they were trying to carry or counter at that point in time, but because we were watching it from Shadowburn's angle. But at that point in time, I mean, he was going right into position, getting ready to concuss himself probably directly into the back line off a wall or something like that. And as soon as that sound barrier came out, you could just see his intent change. He's like, well, I got to back off for a while. In the meantime, his team's engaged, and that's a fight you got to go in all at once. And if that's the situation, Farrakh certainly cannot blast through a sound barrier without like a close-range barrage.
Yeah, there was also a time, too,
or
where...
a long one. But
yeah, and there was also a time, too, where Forsaken had used a sound barrier, and I believe it came a little bit late. I believe it did, if I saw it correctly. It looked like he had used it after like already 2 of his guys went down. They were already down in the fight. He either needed to use that earlier or just save it all around until they come in for one last push. They had about a minute left at that point, if I remember correctly, and if they would have still had that sound barrier in the bank, they could have had a much better shot at taking that first point.
Absolutely. Now, map number 2 is going to be Hollywood, and this will be everything. Every match here is a best of 3 in the group stage, so if FaZe drops this one, they'll be going down 2-0 here in their first match of the group stage. What changes do you expect to see FaZe pulling out here, as they had a really big struggle there on Route 66? What do they need to do differently here on Hollywood?
I think if they can kind of get Shadowburn into the game as much as they can here, maybe get him onto maybe something like Genji if they can, because that's really when they shined at MLG, is when Shadowburn was rocking the Genji, and he was able to use that effectively. Of course, it's what he's very much known for. So, I mean, if they can find a way to make him use, but the thing is, it's going to be tough regardless. It can be countered easy, and it... You also saw a lot of Pharah from him at MLG. Of course, ping wasn't as big of a factor, like you were saying.
Because they're live.
Like you were saying, David.
I would. What I think we need to be seeing out of FaZe at this point is, again, what you said, structuring more around Shadowburn. I mean, that's kind of the bread and butter of the team for a long time. I mean, too easy. He's going to be trying to get those hooks on Roadhog if he plays it, which he's been playing a lot of lately. But right now, I mean, Shadowburn, you have to kind of work around his tendencies in order to really have a cohesive team from what we've seen from them in the past.
Right.
Pharah in the last match, not necessarily getting it done, but we've seen him do that more than once pretty effectively. And like you mentioned, on Genji, if you're able to get him into the kind of position, or rather he gets himself in the kind of position where he's just such a huge problem. We're known for seeing him pull off kind of the talented like 4Ks, right, 3Ks. Yep. But a lot of those are, he made a lot of an opening, his team stepped up, and they really set him up to just clean up everything. As I believe ZP called him, you know, the best garbage man in the business, or something along those lines. Yeah. Pardon me for rephrasing that a little bit, but that's absolutely true. Renegade's running Mangachu on Torbjorn and Jur on Symmetra. It's something we saw a lot more of in MLG than in the Winter Premiere qualifier stage, but certainly something we've seen on Hollywood so far.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of teams try this out. Maybe not always the combination of the two, but at least one of them. I mean, we've seen teams like Cloud9, like Envious, all trying at least things like Symmetra, and maybe even a Torb, a little bit here and there. As you said, not as much in the Winter Premiere qualifiers, but oh, look at this.
Whoa,
Jesus,
that's going to be a problem.
Right away. Fact Fiction's going to take him down. That was a bit of a rough positioning from Jesus there. That already gives FaZe that one pick to start this off. Look at this, another hook as he takes down Juvenile. That's a great way to start this off. FaZe going off here too easy, specifically as he's able to get 2. And things are looking very good for them here. Renegades may have another shot to get back in. They're doing a good job of just kind of delaying Mangachu, Man of Snow, that is. Hey, that's his name. He's still in here, gets ejected from his suit. He was stalling as much as possible, but look at this. All of the kills going the way of FaZe right now. They're standing strong on the point. Renegade's defense getting shut down immediately, and I don't think it had anything to do with the Torbjorn or the Symmetra. Like, that wasn't the problem for Renegades. It was just that hook off the start, getting pulled in with Jesus, and that it just snowballed from there for FaZe.
Absolutely. Too easy, really opening up that first point with 2 huge picks. That's going to throw off Renegade's entire Symmetra Torbjorn strategy. I mean, you really got a snowball to make Symmetra effective.
Have to win that first fight, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. So they're going to change off, and we're going to see Mangachu switch to McCree and Jur back on Lucio for this next phase. But here comes a nano boost.
Look at this aggression coming out here as they just come straight back in using the nano boost onto Juvenile. He's able to pick up a couple there with the help of Jesus and Jur, and they are just... they're going to press hard right there, and they were out for blood. So they're able to take one fight there and get it, but see FaZe, they have a lot of ultimates locked and loaded right now, and they should be able to win this next fight if they play their cards right.
Yeah, that stop right there is exactly what Renegades needed, trying to take some of the momentum out of FaZe. But FaZe with so many ultimates, here we go, and Earth Shatter into a nano, but he gets pooped out of the way!
Getting pooped out of the way, he still picks up on a Sherlock either way, so it's kind of all for naught, but still, great boop nonetheless. Fact Fiction already got 2 for himself as he takes down Juvenile and Sherlock. Rock is hitting a nice shot as he gets Jur, so FaZe just rolling back through. They used, I believe, at least 3 ultimates on that exchange for FaZe, but they do pick it up in the end. They get to stagger Man of Snow. afterwards as well a little bit and make them wait on the respawn. So Renegades will be able to come back out, take another fight before this cart gets to the next checkpoint, and all they will have really is just, so far, the Deadeye for Mangachu, as he is now on McCree.
That's usually not enough. Meanwhile,
Yeah.
FaZe with a Barrage and a Graviton ready to go. Oh, but Shadowburn
hello.
getting taken down by Mangachu. Doesn't need the Deadeye. He's just going to take that high ground all by himself. Just the trusty old left click. Renegade's going to keep playing aggressively here on defense, trying to push away FaZe to, again, just prevent them from snowballing, getting that momentum. But that one combo, the Barrage Graviton is going to be something to really look out for.
I love this switch from Mangachu too. He went McCree. Of course, he did that a little while ago, but still, I like the switch to deal with Shadowburn. You got to make sure he's dealt with. You can't let him just sit there and fly around. You can't expect Sherlocky really to deal with it either, because he's got to deal with healing up the team. Look at that Deadeye in the back. He's able to get Forsaken, and Raucus is giving Mangachu a run for his money here. Renegades already with 2 as Too Easy goes down. Make that 3. Renegades able to hold on here, and Shadowburn finishes off Mangachu in the end, avenging his teammates, and he gets out as well. So,
and just like that, the ultimate economy going back into Renegade's favor, I should say into Renegade's favor for the first time overall. They got 4 locked and loaded here. Mangachu the only one to burn his. FaZe not able to get one of their combos out, but FaZe really has to get D.Va out of the way first before trying to unleash that barrage. If she's just floating around in any position she wants, I mean, she's going to absorb almost the entirety of that. Oh, but Graviton gets absorbed.
oh my goodness, and here we go. It is going to come out. Mangachu takes down Shadowburn yet again. Renegade starts it off. There is going to be 2 out of it from FaZe, though. Forsaken and Zombs both going down here, so they are going to have that 1-player advantage. Jesus, though, hanging on for dear life inside of the saloon. He's begging to get those anti-heals off him, but he just couldn't get it off in time, and that will be 3 picks for FaZe here. And they will be able to continue to move this card on forward. We might be able to see Renegades get out just in time to stall this one out. We'll have to see if they can make it. I don't believe so. Oh, they're going to shoot for it, though. Mangachu gets shut down by Fact Fiction. And they're still going to battle it out here as, oh my goodness, they are managing to pick this here. FaZe as they just crush all of Renegades as they come right back out of the spawn. They gave it an effort. They didn't expel any ultimates to do so either, so, I mean, no harm done there really, just stalling it out a little bit more, but they may actually end up stalling a lot as FaZe is pressing forward very aggressively, trying to pick up some of these respawners and some of the guys that were straggling behind. Oh, Shadowburn, you got hooked all the way back in there, buddy. But now Renegade's trying to reinitiate here if they can, just hanging back for now, but a lot of ultimates in the favor of FaZe. So, I mean, if Renegades is going to take a fight, they should probably, well, might need to do so soon as they are getting close. Here comes the Graviton Surge going to come out. Not really much follow-up on the side of FaZe, though. There is going to be a nano boost out from Fact Fiction as he goes forward. Juvenile gets the nano boost as well. And there is a self-destruct. Shadowburn gets to with that. Jur and Jesus both going down. The double J's. And here we go, Shadowburn just continuing to pelt away, and there's going to be an Earth Shatter as well. A whole slew of ultimates being used on both sides, but in the end, FaZe still pressing forward here. Shadowburn is out of his suit, out of his mech, and he's just trying to get it back. He is indeed able to. So the fight continues right here, and there's going to be a sound barrier initiated with a self-destruct as well, coming in on the side of Renegades, and Man of Snow's able to get Raucus, and that should be enough for Renegades to hold on here, make FaZe back up, and regroup for another fight.
Man of Snow stepping up there to press out Shadowburn's D.Va from the side of the fight. Renegades starting to find some stable footing after that. Looks like they're getting very close to a nano boost. They do have a Graviton. Meanwhile, FaZe, they're going to break out that whole hog.
Here we go. I thought I heard something about a Graviton being used there, but I don't see one out on the field. I think it may have been eaten by a D.Va here. There was a whole hog used by Too Easy, and here comes the nano boost out as well. Here we go. There is going to be a Graviton. Jur is able to take down Forsaken in the Lucio v. Lucio battle, and Zombs trading out here as he gets Sherlocky. Jesus falls. Look at this. The frags going the way of FaZe. That's 3 for them. Make 4, in fact. And they are going to continue pressing on forward here. Jesus switching over to Tracer, trying to get back out onto that cart as quick as he possibly can, but I'm not sure if anybody's going to be able to stop it. Jesus getting there just in time to stall this one out. Will they be able to win this fight, though? That's the question. There's a self-destruct that goes down. FaZe member still hanging on strong on this cart. Juvenile got taken down by Too Easy as well, and Raucus is giving off that nano boost up in front to Fact Fiction as he just swings away at all the guys that are in his sights. They have no chance against that one, and he's able to get a few with that. There is going to be a Graviton onto the card. Juvenile does get one here, and he's going to use another Shatter. This may be enough to actually get Renegades back into this fight. There's a self-destruct on the card as well. Look at this. Renegades are hanging on for the time being. FaZe still hasn't capped yet. There's only 5 seconds to do so. I don't know if they're going to be able to get the team back up in enough time to be able to contest this cart. And there is going to be overtime here as Forsaken gets in just in time to touch the cart, but the rest of FaZe needs to hurry up and get in too already. The way of Renegades, the sound barrier as well. That should seal the deal for them. Should, as Mangachu gets a nano boost as well, and they are hanging on for dear life as this fight just continues on and on and on. It goes back and forth, but Renegades hangs on in the end. They were able to get back out there. Look at that. Oh, man.
Man, just there in that last fight, the Reinhardt charge from, I believe it was Juvenile, onto Factor Fiction really set everything up, that shield being gone. Not to mention, for Renegades, Jesus was able to break out a Tracer and get a Pulse Bomb just in the overtime alone. Yeah. Here, it's right around here, there was a Graviton that you were mentioning that actually we did see Too Easy was standing in the middle of it with Whole Hog, but that's one of the things that
blind.
I think you noticed that Too Easy likes to use Whole Hog in particular for just sort of the zoning, the pushback, the mechanics of it, so more so than the kill of it. And we'll hold it so they get into Graviton, and it kind of has not quite the same kind of countering effects as a sound barrier, and certainly not a tranquility, but it can push everybody away and really make it a big problem to fire into that Graviton, and I was able to work that time around for Too Easy, as none of them went down inside that Graviton there. But now it's going to be Renegade's turn on offense and FaZe on defense. Forsaken locking in Torbjorn, something we saw them do in MLG, some of the positioning, they put it on the back stairs as well, but there will be no Symmetra for them. They're just going to go, looks like 3 tanks to their DPS. We got a Torbjorn and a Soldier. I feel a little strange calling Torbjorn a DPS. I mean, he certainly is. I mean, the right click is unreal at the right distance, right? But that exact location we're seeing right there is going to be a problem. Has a lot of angle onto the point itself, but the biggest problem is its profile is small, right? You know, I mean, yeah, it's behind the bushes. At this point, Renegades definitely knows where it is.
Right.
But either way, it's still behind some vegetation, so it can be trickier to spot for teams that haven't seen it already. But either way, the fact is the hitbox for it, what you can actually shoot at, most of it is gone. It's just the business end that's pointing out.
Here we go. Renegades are starting the offense here as Jesus is going to be on Tracer here. We've seen him do this before.
Ooh, that's a sketchy position.
Yeah, that really is. Sherlock, he was able to get a couple good shots off, but here we go. Renegades wrapping around this back side, and they're just going to charge right in. Look at this aggressive push in through the alley. Juvenile gets hooked by Too Easy right out of the gate here, and he is ailing on this point right now. Really needs to get some heals, and indeed he is going to get them, but Fact Fiction wants a bit of piece of him here, and I don't think he's got enough to hang on. No, you got to start swinging your hammer, buddy. Look at this, though. Mangachu and Man of Snow both able to get some, and here we go. Renegades is coming to play today as they have already picked up 3 or 4 or so. And FaZe should be getting shut down at this point here. That was a nasty Helix rocket from Zoms to take down Sherlock. It doesn't matter, though, because Renegades is all over this point like a new pair of shoes. And they should be able to cap it off here as FaZe. It's time to regroup and get set up in the Streets phase.
Did Zoms even stop to aim that? Or,
I don't
did
think
he
so.
just whip it by and let it loose and hit it?
That was great. So that guy, he's a pretty good DPS.
So FaZe already taking some of the high ground, but Harakas is going to get denied. Meanwhile, the rest of FaZe is going to drop down there. The play they were looking for has pretty much collapsed. They're going to have to back into the Streets phase here of Hollywood and play it as per usual for the most part. Getting up on the high ground takes some time here on Hollywood.
Here we go. FaZe wants to go aggressive after taking down Man of Snow, and they are going to press right onto the cart and make sure Renegades gets no more free push time off of that one. So Man of Snow is back into the fight now. Renegades has actually almost all 6 ultimates to work with, and FaZe is only going to have about 3 or so that I believe a Whole Hog used out of Too Easy, or he's sitting at 0%. So either way, there is going to be a sound barrier from Renegades as they send it on forward. There's a self-destruct to get things started as Man of Snow is able to get Fact Fiction, and there is a tack visor out from Zoms. They're already down 2, and that shield is just sitting up. I mean, that was pretty... I see now Jur going down to that, I think, is something unless I missed something, should not have happened. But regardless, Renegades is still pressing forward, and kind of a sloppy ultimate from Zoms as well in that scenario, with the shield being up like that. But
he's been struggling to make his ultimates land really effectively for the most part during this match, getting kind of a questionable graviton absorbed by
again, Mangachu! Look at that. This time Mangachu gets absorbed. And they do trade 1-for-1 off of the start, and the nano boost is on Fact Fiction, who got put to sleep by Sherlocky, and that is just beautiful. Beautiful on a play right there. There's a self-destruct, and Shadowburn's trying to hunt down all those guys that went to go hide inside of the room there. Juvenile getting put to sleep now as well. People sleeping all over the place. Time to wake up and fight, folks. We got something to do here. Tournament to play in, but here we go. It's Jesus and company on the cart here, and there's going to be a whole hog used from Too Easy to press them back. Juvenile is taken down in the middle of that one, so Renegade's now going to go all the way back to spawn, regroup, and get set up for the next fight. Here is Jesus just coming up on a pulse bomb here soon.
Renegade's locked and loaded with an Earth Shatter, not far away from a pulse bomb and a sound barrier, and a self-destruct here, so they've got two, I hesitate to call them bang combos in this situation without the graviton ready to go, but FaZe only with a sound barrier, not too far away from their own Earth Shatter and Nano, and another attack visor, so both teams kind of in business here in the ultimate economy, not too far apart.
There we go, sound barrier used from Renegades. They want to go in off the initiation. Juvenile delaying just for a second, and then he wants to come in here. There is going to be a nano boost used onto Zoms. Here comes an Earth Shatter as well. FaZe able to get 3 with this one. The nano visor was able to pump out loads of damage. Fact Fiction, Too Easy go down, or able to get some, excuse me. Too Easy gets yet another, finishing off Man of Snow. And they are certainly putting up a pretty solid defense through the streets here thus far. On the side of FaZe, Renegades again going to have to regroup. They do have the nano boost and another graviton to work with.
And Juvenile's no-look Earth Shatter there. Not really working out. Runs into a wall, just 180s. This is one of those things you probably thought he had a much better picture of who was behind him and exactly where. Turn around, and just not quite so. Mangachu locked and loaded here with his graviton. We also still have a nano boost for Renegades. FaZe Clan down on all of their ultimates right now, but here we go.
Here we go, Mangachu not gonna miss that time. There's gonna be a sleep dart right in the middle of it. A lot of damage being pumped out onto both teams, but there is going to, there we go, 3 for Renegades. I was gonna say they traded, but it's going to be 3 frags the way of Renegades here, finally able to break this defense of FaZe, and they want to continue to press onto the rest of the FaZe players here that are left on the point, and they will be able to cap it. So Jur will get the forward spawn, and they will be able to make another push on forward, as they still have a few players on the side of Renegades that want to get these respawning players of FaZe, and they were able to get Forsaken in that one. So give them a little more free push time.
So in case you're trying to figure out exactly what we're talking about there with the forward spawns, as Renegades come in and caps the second point there, FaZe has actually been spawning more forward due to that than they will into the third point. So just before it caps some of FaZe Clan's spawn, creating an unfortunate situation of just being lonely and without the rest of their team.
There's going to be nano boost used here for Fact Fiction as he just starts swinging away, gets Man of Snow out of the suit, able to take care of him. So the rest of Renegades is already back, just hiding in the corner here. All the way back towards the spawn, they will regroup, and we do have a switch to Genji for Shadowburn as well. A pretty interesting pick to be using on the defensive side, but they feel as though that's something that they just have to do in this scenario. Is Renegades has 2 minutes to work with. There is an Earth Shatter coming out. There's a self-destruct as well. Zoms is going to take down Jesus. Man of Snow gets back Fiction. They trade 1-for-1 thus far in the fight, and Shadowburn is going to be looking to cause some mayhem. But here comes Renegades. Mangachu gets that nano boost. He's able to take care of Zoms, and a couple of other cleanups on the side of Renegades is going to put FaZe looking pretty bleak right now, as 3 of their players are down, and they have some respawns coming. It's not looking good, as now they are just continuing to press forward here. They should be able, well, we'll see. FaZe is going to come back out and take one last dash attempt at stopping this cap from happening, and there is going to be a sound barrier used on the side of Renegades. Oh, look at this, 2 already for Renegades. Zoms, Fact Fiction, both going down. Not looking too pretty for FaZe at the moment. A counter sound barrier comes out from Forsaken as he just got it, but I don't know if it's going to be enough in this scenario. Too Easy goes down as he went to Tracer to try and get back onto the point in time. They're still scrapping it out here, but Renegades look very, very strong, and they may be able to take this match right here, right now. There's no one left from FaZe around, and oh my goodness, look at that. Renegades taking down FaZe That is, they certainly made me eat my words, Eric. Renegades,
well,
man.
like we said before, I mean, there's the ping issues and whatnot. I'm not going to get in the business and start making a bunch of excuses for FaZe, although they are definitely valid excuses, all right? I mean, in the realm of excuses, there are some that are just like whatever, and then there are definitely some that actually matter in that instance.
Sure.
One of the things I saw there at the end that I wanted to point out was the Man of Snow self-destruct. So it was in the second to last fight. Most of FaZe is playing very far forward at that point. They're feeling good about themselves. Man of Snow lets loose the self-destruct as he's getting taken down, and Factor Fiction is able to block it with his shield. But it shatters his shield, which forces him into an uncomfortable situation. He's got like half health at this point because he's already got drilled quite a bit. And now FaZe has played very far forward, and they have no barrier. So Factor Fiction tries to charge his way out of it, and that doesn't end up working out. And from there, Renegades, able to just walk it all the way in, and that's just a situation where perhaps FaZe was playing too far forward for the results they got out of it. I mean, sometimes you have to be aggressive in order to get those picks, but they weren't able to get them in that situation. And even though, that's what I'm trying to emphasize here, even though the self-destruct didn't land behind the shield and get that big bang, that crazy thing that we always like to see, it was still very effective. It still opened up the push.
Absolutely. Renegades able to take that match 2-0. We'll take another look at their final push here through. So they're able to deal with an Earth Strike or a Hammer Strike that came through and finish this one off.
Here you can see
that's it right there.
Yeah, this is the play exactly you were talking about.
And he goes down to Man of Snow, hitting him with a Bunny Blaster. I didn't catch that part. It was just off screen at the time. Magic of replays, checking out different perspectives. And here you see, they just walk it all the way in from that point. I mean, finding Ana out of position, and that is hard to recover from that. I mean, you're so far forward, your Rhine goes down. What do you do?
Yeah, I mean
perhaps, actually, a half-health Reinhardt, a lot of the time you'd think Ana can kind of main a Reinhardt all the way back to full health, or at least close with Biotic and all that, but must not have been in position, or the all too familiar, at least for me, problem when you're playing Ana, where the guy you want to heal is behind from you visually, like 3 other tanks, and you're trying to fit around like Roadhog or Diva or something. You're like, please get out of the way. I'm trying to save the team. Yeah, so that just all fell apart there for FaZe in that last part. Both teams struggling to get kind of the maximum efficiency out of their ultimates throughout the entire thing. But it looked like Renegades just had greater effect with them overall, which is pretty telling by the scoreline.
Absolutely. It's really good to see a team that we had not seen since day number 1 come out really strong here in the group stage. I'm excited to see Renegades as they move forward. FaZe Clan, better luck to you tomorrow and the future days. Hope you can get another win there, but that win definitely went to Renegades. Now, match number 2 is going to be Citizen 7 versus Luminosity. Luminosity is a team that we saw, but Citizen 7, we have not seen Citizen 7 on the broadcast yet.
Oh man, I'm excited for this one. All right, so let me go through this real quick, because Citizen 7 had a rough time in Winter Premiere, and I don't mean that as in they didn't do well. They did well. They just had a really rough schedule to go through all the time. So Luminosity, let's talk about this match in particular. Luminosity is the only team that played C7 out of those who are still in the tournament that actually defeated them 2-0.
Okay.
Everyone else lost a map at least once. Cloud9, Liquid both lost a map to C7 at different times. So I'm just going to go straight through the list here. This is how crazy the qualifiers were for Citizen 7. So they had an 0-2 to Luminosity on day 4, but day 3 they 2-1 FaZe. On day 2, they 2-0'd Rise, they 2-1 Selfless, they 2-0'd Method, and then lost to Cloud9, I believe in the round of 8, 1-2. And then on day 1, so the day before that, going backwards here, just to keep it confusing, everyone, they 2-1 Method and then 1-2 Liquid. Meanwhile, Luminosity has their own crazy schedule, and they were performing all throughout Winter Premiere, a lot of tough matches, and I really like to see them get more and more cohesive over time. So this match, to me, is probably the one I'm looking forward to most tonight, just because Citizen 7, this is going to be a great debut for them, hopefully, at least for them. And meanwhile, Luminosity's on the rise.
Absolutely. So let's talk about Citizen 7. This is a team we have not seen here yet on the broadcast of the Overwatch Winter Premiere. So what can you tell us about this roster? Who are these guys? What are they good at?
Citizen 7, I know they've made some change-ups from what they were running in the qualifiers. So slightly different. They now have, I believe, yes, Lina. Or Lina. That's going to be a different player for them than what they played with in the qualifiers. But a lot of these guys played in TESPA, and they've kind of been playing in the smaller tournaments. They've been, decent success here and there. Of course, in our qualifiers, really played well. But you have guys like Sippa, who is a pretty versatile DPS player. I mean, the guy can play Genji, Pharah, Roadhog, him and Pibamitsu both change between Roadhog depending on what DPS that they want Sippa to play. So they have some versatility there. And so it, you know, at least from some of the VODs that I was taking a look at. So, I mean, they do have some versatility, some solid gameplay all around. And not to mention, these guys are just really happy to be here. They're passionate about playing, and they have a lot of fun doing it. You know, I was talking to one of our guys who was communicating with them, and he was saying just, you know, how thrilled they were to have the chance to play. And it's, you know, I love to see that kind of passion from a team. They really want to win. So I expect them to come out pretty strong.
Was that Jamerson you were talking to?
No, it was one of our guys. But I mean,
yeah.
But I mean, they're really excited about this, and I love to see that in teams because you know, you can just tell. So I think they're very ready to take on Luminosity.
Yeah, I was talking with Jamerson a little bit about it as he worked on the TESPA series, as did at least another, I believe 2 of our observers. And then they were talking about how all these guys are top 500 players, did well in TESPA, and they're really looking forward to seeing how well they do here. And certainly based on their record in qualifiers, I mean, for a new formed team in a sense, that's pretty great success, and this is the kind of tournament that really helps them grow. I mean, maybe they don't get it completely together to hang with some of these standardized teams by the end of the first round robin, right? But if they survive at all, that's where things start to get interesting, because teams like this really, in a tournament like this, really step up and put it together really quickly.
Now, you mentioned that their most difficult match when they played in the qualifiers was against Luminosity, who is who they are playing today. Let's talk about Luminosity. What does this roster bring to the table against Citizen 7?
Well, Luminosity, you have guys like Crew and Spree, both of them pretty brilliant DPS players. They can both pick up some various roles within the team. Of course, Crew, you know, can play pretty much anything. Pharah, Tracer, Genji, 76, Mei. I mean, the guy is just he's a master of a bunch of different heroes, and he plays them all at a very high level as well. So he's fun to watch, though. Apparently, I don't even see him up on this one, so I'm not sure what happened with him, but he was playing with them before, but we still have some of our regular ones. That was a surprise to me. Well, but we do have, of course, Spree up there, Icefelt as well. So, I mean, there are other guys to keep an eye on. Spree and Ice, I mean, you have a guy like Icefelt who can just crush on Tracer. We saw that from him in the qualifiers. He can seriously do some damage on Tracer if he gets let loose.
Both he and Crew were playing Tracer, depending on the map type, I think is what we were looking at. Looks like King of the Hill was, or Control Point, sorry, was mostly Icefelt on Tracer. But as you mentioned before, teams that have that ability to kind of flex back and forth on different heroes. I was just thinking about it conceptually, and each player is going to play their hero slightly differently as well. So there's another dynamic there, right? Like, you get used to seeing a Roadhog on the enemy team, and if you're not necessarily keeping track of exactly who's playing it, he might start doing different things. Not that that's the biggest difference. Pros tend to prepare for a lot of different you know, eventualities and whatnot, but where it certainly make a difference is on things like Tracer and Genji, which there's so much personal style and flair to how those characters can be played sometimes that perhaps changing up who is playing, it could be all the difference in different circumstances. But I kind of want to keep an eye on that as it goes forward. But without Crew here, I'm a little thrown. I was really looking forward to watching Crew play, man.
Yeah, I know, me too.
Well, we'll be on Temple of Anubis for map number 1. Citizen 7, a team, again, that we have not seen here on the broadcast. David, in particular, is there anything you are wanting to see from this team? Anything they need to bring to the table to win against Luminosity here?
Luminosity, starting off on Anubis, that's just a whole different can of worms, man. We didn't get to see a whole lot of Citizen 7 play in the past, and Luminosity, I mean, their schedule was pretty intense on its own. They 2-0'd Fnatic, they 2-1'd Immortals, they 3-2'd Complexity, and then later lost 2-3 to Complexity. So Citizen 7 is going to have to play a truly professional game right out of the gate in order to hang with those, and that might not be something they're capable of yet, but that's just speculation. There's a chance that they're ready to go. I mean, they played TESPA, and that's a fairly competitive circuit as well. I mean, it's certainly not playing against Envious or Misfits all the time, but not everyone does that anyway. So
I mean, these guys have had good results. So I mean, I think it's very possible that they could, you know, take down a team like Luminosity. We've seen them come close. So
especially in the current meta.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. There's so many variables at play here, and especially for Luminosity, if they don't have someone like Crew or whatever, things could be totally different for them. Really, you know, I personally don't know what to expect here. You know, of course, I thought FaZe was gonna beat you know, Renegades. So you know, don't listen to me. But still, I think it's very possible for Citizen 7 to pull this one out here. I have confidence in them if they were playing as good as they were back in back in our qualifiers.
I also want to point out, we kind of glossed over when we were talking about rosters, Hedon, who was just such a phenomenal support when I was watching him in the Winter Premiere. There's a couple different situations where my own personal monitor here was just like, oh, if Custer or Hedon are playing, I'm just going to leave this on first person. We'll watch program as well, but in the meantime, I just want to see out of the corner of my eye exactly the magic these guys are pulling out. And Hedon, it was incredible. I mean, if you want some of those mid-air sleep darts on a Genji with, coming with Dragon or whatever, that's one of the guys to look out for. Is truly exceptional on a play.
So we've talked about Hedon, we've talked about Icefeld. If, in fact, Crew is not playing today, who is the player that needs to be stepping up on Luminosity while we're waiting for them to get in the lobby here?
I think guys like Spree and Icefeld really are going to be, excuse me, some of the guys to look at for on their side, because you have someone like Spree who can play a pretty good Roadhog, and Icefeld as well. Like I said, he can do some great stuff on Tracer, and he has a pretty decent hero pool for himself as well. So I think those are definitely two of the guys you want to look to for Luminosity going into this game, but we'll have to see what they break out here on Anubis.
Yeah, I think a large portion of it is going to be on the shoulders of Icefeld. Seeing here, Luminosity. Ube's running Genji. Okay.
Yep. So
okay,
something to look out for. Throw us for a twist a bit here, but
see how well he does.
Yeah, let's see. I'm curious to see it. We may be seeing a lot of Genji v Genji in this series, because Sippa's also a guy that really does like to play Genji when he can. From some of the VODs I was looking at, and he could play a pretty mean Genji. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I remember watching one of the earlier brackets when we were getting ready one day, and Sippa was just going off.
Yeah, you got to watch out for him. And it looks as though he wants to be using that here, at least on the defensive side to start, which is interesting. Not always something that you see as a defensive pick, but nonetheless, he's going to use it. And I have full confidence in the man. We'll see what Ube is going to stick with this one. It looks like we have a pretty dive-heavy composition here on the side of Luminosity, if that is indeed what they're going to stick with. You have Spree, who just switched over to Pharah. They're changing things up a little bit on the fly here. And, wow, they really do. Triple DPS for Luminosity here, coming out on this offense on Temple of Anubis. They also have Hedon on the Zenyatta as well to get that Discord on the target that they're diving on. So here we go, starting it off. Icefeld is going to get right onto Pipamitsu as he's able to take him down. One pick in favor of Luminosity. Here we go. Look at this dive comp from them. They take down Lina as well. Sippa is able to get Hedon. So they do strike back, but still, Luminosity is just all over this point. Kayun should be going down very, very shortly here. He's hanging on by the skin of his teeth. That bubble will get shredded. And what a composition from Luminosity, the triple DPS, and getting Super Plock on D.Va as well, just flying through there.
You want to talk about conceptual picks to take the first point. You can build around a Genji, you can build around a Pharah, you can sometimes build around a Tracer depending on who it is. Well, let's just throw them all in there with a Winston and D.Va. We'll just oh, sorry, no Winston, just D.Va. And Zen, and we'll just power through it, man. We'll just go as hard as possible. That is an ultra dive if I ever saw one.
Oh, here we go. They're sticking with it as they try and come back. No, Pipamitsu is all over Hedon right there, and Spree is able to take down the Ana on the side of Citizen 7. So here we go. The Dragon Blade is used by Ube, takes down Prodigies to start it off. Spree gets Dogman. Things looking pretty solid for Luminosity here, but the thing is, they need to get all of their players back. Every time Citizen 7 gets a kill, that's all the less that Luminosity is really going to be able to hang on and cap this point here, because they have such a long walk back, and Citizen 7 is right here. They do use a sound barrier just for good measure. On the side of Luminosity, they use it, and honestly, I think they may have been a bit better off just trying to save that one. You still have Ube in. What's going on?
How does that hit? He's like in between a bunch of boxes, just sneaks it right through, catches him with a sleep dart. That's going to be Citizen 7. That was reforming just in time to hold that. I'm surprised Luminosity didn't get a tick out of it, but I guess the point was under contest the entire time. Meanwhile, Citizen 7 sitting on 4, almost 5, almost 6 ultimates. They're just locked and loaded, ready to go. Meanwhile, Luminosity with only a barrage and not too far away from a Dragon Blade. The two of those together, not necessarily a natural symphony of things, but they're two pretty oppressive ultimates that you just drop in an area. That could be a problem.
Oh, getting completely shut down with Spree. See you later. The Rocket Barrage completely eaten up by Pipamitsu, and that is going to be a couple ultimates used for them, and they are going to hang on. Citizen 7 is, to be exact. They will hang on, and now it's time to regroup for Luminosity. So far, all they have is they're going to have the Pulse Bomb as well as a Dragon Blade, but that's about it. Hedon soon coming up on the Nano Boost, and really at this level of play, you need to have Nano Boost to go along with these Dragon Blades like 95% of the time to be effective, because just kind of a raw Dragon Blade isn't going to do that much at this level. But here we go, the Self-Destructor was a Graviton. Look at that combo from Citizen 7, shutting them down. Lana was able to get a couple of kills in the middle of that. Super Block strikes back, he gets a couple, but I mean, it really doesn't matter in the end as Citizen 7 hangs on.
Roughly 3 ultimates out of the bank here for Citizen 7. Luminosity still building their own. Spree has changed off of Far, actually before the last fight, and came over to to Zarya. Probably looking to put the bubble on Ube when they get the Nano Blade coming out. That makes a lot of sense as this goes forward. I guess he was just trying to rush out the barrage, which is kind of those strange placement of it going in borderline solo, but I mean at the same time, just layering it onto a regular fight is so dramatically impactful.
Go Nano Blade. Oh, he gets Earth Shattered too. I think they got the bubble off, but he gets Earth Shattered in the middle of it. Doesn't matter. Sippa's able to get 4 in total on that Nano Blade. Oh my goodness. Completely shut down. You had Ube, he goes in. He gets Earth Shattered in the middle of his shutdown, and then you have Sippa come through and just shred Luminosity, and they are able to hang on. Citizen 7 yet again, really mounting a solid defense here thus far. And now they have Ube, who has switched to Roadhog. Icefelt is going to be on Tracer. At least they expelled their ultimates first. They are going to be coming in here. Sippa.
Ube's on Roadhog now off of Genji.
Yep. They switch things out. Oh, here comes an Earth Shatter. I think he got a few good ones inside of that. Prodigies and Dogman both going down. That's 3 the way of Luminosity. This is an excellent start for them. Icefelt was able to get 2 of those kills, and Spree comes through to get Kayun. They're all over this point. And we'll see. I mean, Sippa, oh, he went for the Dragon Blade. Good thing for him, honestly, that, well, he didn't get that off. He couldn't have done anything anyway. But look at that. Luminosity able to get it in the end. I thought they had a little bit more time if they wanted to come back out with that Dragon Blade, but he went for it, but he was already so hurt.
Got stuffed. Too much momentum there on the side of Luminosity to shut it down. Switching to the tanks really throwing off a lot of that. Previously, Sippa was just making this second point look like Kill Bill Episode 4. But once you break out a lot of those tanks, it really stifles the effect that he can have on that backline.
Yeah, Sippa, a guy can seriously shred through some tanks, man, or just shred through players in general. Really making a couple of big plays there. So solid defense all around from Citizen 7, though. I mean, other than the first point, I think they were, honestly, for the most part, just caught off guard by what Luminosity was bringing to the table on the first point.
That first point was something else.
Yeah, that was wild, man, and they took it with, with storm, with power. And when it comes to the second point, though, Luminosity had a bit more trouble. Citizen 7 finally mounted themselves a defense, but we'll see what both teams decide to bring to the table as we switch sides. Definitely imagine Sippa's going to be staying on that Genji.
Luminosity is certainly not welcoming Citizen 7 with open arms here, giving him a ringer in the first. Or I guess you could say competitively that is the welcome, bringing the best game you can. I don't know, we go back and forth on that nonsense all day. Citizen 7 here on offense. They're going to have to ideally beat the time left by Luminosity of 3 minutes, but it's not the most important thing that they get 4 minutes or 5 minutes left there. It does matter, but there's a lot of room on Anubis to make up that time, especially on the second point. So it's not the end-all be-all. You can see 5 minutes on that clock, and it may not guarantee a victory. Certainly helps to state the obvious. Incredibly obvious.
Well, I mean, though the thing is, though, I mean, you make a point, though, that can be carried on a bit. I mean, on the last point, like, you can mount a defense that lasts forever on that last point. Because, I mean, to really be able to cap last, you have to wipe them like twice, essentially, to be able to cap it. So here we go. They try and speed boost up onto the right-hand side, Citizen 7. And thus far, no one's gone down quite yet in the fight. They're both just kind of reposturing here a little bit, seeing how they want to take this one on. They're scattered all over the place. Good reflect to stop Ube, and they put him to sleep right there. He's either easy pickings, or yes, they get the biotic on him. He should be able to be hunted down. Mineral and Ube both taken out of this as Kayun cleaning up on those 2 frags. Hedan comes back and takes down Sippa, but still Kayun going off here. That's 3 for him so far on this point, just shutting down Luminosity. They are getting respawns, but they're so far away. Super Block is actually able to come back with a few, and Luminosity should be able to actually hang on here as Spree gets 3. Hanging on to that point, Spree gets 3. And well, Sippa now just trying to get himself out. He does have a Dragon Blade at the ready, and they do have that nano boost there, David.
It really looks sketchy for Luminosity there for a second. Ube getting comboed for a long time. A sleep dart to a biotic, or sorry, sleep dart to a fire strike to a biotic, and then getting chased took him out of the fight. But Luminosity able to recover.
There's going to be a nano blade out there. Well, there was a Graviton used as well so far. While Sippa finally gets 1 to get things started, but there we go. He's able to get 3 in total. Citizen 7 striking Luminosity on the first point here. Finally taking care of him this time, as there's really no one left. It was just Super Plock in there, but he had no support, no health, nothing you can do about that one. So Citizen 7 are going to get the first point here, add a little bit more time onto the clock, and they have 3 ultimates to work with going into the next point. Actually, just about 4 in total. Here's Dogman's about to get that sound barrier.
With 6 minutes on the clock, they'll have 3 minutes to match Luminosity's time, but as mentioned before, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that they cap at all, otherwise they will be sent packing here on map 1. Citizen 7 starting coming from the backline, and that Graviton's going to get absorbed.
Kayun jumping over top. I saw it coming the whole time. I was like, please don't shoot it. Please don't shoot it. And he did. He's doing Kayun. But it doesn't matter. Citizen 7's actually able to get a couple so far. Prodigies and company, they pick up a few, but still, Sippa, thank God he's here for Citizen 7 because the man is going to town. Kayun nonetheless, though, he's pretty good. He's helped a lot in that fight, and here we go. Sippa's going to go for the Dragon Blade as well, and he gets the nano boost. There's not really a lot of people around, but the Blizzard's going to be used, and there might be a lot of bodies caught inside of that one. Lina gets finished off, and here comes Luminosity as they enter in through their spawn doors. Just being able to pick up a couple of their own. Spree is still going off here as he gets 2 thus far. Sippa finally ends his reign of terror, but there's no one left around for Citizen 7 to be able to finish this one off, and during that entire engagement, they weren't even able to pick up 1 tick, and I mean, it looked pretty good there for a while for them, but look at the stagger they have going as well.
I maybe saw that wrong, but if I remember correctly, the reflect from Genji does have a pretty forward hitbox. You can do it from behind people and you'll still defend them. So it looked like in that instance it's actually reaching a little bit in front of Hedon, pulling it from the front, wrapping it around the side, and hitting him in the side with his own heal darts. But man, that's just a rough situation. But yeah, Icefeld definitely saw that Graviton coming a mile away.
Oh man, I don't know what happened with that, but hey, here we go.
That's a better one.
Graviton's gonna land for somebody, and Sippa doesn't matter. Look, too. Oh, the self-destruct. What is up? Icefeld getting 3, and a couple more cleaned up on the side of Luminosity, able to clean up a couple more of the Citizen 7 players. Beautiful combination for Luminosity as they are now down to 4 minutes left. Citizen 7.
That's our first like true Big Bang combo in 2017, isn't it?
Hey, yeah, I think it is. Look at that. Or at least on a broadcast.
And I love New Year's. We can call so many things like first the best of 2017.
Yeah. That's. Hopefully we see some more today. I want to be able to call out some more firsts for the year. I'm sure it'll happen, but there was an ice wall that got put behind Prodigies. And he did get to stay alive. I thought they may have aggressed onto him. Wow, he used, look at that, the counter shatter just as he was about to charge into May. There's going to be a Blizzard used as well. Luminosity is already 2 players up in this fight as they get Kayun and Sippa. The rest of Citizen 7 has already gotten all the way out of dodge, and they're going to stagger Pibamitsu again as they did before. They'll finish him off right in, maybe not. No, he got back into his mech.
And we're just in time. Down right now as Citizen 7 giving up their dreams of matching Luminosity's time.
Oh my goodness, man. The aggression from Luminosity. Look how far they're pushing up right now. Just no regard. I mean, they're just coming all the way in. Look at this. What is happening? Citizen 7, they just got to regroup now. And prepare for another push. 2 minutes and 45 seconds for them. They're already less in the time bank than what Luminosity has. And they're still staying far up. Look at this. They want to take this aggression all the way in. The wall, this is brilliant from Luminosity. And Citizen 7 isn't doing anything about it. Spree takes down Prodigies. They're just wasting more and more time. Luminosity, they're just eating them alive here. There's going to be a self-destruct to maybe push them back a little bit or something. And here we go. Another Graviton out from Spree. They are just eating Citizen 7 alive right now. Sippa, I think, gets the first kill from Citizen 7 that I've seen in a little while here, getting Ube, but man, Luminosity just, that's some kind of aggression I really have not seen much on this map.
Luminosity pushing so far forward there. It's like they were killing Citizen 7 when they were back in grade school.
Like, I mean,
I guess they are kind of still in school, aren't they?
Some of them, I think, but hey, dude, that was...
Oh man, I'm getting old. Getting old again.
You're getting old, yeah. It's hell getting old, as they say. Well, here we go. There's going to be a Blizzard out here. They trade 1-for-1 off the start. Prodigies gets 1, and Icefeld striking back. 3 in total for Luminosity at this point. And Citizen 7 is struggling for sure at this point in the game as Pipamitsu gets finished off.
Citizen 7 certainly looking like disarray here. A number of those ultimates just should not have been fired. I mean, you can see it. The situation just wasn't there. But they do have 3 in the bank right now. Luminosity has 3 of their own. Citizen 7 going to have to put together something, a whole new change of pace if they really want to jam this in.
They got to figure it out quick because, well, here we go. Maybe a Nano Blade can do it. Sippa, we've seen him go big before. There was an Earth Shatter. Not sure if he got caught in the middle of that. There's self-destruct. Ube went down. Icefeld struck back. He was able to get Sippa. So Prodigies getting some here as I believe he got a nice Earth Shatter off maybe. At one point that hurt one of the Reinhardt scream and hammer down, but here we go.
Icefeld buying too much time.
Both. Yeah, look at that, he's still on the point at the moment. Those respawns are going to be coming through in just a minute. They already have May back onto it. There's nothing Luminosity can, or nothing Citizen 7 can do at this point. Here we go. And Earth Shatter out from Superplock onto the players on the point. Dogman and Kayun both down. It's just, I mean, they just stall all day. Luminosity. Citizen 7's on the point, but they just continue to stall. Get the respawns back out there. Citizen 7 just doesn't have enough in the tank to be able to fully wipe them and get time down. There's only now 10 seconds left for Citizen 7 to get something going. So they got to make it happen right here, right now if they want to have a chance on this map. There's going to be a Blizzard used. Prodigy's getting 1. It doesn't matter. Luminosity, 3 for them already. And that should shut down Citizen 7, at least on this first map. It's just,
no, Sippa can't go 1v4.
Come on, I believe. But look at that, man. Luminosity, that last point defense, very, very solid. Citizen 7 just, man, they just couldn't get it going.
That's going to go up 1-0 for Luminosity here in our second match of the day. I got to tell you, man, I'm sure many of us are familiar. When you come out and you're going into the second point of Anubis on offense, you've got that fight going on for a while, and you see May trot around the corner and touch the point. You just want to die. It's like, this is going to take forever. Like, it's going to ice block and then wall and then Zarya's going to come around the corner and bubble her right before I kill her, and it's just never going to end, especially with D.Va coming out and absorbing half your projectiles. It's the hold on second point. You've got to get something like a bang combo, a bomb combo, or a really good nano blade, or a combination of everything to just wipe it completely in order to cap that.
Absolutely. And you talked about in the middle of the map that Luminosity did the honors to Citizen 7 of giving them their all and playing their best game. Started off with that triple DPS. Take me through that. That was not something we had seen here. That's not something we see a lot right now in competitive Overwatch.
Especially in this meta right now where everybody's, triple tank and quad tank and all this kind of stuff. To see a triple DPS like that, it's, who knows, maybe that's new meta, maybe, I don't know. But that was a lot of fun to see, man. It's something a little different, and honestly, Citizen 7, I think it worked large in part because they just had no idea that was coming, and they were just up in their face. Pair that along with the Discord that they had on him, and I mean, Icefeld was just eating people for lunch all over that. Him and Spree just getting all over them. So as well as Ube, can't forget that. I mean, they just it was a good strategy. I like seeing something different like that.
Absolutely. And the other thing that we saw out of Luminosity was Icefeld on the D.Va. We talked about him on the Tracer off the bat, but he played D.Va very effective in our favorite Wombo combo so far of 2017.
You gotta love this. You just see it coming. Those guys know that it's done.
Good night, sweet prince.
Yeah, like half of them they were all inside of the graviton. You just see them turn around. They're like, oh man. It's like, there's no chance.
It is great when they're just floating there and you see everyone turn and face it.
Yeah, they're like, well, we're screwed.
I don't know why you're looking at it. I mean, at that point, you can fire out at some point. You're going to die. You know where it is.
Yeah. No chance. But
there was one in the last game as well that kind of just got caught up in everything. I'm gonna go back to the last match just for a second, where the bomb landed right in the middle of a Reinhardt shield and just Venn diagrammed him.
Yeah,
and
yeah. Like, what do you do?
It's like, you looked like you're good, right? What do you do? Let it down, jump back, and bring it back up? You don't have time. That's just anybody who gets really, really, really good at landing those perfectly with a bunch of moving targets, which is borderline impossible.
Hey, who knows?
To do it consistently, come on now, to like
Koreans
land them
maybe,
perfectly. We've seen some of it from Envious at different times. I think I've noticed. I haven't seen a lot of it, but I think there are a couple different points where they know exactly where a backstop is, and where to put the graviton in order to create the distance and have things the right way. But that's a whole different match, whole different set of teams. Just getting caught up in the conceptual meta of things. But Luminosity looking strong. I mean, that's the team that. We saw beat Complexity, we saw beat Fnatic, we saw beat Immortals, so there's certainly a team to watch out for. I really think they're going to do well in this tournament overall.
Absolutely.
This is their time to shine.
Absolutely. We talked about Crew a lot at the beginning, and then Crew wasn't here, and we saw Ube in his place. And Ube was decently quiet on the Genji and Roadhog on the beginning for offense and defense, but then he switches to the Mei, and we start to see them continuously shutting down and almost spawn camping Citizen 7 on defense. And for me, the big difference was when they finally, you saw them group up, wait, push forward, and then that wall that separated the tanks from the DPS, and they just couldn't break through.
Yeah, they had such a good stall factor, Luminosity there. Not only, when they played aggressively, that was just beautiful. I mean, they are literally spawn camping, as you said. It was just no regard, just disrespect from Luminosity, and it's good to see, really playing that aggression, because most teams play back on the point. But even when Citizen 7 did get up to the point and they were on it, they just stalled all day. Like, they had a composition that just stalled forever, and Citizen 7 couldn't do anything about it. As you said, you kind of need to wipe or something. But
and they got to make the ults work better for them. I mean, they fired one directly into a defense matrix that was already up, an Earth Shatter into a shield that there was no information on the status of that shield whatsoever, right? You didn't see it just break. You didn't hear the call out. The guy's looking at you in that situation, so you know that shield's going to come up fast enough. I mean, Earth Shatter fires off fairly quickly. But in that situation, I mean, there's a big head game between Reinhardts, right? A lot of times we'll see them try and pull the shatter out of each other. When their shield gets really low, drop it and bring it back up to try and coax it out or whatnot. And in that situation, I mean, you just got to understand that's exactly where it is. The second time around, I think, when they were trying to nano boost Sippa, they actually used that Earth Shatter aggressively to shut down the Earth Shatter from Luminosity, because Luminosity was going to use theirs, or did in the past, to shut down Sippa. So it's like they're all structuring all of this stuff. Granted, adding on an Earth Shatter onto a Nanoblade is not a bad idea. So, but catching a Reinhardt in that in particular is certainly going to make things better.
Absolutely. We'll be going on to Nepal for map number 2, and it's do or die here for Citizen 7. They lose this one, they go home. It's all up to Luminosity.
They'll have a shot. They'll have a shot another day, but they definitely want to pull this one out if they can. That's for sure. But Luminosity's looking pretty freaking strong right now, I gotta tell you. And from what we see in the spawns so far, someone in one of these games really loves the diva voice lines. I've been hearing them all game long. Someone just spamming them all.
Someone?
Yeah, someone.
I think we all like the diva voice lines.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. I love you, girl diva. Look at that, the wall to shut these guys out right off the start, and that's going to give Citizen 7 a bit of high ground here and separated Luminosity right off the start. And look at that, 3 kills. The way of Citizen 7 out of the gate. And it's some beautiful Mei wall being used by Citizen 7, Sippa in particular. We've seen him play some pretty mean Mei as well in other tournaments. And it's well done from them there. They're going to be all over the point, able to cap it first here as they start to tick away.
Citizen 7, really, maybe not on Nepal, maybe not on this stage. Looking forward to seeing Genji broken out by Sippa again. Citizen 7 maintaining that high ground advantage, really breaking up Luminosity. Luminosity just trying to look for any sort of cohesion here to get an isolation on somebody, but so far it's a 1-2 trade. Another one going down for Luminosity. Citizen 7 looking strong here on the second attempt.
Oh man, maybe this is their game to play on Nepal.
There's different kinds of teams, right? There's some teams that certainly shine on control point.
That is very true indeed. And so far, Citizen 7 off to a good start here. They're at 40% and counting, holding the high ground at the moment.
Not too far away from a blizzard, which is just absolutely devastating on point, as contained as we do have here on this stage of Nepal. And Roadhog's going to go down any second now to Pibamitsu.
Blizzard used. Pibamitsu's up in the face of everybody here, getting to himself. Prodigies and Dogman both able to get a couple for themselves as well. A brilliant Blizzard out from Citizen 7. They still have a lot of ultimates. I mean, a good few ultimates to work with at least. So far, they have Lina's that nano boost. They have the self-destruct, and soon coming up on the Graviton. So, I mean, in terms of Luminosity, they have they're going to have 3 in total, probably, for this next fight. Spree should get it sometime in the middle of it. If he doesn't die first, he's pretty hurt right now. He might go down, and Hidan gets finished off. There is going to be a nano boost out on the Pibamitsu, who's been tearing at the moment. Earth Shatter was used as well out from Super Block. Him and Icebelt combining to get some frags here, as there is 3 down the side of Citizen 7. A couple down for Luminosity, as well as Luminosity really trying to get this point back, but Pibamitsu is on it, just landing the dinks as Diva out of the mech, but Icebelt really going to work right there, cleaning up on the remaining players. Luminosity finally getting themselves on the board here is Citizen 7 at 99%.
Just as Citizen 7 started overtime, that cap went through Luminosity with the Graviton, a sound barrier. And then they have to generate a lot more to combo something. Citizen 7 got a bang combo of their own locked and loaded, along with another Blizzard. Citizen 7 is definitely looking strong to retake this point. Oh, well, maybe not.
Graviton's used on both sides. Dogman is the first to fall in the fight, too, going the way of Luminosity here. Icefelt, Nube both getting some. A Blizzard was used by Sippa on all of those guys caught in the masses of Gravitons, but in the end, Luminosity hangs on to the point here, and they might be able to stagger Pibamitsu just a bit. Yeah, there we go. Gonna hook him back in, getting the sleep. That's some beautiful stuff.
Well played indeed, Mineral. Well played indeed. Citizen 7 probably should have held on to a lot of those ultimates. Once you get Graviton in that situation, you start going down, just hold on to them. You can retake the point the next time around. But now Luminosity's on top of the ultimate game, and that's going to be much harder to retake than otherwise. You got a Pulse Bomb, a Whole Hog, and a Nano Boost ready to go. Not too far away from an Earth Shatter as well, and Citizen 7 trying to restorm the high ground.
Here we go. The Pulse Bomb used by Icebelt. Super Block kicks it off, though. He's able to get Sippa. It's a 2-for-1 trade thus far. Luminosity has the 5v4 advantage in this fight. Citizen 7 desperately trying to hang on. Dogman was running for his life, the team captain of Citizen 7, but he couldn't get out of dodge in time. And look at this. We could be seeing a reverse sweep out of Luminosity here. Citizen 7's got to get it together probably on this next fight. This is going to be the last one to decide who wins the map.
And they do have 2 ultimates to try and get through. They do need a sound barrier, but that probably wasn't the time. Luminosity can just run away and drag it out. That Earth Shatter is just catastrophic.
That was crucial for them to hit that Earth Shatter, and look at that Super Block hitting his Earth Shatter instead. Prodigies goes down. Pibamitsu able to get a couple for himself. 2-for-2 trade so far. 4v4 fight. In total, there is going to be, well, Pibamitsu's going to get the Nano Boost. Super Block going to town here as he's just swinging away with his hammer. There's nothing that Citizen 7 can do here. There's nobody home, or excuse me, yeah, nobody home. Thought there was someone there for a second. Prodigy's getting pinned into the wall. Icebelt gets the finishing touch. Oh, man, and the Luminosity, the reverse sweep on that point. He will take a 1-0 lead in this map, Nepal. But here, as you can see on the replays, is Icebelt, who was really, really doing well on Tracer, talked about how he can just go off. And he really was doing some brilliant things there for Luminosity, help them get back into that round. So Luminosity getting the 1-0 advantage so far. And this is a best of 5 for King of the Hill. Now, keep in mind, our control point, as you may call it, is going to be a best of 5, just as you would see in your matchmaking. So we now head on to our next stage. As right now they come on out. Seems to be pretty similar compositions, though Sippa now is going to be running Genji on this. So we'll see maybe what he can do with that as Kayun gets us started again. Takes down Super Block, and they do trade out 1-for-1. Prodigies It's taken down by Spree, so it is 5v5 on the fight here, and Sippa's just in the thick of things, trying to get that damage out. It looks like Citizen 7 is going to be able to come out on top of this fight as they get all the frags in their favor, and they will start to tick away here. Something that David mentioned earlier, just about the not using ultimates. It's something that we talk about not only on payload maps, but even control point as well. If you have, maybe you don't have a whole lot of ultimates, you can go in and just take a dry push, make the other team use ultimates, and and then you can come back with ultimates of your own if you have the time. But as I blabber on, there is a fight going down here. Citizen 7 tried to play a bit aggressive off the point, and they may have to pay for that one. Yes, indeed, they already have 3 guys down. There is going to be a Dragon Blade used from Sippa. I'm not sure if I agree with this one. Ube getting the hook in the middle of it, taking him down, and that's kind of jumping the gun from Sippa there. He used Dragon Blade with, they already had 3 guys down. He's trying to be the hero using Dragon Blade when they already have 3 people down.
And Luminosity now has control of the point with 4 ultimates, getting very close to 6. Citizen 7. That's going to be a hill to climb coming back here. They're not too far away from a Graviton, though. And Nano going on Sippa can get the Dragon Blade out relatively quickly here. But here we go, Icefeld trying to get in the back line. Oh, and Protege is going to go down real early.
Oh my, here we go. It is 3 already. 3 for Luminosity. You're going to have a couple ultimates to work with on the next fight as well. Citizen 7 back to the drawing board for them. And one of the things about this map in particular, if you have the point, you really, especially if you have any bit of range at all, you really don't need to aggress into them. You have the high ground up there. You can stay on top of that point. And here we go. The Earthshatter does come out. He gets a couple caught in that. A Biotic Grenade landed on them as well. Spree using that self-destruct was able to get 2. Ube took down Lina. And look at this. Luminosity is just in total control of this point right here. Pibamitsu is, I believe, the last one in at the moment, and they're just going to try and stagger him as much as possible.
Oh,
poor guy
rude.
has been having...
Rude.
Oh, this is not safe for work, folks. Oh, my goodness. Poor Pibamitsu, man. He's been just getting staggered like all day long.
Yeah, so we got a Nano Blade on the side of Citizen 7 along with a Bang Combo. That's a lot to work with, and a Sound Barrier. Meanwhile, Luminosity just holding on to a Nano Boost. And everything else is pretty far away, so Citizen 7, this is their time. They need to space these out, not use them all at once, hopefully, but here we go.
Here we go. Oh, look at this. Sippa with 3. This is exactly what we wanted to see out of him, and Citizen 7, 3 already. He's still just dishing damage out to all of these Luminosity players. They do finally make it happen. Kayun and Prodigies, they both were able to clean up on the last couple there, and Citizen 7 will finally get this point back.
Well, C7 did burn all 4 of them.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a bit of a problem for them compared to if they still had a Bang Combo, because right now a Bang Combo is going to virtually guarantee that you're going to put Luminosity back at spawn and start all over again, because if Luminosity retakes this point with a wipe, it's going to be GG here on stage 2.
All they have to their name right now, Citizen 7, is an Earth Shatter from Prodigy. Oh, goodness, I thought he got it past the shield. Apparently not. Ube starts it. He's got 2. Make that 3 in total for Ube right now. Use that whole hog. I'm not sure if he tossed all them off the map or what. Regardless, I think that's 4 or 5 in total for Ube as he goes off. And he is able to make it happen there. It is going to be a 2-0 lead for Luminosity in this one. Citizen 7 started it off. They got the point first on that second stage, and then it was just all Luminosity from there. As you can see, the replay using, look at this, Nano Blade out from Sippa, just shredding people apart. Saw him do it on Anubis as well. And that allowed Citizen 7 to retake the point, but it didn't last for long. Luminosity came back in thanks to a big whole hog from Ube.
Yeah, you could hear Pibamitsu's self-destruct going off in the background, and it didn't pick up anything. Perhaps a zoning effect, but really not enough right there. So Sippa with a Nano Blade, picking up 3, really opening it up, but Citizen 7 really going to have to work on this. It's just the synergy of their ultimates and making them count more than anything else. The individual skill is there. We've seen it a number of times, in particular Sippa standing out quite a bit. But the way that they work together as a team, as to be expected at this stage of their development, there's a little bit of something, a little bit of room for improvement, but there we go right off the bat. Hedon going to throw a Biotic right there into the back.
Both teams are using Soldier on this stage of Nepal as well. Super Block, Hidan couldn't quite find him as he was trying to heal him. Oh, the sleep dart from across. Well, that's unfortunate for him. But either way, both teams do have a Soldier 76 on the field now because there are some long ranges over here, and it can be quite strong on this stage of Nepal. But regardless, Luminosity will take the point first. Citizen 7 wants to come back in quite quickly here as we have both soldiers duking it out over on the Pillars side. And it looks like Spree is going to get tossed down off of the map. He will fall to his death, and Ube was able to get Prodigies there. So it seems as though Luminosity, at least for the time being, may be able to hang on. It looks like they will be able to. Ube able to get a couple of those.
Citizen 7 making up a lot of ground, at least Lina in that last offense there. Certainly not taking back the point and making up the kind of ground they wanted, but Lina was down like 70% on ultimate compared to Hidan. Hidan getting so close to his nano so quickly with the right biotics, the right times. But right now, Luminosity looking pretty locked and loaded with 4, not too far away from 5.
Whole Hog going to be used from Ube, just shoving Prodigy into the corner. And look at that hook. He didn't even mean to get Kayun, but he'll take him anyway. That's a full team wipe from Luminosity. That poor man, he must be so frustrated.
It's actually better. It's better than the hook he wanted. He got a full health instead of like the cough on him and they die character. And then he ended up getting them both anyways. Just happy little accidents.
Hey, he'll take it. He'll take that any day of the week. I can imagine Kayun's probably a little bit pissed off, to be honest. I would be, but well, here we go. The nano-boosted tac visor, the nano visor coming out here. And, oh, Kayun getting pulled in. He is able to get one. Oh, no! Where are you going, bud? Oh, he jumps off. I don't think he was aware of where he was at. And look at Citizen 7's going to get fully teamed wipe again. Back-to-back for Luminosity. They're 90%. I don't think Citizen... No, there's no way they're going to be able to get back to this point in time. Yeah, Luminosity's just pressing forward very aggressively, as they should, unless Kayun can get there, but he's so low on health, there's no way he's going to make it to this point. 99%, no. Luminosity shutting it down, and they will take that last stage of Nepal and take the series, man.
We've had two 2-0s today so far on the Overwatch Winter Premiere. First, it was FaZe and Renegades, and now Citizen 7 and Luminosity. And you guys mentioned it over and over again, and I want to just come back to it. The ult management from Citizen 7 seemed a bit off. They had times when they had all 4 ults coming into the second point of Nepal, and they just blow them all right at the beginning. And then the many times we saw ults that just didn't quite land the way that they knew. They had a good idea, but just weren't able to use them effectively.
Yeah, and the latter being the biggest problem there. I mean, they're generating the ultimates. It's just the order that they're using them, how many they're using, the efficiency or the effect that they're getting out of all of them just wasn't on the level of Luminosity at this point. But I mean, come on, that's to be expected for the most part. They did have a ringer of a qualifier setup, but they weren't playing against a lot of these teams most of the time. And there's just a big difference between getting a team together that can do pretty well in qualifiers and getting a team together that can do well in the group stage overall. I still maintain hope. I mean, from some of the stuff that we saw from them in the qualifiers, I think there's something there. Certainly Sipa can put on a show, and they just need to get some time, work out the kinks. Certainly after a match like that, it's where you sit down, you really have that conversation, because at least it's a problem that's easy to fix. It's a problem that's obvious, which are the best kind of problems. The worst kind of problems are when you feel like everything's going all right, you're trying to run the strategy you want to run, and for some reason you're just getting dismantled. That's a problem for a team. But if it's things like, hey man, nobody's going to get mad at each other, just let's have some better ults next time around. Let's really work on that. Let's try and work on our communication and get to know each other a little bit better. I mean, that's really all it's going to take. And like I mentioned before, over 6 days, this is the kind of tournament where they can really bring that together. You know, whether they do it by the end of it or whether they do it for the next tournament, that's the question in my mind.
Absolutely. We'll take another look at some of that play there on Soldier on this final point of Nepal. An impressive win here by Luminosity as they 2-0 Citizens.
Yeah, he just jumped off accidentally there, it looked like.
Sad. I think he was so caught up in the middle of just shooting that just kind of forgot where he was at. But
there's the shadows there on the corner of those stairs, which, I mean, you know the maps at this point, right? So, I mean, most of us know that there's a bit of a lip there on the edge, but in the heat of the moment, running away, you thought you maybe ran away far enough, you jump, it's a shadow there, it does look kind of open, but I think that was a lot more open than he expected.
Absolutely. So Citizen 7 had kind of an exciting means of getting into the Overwatch Winter Premiere. They thought they hadn't made it, and then they find out, oh, we do get a chance to play. So how much do you think today's performance maybe could boil down to nerves or versus just being outplayed by Luminosity?
I think possibly even a bigger factor is just lack of preparation time for them. I mean, they may not have,
They found out yesterday.
Right. That's, with the way things went, they didn't get a lot of time themselves to really prep. So
yeah.
I think for them that's definitely one of the biggest factors. And I think too, I think nerves could also play a part as well. It's like, oh, we get to play, like, and maybe a bit nervous. Who knows? But I think lack of practice may be one of the biggest things. I don't know what their regular practice regimen is like, but I'm certain that if they have a big tournament coming up, it's much heavier of a practice regimen than if they don't have one, and when you don't get a lot of time to prep, these things can happen. I suspect over the course of the group stage, though, they'll really get themselves kicking into gear and playing at the level that we saw them at during the qualifiers.
Not to mention the shock of an opening from that dive comp that we saw come out of
Never recover.
Luminosity is that's a tilt factor. I mean,
Sure.
a lot of teams are able to recover, especially with a long defensive hold for a while. So I'm not going to say that they tilted right off the bat like that, but you come in, you're getting ready to put your best foot forward. Something like that happens. It's got to shake you at least just a little bit.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, but we did see some great moments from Citizen 7 at the very beginning of the first point in Nepal. They come out of the gate, swing and put up that wall, get the high ground immediately, and able to completely zone them off and get the 99% on the first point. They did get reverse swept, but still great stuff from Citizen 7. I think with especially if they have the preparation time you're talking about, they could be a very, very competitive team moving forward in the group stage.
I mean, they had some brilliant moments on Nepal. Like you said, the wall that went up as they came out on the high ground completely split them right out of the gate. And I don't think this part was intentional, but the only way that you could even get out of that wall, it was placed just in front of the doorway. So you had a little sliver, but you had to drop to get in. You had to drop right onto the low ground. And it's like immediately they had this high ground advantage. Maybe not intended, but still, the wall, regardless, split the team. Brilliant start. I mean, they even had a great start on the second stage as well. They got in, won the first fight. Their mistake came, I think, when they're on the high ground where you hold the point, and they just ran down onto the low ground. I think if you have high ground, you keep high ground on the point, make the team come to you. Regardless, minor things that they can adjust, like you said. They have plenty of time. They can adjust and come back and fix these little things and play better.
And I certainly wouldn't want to make the entire story about how Citizen 7 just has some edges to polish, right? Luminosity definitely put a good game there forward, and I really look forward to seeing their next match as well.
Absolutely. The Overwatch Winter Premiere day number 1 of the group stage will continue just after a quick break. We will have Complexity versus Kangarna. I'm excited to see that match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere presented by NGE. We've had 2 great matches so far today that have gone very, very quickly, and we're only halfway through. Got 2 more games here for you, so we'll take a look at the schedule of what we've got left. It's Complexity versus Kungarna, as we've already seen Luminosity and some other teams play. It's been great.
Yeah, it's been some good stuff so far. Pretty one-sided games overall, but I think teams still trying to get their groove a little bit. Renegades coming out, proving me wrong, and took it to FaZe pretty handedly there. So congrats to them, and of course Luminosity taking out Citizen 7. They also having a great game themselves, really taking it to Citizen 7, who we thought may come out a bit stronger, but I think with some prep time, maybe they can get themselves back to the form that we saw them in qualifiers.
Yep, now we're going to be heading into, as we mentioned before, Complexity and Kungarna, who last time we saw them play each other was day 1, I believe.
Yes.
Maybe we didn't see it.
Yeah.
Maybe it was
No,
in the,
it was day 1. Yeah, no, we did it.
Oh, yeah,
day
well,
1.
we did.
Yep.
Yeah, that was part of the round of 4 at that point, right?
Yep.
So Kungarna beat Complexity 2-0 on that day. That's not a score I would expect to see again, honestly.
No, me either. Honestly, I mean, not taking anything away from Kungarna, but I think Complexity, I mean, is at this very moment really one of the best out there right now. You know, specific NA obviously.
They're certainly doing well, yeah.
Even they're
Especially
very good.
After Harblu kind of gave up some of the Roadhog he was playing. I mean, he's phenomenal on it. Certainly on Gibraltar, which I think you mentioned is one of his favorite maps to play Roadhog on. But it was after the match against Kungarna that he came off of that, started playing Zarya, and really the whole kind of meta and composition that Complexity's been playing lasted from there all the way through MLG as well, and that seems to be kind of one of their bread and butter setups. So I expect to see more of the Zarya out of Harblu if there maybe a little bit of Roadhog here and there, but it seems to be kind of the new main.
Absolutely. So we'll talk about Kungarna first. Definitely a formidable roster going up against Complexity. They 2-0'd them last time. We're expecting maybe a closer game this time. Let's talk about Kungarna.
Kungarna, these guys have some pretty crazy aimers on their team. Of course, you have Baby Bay, who is pretty darn good at hit scan. He can really pair well with Michael, who generally plays D.Va pretty much 99% of the time. I don't think during qualifiers, at least in the casted matches, he played anything but D.Va during that time. So it's really good. Baby Bay and him go harass the guys in the back line as Tracer and D.Va. And then, of course, you also have Connor J, who used to play for Kingdom. Him and Ajax, they were both up in there, and you also have Blam, who played on Selfless. So guys coming from different areas, they formed this new team like right before the qualifiers. They took these guys from different areas and restructured the Kungarna roster, and now they're left with this one. They had a brilliant showing in the group stage, or excuse me, in the qualifiers. This is the group stage, the qualifiers, and I'm excited to see more of them. They're passionate gamers, I would say. They like to get in the heads of their opponents, and they're pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, Baby Bay's Soldier 76 and Tracer really standing out in the last time we saw them, along with Michael's D.Va, Connor J's Roadhog, were all pretty significant forces on the battlefield. But they are going against Complexity, who is a team that was a little bit shaky in that first encounter, but really rounded it out since then. Took day 3 from us, so if we had to get into predictions, which I know you're going to get to at some point here, Caleb.
He always does.
It's like you're doing your job or something, man. Just come on. It's going to be Complexity, and in the theme of the night, I'm just going to call it a 2-0.
Okay.
2-0. Yeah.
He feels like he's just gonna jump the gun right there. We're gonna talk about Complexity next, though. Connor J versus Harblu was a match we saw in the beginning of that very first match we had here on the Overwatch Winter Premiere, and Connor J played really well, but then we talked about it. Harblu switching over to Zarya, and he's been playing really well on Zarya ever since.
Yeah, he did pretty darn well at MLG Vegas, and even towards the end of the Winter Premiere qualifiers, playing Zarya, doing very good at it. Of course, very known for his Roadhog play, but he can be just as effective, if not more effective, really, on Zarya. And then Torque, of course. These guys like to use Sombra, really putting Nicholas lately throughout MLG, really giving him a lot of Mei play. And JKW as well, Shake, Joe Meister. These guys all combined together. I think they're underrated at times. Complexity, they can hang with the best of the best in this game.
I agree completely. I mean, it's kind of I would say that I'd probably expect him to beat FaZe, but at the same time, it's kind of a FaZe situation, right? Where they can beat anyone. I wouldn't necessarily say Complexity can lose to anyone, though. They do flex up and down a little bit, but not quite that much. I mean, they did lose to Kungarna, but I mean that was, I think, as we were discussing before, more of just still taking a little bit of time to adjust to the meta, more than having just kind of a shaky team performance or anything else. But like we mentioned before, they're a team that's really been working on the Sombra plays, which should come into effect in particular if there's ever Symmetra shield generator up. Not only can you take it out with stealth, but you just wipe the EMP the point and whatnot, and they've really figured out how to make that pay dividends for them. Meanwhile, Nicholas on Mei is just, he's just one of the best in the business right now.
Yeah.
I mean, the effect that Complexity gets out of their Mei combos, with Reinhardt in particular and a number of the other heroes, depending on who's playing what, is just stellar.
Yeah, and all that combining, I mean, I think it was Custa from Fnatic that said it too. Complexity, he'd said in an interview that these guys are one of the most underrated teams in the game right now. So I think they're
we all
ones
agree.
they're one to definitely watch out for.
Absolutely. When we saw Kungarna beat them in that day #1, but Complexity made it into the top 4 and into the finals every single day until day 3 when they won it. So they were very, very successful, while Kungarna mainly hung around the top 8, earning enough points to qualify. And so Complexity playing very, very well here in our qualifiers, and we'll see what they're able to do here. I got a 2-0 from him. What's your prediction on this one?
Oh, I'm thinking I'm gonna say 2-0 for Complexity here as well. To be honest, I think they're feeling good. They played really great at MLG. They just had a tough group. I mean, honestly, they had like the group of death. They had so many good teams in there. It's like, you know, any one of them could have gone out of it. So I give it to Complexity here, 2-0 myself, especially since Gibraltar's up first, and that's one that these guys really like. Specifically Hardblue, as we were saying before. He loves playing Roadhog on this map. I would suspect to see it. So it's definitely something to look for.
Well, we've certainly seen, especially over and over again in some of the highlights that we've had, kind of how he likes to use the high ground and the doorways and a lot of that to get some surprise hooks around corners into positions that people are going to be in, pretty guaranteed, right? He opened up. They were getting stuffed quite a bit the last time we saw them play Gibraltar in their finals match, I believe, and then just switched to Roadhog for that, and he just clear-cut all the way from one end of the map to the other with amazing pulls the entire game. But Kungarna here on defense first, Complexity on offense first, so we're going to get a good sense of the pace of this match to start out.
So far, Hardblue's showing the Zarya. He might shut me down here. I thought he's going to be breaking out the Harbhog, but maybe not, unless he makes a switch. The Hog Blue. Yeah, there it is, baby. That's what I'm talking about. I was waiting for it. I knew he couldn't resist.
I won't let you down.
Yeah.
Hardblue never lets anyone down, in my opinion.
He's
rock solid.
The Hardblue.
Rock solid man.
Love the guy. Well, here we go. They are going to be breaking out that Torque. Going to be breaking out Torque on the Sombra, something we see Complexity do quite a bit, and they're really one of the only teams in the upper echelon of this scene that really tries to use Sombra, really one of the only ones that can make it effective, too. So be looking for that. They also have Shake on Zenyatta. Something else Complexity really likes to do is running Shake Zenyatta.
Just keep your eye on Torque's ultimate meter because he generates that EMP so fast.
Very, very quick indeed. Well, here we go. Michael starts it off. He is able to get JKW, and they are going to hook Hardblue right back in. So that's Kungarna's going to get the edge out of the gate here. Baby Bay takes down Shake, and they are just continuing to get people. Man, Connor J, I forgot how good this guy could be on Roadhog, too. We have to keep, I'm pretty sure the last time they played, Connor J was out Roadhogging Hardblue.
Well, we talked about it a lot, and I was kind of putting forward the opinion that it wasn't necessarily a one-on-one. I mean, Kungarna was following up Connor J's hooks with immediate Biotic and Soldier 76 Helix, and they're just pounding Hardblue into the ground as kind of one of the pillars of Complexity. But, I mean, yeah, some of that is going to be, here we go with an EMP. We'll talk about this later.
Here we go. This is the opening Complexity needs. They already get Remix. There's nothing that guy can do about it. There will be, well, there's going to be a self-destruct going down. Michael uses it, is able to get JKW, but Complexity still up 1 in this fight, and they are continuing to press his card on forward. Hardblue gets Connor J as he picks up 2. Here, Blam and Connor J were his victims indeed, and that's all they needed. The EMP, they come through, boom, cap the first point.
Torque plays Sombra so well, he'd make Medicine sick.
Did he say make Medicine sick? Yeah, I mean, the guy, he's one of the best at it. I mean, I guess the best, because there's not really anybody else running Sombra at the moment, but still, he builds the ult so quick. They go in, and just like that, they can take a first point very quickly, but it seems as though, well, Connor J was actually, he got shake right there, so that'll put a stint in this push for Complexity a bit. They want to go in with the, well, I guess they want to go in with it anyway, the, with their EMP, but the tac visor used from Baby Bay, and they're really able to find a whole lot of nothing right there. There's
something comical about Soldier 76 trying to fire down Roadhog over such a long period of time. I mean, we've all been there, right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You got to aim for the head. Not that he knows, he doesn't know that. I mean, but with Hardwood dancing around the pillar, there's just only so much you could do. Here we go. Complexity going to try that one more time, except hopefully with all their guys on the high ground.
Yeah, I'd like to see them wait a little bit longer there next time for Torque. I mean, they were already one down. You might as well just wait a second till you get all 6, and you can use that EMP at a more opportune time. I get that it starts quickly, but you charge it quickly. But here we go. Complexity trying to meet them up on the high ground right now as they're all inside of that big health pack room. They'll be able to get that pack hacked in there and be able to build up this ult very quickly for Torque. They just need to take a little bit of damage. That's the whole strategy. You take damage, pick up the hacked health packs, get that ult charge, and boom, there it is. You have EMP. Just roll through them. And another thing I want to point out, too, that Torque does really well is that he hacks the D.Va and just pretty much removes her from the fight, essentially, when you're able to get the hack on D.Va. But here we go. Both teams have a lot of ultimates. We're going to see a whole chorus of them being used right now. Whole Hog used from Hardblue to try and keep Michael at bay. Sound barriers, all sorts of stuff. Transcendent used as well, and a self-destruct is going to be coming through here as well. Kungarna starts it off. They already have 3 kills. Make that 4 for Kungarna on this fight, shutting down Complexity. And they moved the payload quite far, but Kungarna in the end is going to win that fight.
You really got me with the keep Michael at bay, man.
That's just I didn't even actually, I should have just played it off as if I did try that.
Totally on purpose.
I gave myself
totally on purpose.
Gave it up there. Yeah, I gotta remember that one. I'm gonna write that down right now. Keep Michael at bay. Well, all right. So they do have another EMP. Torque goes straight in. Oh, getting hooked and shut down by Connor J. I'm not even sure if he did get hooked. Connor J hooked off the EMP. I don't know, but here we go. Nonetheless, he's going to get taken out, Torque. And it seems as though Kungarna, they're down a couple themselves. Complexity is keeping that cart moving. Look at Michael, though. He's just hunting everybody down and finishing them off. The cleanup crew coming out from Michael and company, and they are having a pretty good hanger phase hold right now. Only a minute and 30 seconds left for Complexity to make a push and cap this next point.
It's all been fun and games up here for us, but meanwhile, Complexity struggling to get it in here on the second point. A minute and a half left. Like you said, Complexity just completely bone dry for the most part here on their ultimate economy. They're gonna have to generate a lot more of those or just make a hero play. Kungarna's sitting on 1, maybe 2. Here we go, a self-destruct landing in the room.
Beautifully placed, but it's not going to find anything. Ajax gets Joe Meister in the old Lucio 1v1, and already it's going to be Kungarna yet again. They have a 1-player advantage in the fight. They did lose Connor J. It looks, oh no, Blam keeps himself alive. Had that biotic grenade. Hardblue is going to get the hook. Gets Michael out of his mech, but Shake went down to Remix, and that's going to be really tough for Complexity without their support, so they're going to have to stall just for a minute. Hardblue getting himself up on the high ground. Not sure if Kungarna is aware of it, but they have a nano boost, they have a self-destruct, they have the whole hog on the side of Complexity. Earth Shatter coming soon.
Yeah, exactly like you said. 30 seconds left on the clock. Complexity, do or die. This is the time they've got to make it work with only an Earth Shatter on Kungarna. Never mind, there comes the sound barrier. It's going to be trickier by the second, but there's a self-destruct landing in the back line.
Kungarna's going to be getting ultimates late in this fight. Keep an eye on it. Complexity already with 2 out of the gate here. Hardblue is going to be going whole hog with the nano boost. Gets the hook onto Michael as well. I think Complexity's looking pretty good to be able to pick up this point here. Hardblue goes, cleans up on Blam. In the end, the right click as well, finishing off Michael, and there you have it. Complexity in the dying seconds is able to get it. Oh no, one did spawn forward here. It looks like, yes, they are just going to jump off. That's smart, not get caught out, not get staggered, and they will meet up with the rest of their team. A minute 20 for Complexity to make this happen though, David.
Yep, Complexity with 1 ultimate, almost a sound barrier as well. Kungarna with 3, not too far away from a 5, honestly. Kungarna got a minute to hold, and they've got all the tools they need. Will Complexity be able to put together an offense to disassemble that in time?
They want Complexity could go in for one quick push. Don't invest much in it. Get Kungarna to expend ults, and that looks like so far what is happening. Remix goes in, uses Earth Shatter. They are going to get 2 off of this right away. JKW, Shake both going down, so they do have an opportunity. Complexity now, they've bought time to get their ultimates up. 45 seconds left. If they can take one good fight, they're going to have to manage ultimates well, though. They have 4 in total. Nicholas and Hardblue are soon going to have theirs. And if you're on the side of Kungarna, they just used pretty much everything they had. Michael's the only one with something. And that's self-destruct.
A little bit trigger happy there for sure. Complexity now looking favorited to take this part. And a nano boost coming on a Diva as it goes right into the back.
Goodness, there is going to be self-destruct down there. They trade 1 for 1 so far. The nano boost being used. Complexity absolutely has to end it right here, right now, or at least get this cart as far as they possibly can. And they had the ultimate advantage going into this fight, Complexity, but they really haven't done all that much with it. I mean, they did buy some space. They are pushing the cart forward, and that's what you want in the end. But Ajax takes down Hardblue. Not a good start for Complexity off of this fight. Here we go. Nano boost being used on the side of Kungarna, and Connor J desperately trying to stay alive right now. He was able to get 2 and stays alive nonetheless in enough time to get his whole hog, and he shreds through JKW in seconds. Complexity, no one is home to be able to get onto this cart. Well, Hardblue tried to come in, but Connor J thought otherwise, and in the end they will hold on to it. Complexity got it decently far, but pretty good defense all around coming out from Kungarna there.
Connor J really stringing together some plays throughout this entire set. And it looks like he's going to be front and center on some of our highlights here, but really just Complexity really struggling to make it work after that first point. The first one was pretty quick. All plans functioning as intended. Then after that, it just got pretty derailed. It's a little bit fragmented, sometimes split pushing, sometimes not getting the payback or the payout that they wanted for a few things. They had to change Torque off of Sombra and onto Zarya throughout that fight. And once I think once the momentum kind of gets taken out of Sombra and you're not hacking that second point, because in the second phase she's a little bit weaker than she would be on the third or the first, where there's those immediate health packs that you can just generate a lot of it, and the angles to actually get that in there. But Complexity didn't get it all the way. They're going to have to hold Kungarna ideally long before the second point, because or long before the third point, because if they start getting around there, it is around the corner. Yeah, but it's not too far away from it.
As I was saying before too, I mean, I thought Complexity, they played like right at the end of that game. The strategy they went in with was beautiful. They knew they were down in ultimates. They knew Kungarna had ultimates. And they had enough time to just go take a quick fight, make Kungarna just use ults. And that's exactly what they did. They went in, Kungarna used ults. Complexity didn't invest anything into the fight, and they had enough time to take one more, and they had huge ult advantage. And they just didn't really do anything with the ults, though, in the end. They didn't make anything work. They got like 1 kill with, I think it was probably 3 or 4 ults or something, and all they were able to show for it was 1 kill. And that was the time right there when they had that big ult advantage. They really needed to get a wipe or near wipe, something. I mean, like I said, in the end, they pushed the cart pretty far, but, you know, I think they had a pretty good opportunity there, but couldn't quite fully capitalize on it, I don't think. Either way, we go into a switch of sides. Kungarna now is on the offense, Complexity on the defensive side. They have the Torque Torbjorn coming out here.
Really?
Which is pretty interesting.
Torbjorn.
The Torbjorn.
Torbjorn.
Torbjorn, yeah.
You get the guy to come in and actually do it.
Yeah,
I've seen him around here once or twice. Okay. Complexity.
Invite him. Oh my goodness! Torque! It just sniped Baby Bay inside of the server room. That poor man just got destroyed.
I had something I was going to say after Complexity, and I saw that, and I just couldn't remember what I was going to say. That's just unspeakable.
Oh.
It's one of the things with Torbjorn, though. If you just lay down spam in an angle, those little primary fires have a tendency just to find people's heads.
Oh man, that was like a heat-seeking missile right to Baby Bay's nostrils, man. I mean, that was like
specifically the nostrils.
Yeah, right in, like cover as much facial area as possible.
All right, Kungarna gonna look for the server room, but Michael's all alone. He's gonna get pulled, but is able to make it out. Complexity holding around the corner here, and Kungarna doing the typical kind of side switch. Maybe not typical, but it's becoming more and more common here in particular. Taking the high ground away and getting in behind, making the sides change over, so the Complexity has to basically move into a server room or something like that, and then Kungarna has a better position because they have the cart, but we'll talk about that more at length. And there goes Torque.
Oh, big hook from Connor J to start this push. Oh man, it's not looking good for Complexity at the moment. The hard blue gets taken out by Connor J. The nano boost was used. You're laughing at something that I missed over here.
It's just the whole idea of putting a turret right there behind people. Yeah. I don't know. It wasn't going to work, but it was just funny, man.
It's the thought that counts, I guess. I don't know.
It's one of those things that I would do in a quick play match and just laugh about it.
Yeah, well, they got caught into some weird positions there. Both teams, they kind of flip-flopped, really. But now it is going to be Kungarna with a pretty good start to this game. They have 4 minutes and 10 seconds to get through the second phase. They've already taken high ground control as well away from Complexity, and that's an even bigger part. So now they're going to have to take a fight up here and try and regain this ground. Whole Hog's used on both sides. Diva's shutting him down left and right. It's like, why even use it? Well, here we go. There is going to be attack visor used. Hard Blue getting a hook, getting some good damage in. Oh, and there's going to be an Earth Shatter as well that shuts them down. Baby Bay with his tack visor is going to be able to pick up 2 frags for himself. Hard Blue gets another, taking down Ajax. Complexity striking back here. They're trading out these kills, which is great to see. And Kungarna is down 3 at the moment as Torque is going off on Zarya right now, just cleaning up kills left and right with that charge, shredding through players. And now Complexity is going to be able to hang on here as these guys regroup.
Roadhog, the great DPS tank. Complexity was certainly there ahead of Kungarna. Started that last fight with the ultimate economy. They do maintain... Nope, actually, they're giving up a lot of that advantage. Just getting very, very close here. Complexity still has the high ground. They will surrender it a little bit to Kungarna if they have another bridge fight. But Kungarna doesn't look like they're interested in buying that particular package just yet.
Not that particular brand.
They're going to take the low ground, and there goes a nano boost on a remix.
Well, here we go. Going on in is he's going to be swinging away. He's trying to get Hard Blue if he can. He should be able to take care of this. Oh no, Hard Blue's going to use the whole hog. He's like, not today, buddy. And he finally got him in the end. Remix with the fire strike. Poor Harb using that whole hog. He maybe could have saved it. He really wanted to stay in the fight, though. I get that. But here we go. The fight continues here. Torque gets the nano boost, and he should be able to shred through Michael very easily. And indeed, he does. Remix finally coming back into the fight.
Were things that dire? It didn't look like it to me. It looked like Kungarna was pretty spread out, but I mean, sometimes you just fire it off when you see you see a certain number of people alive, and you're like, well,
that was just a
better
statement.
safe than sorry for sure.
Just a statement from Harb. He's like, no, like you're not doing it. Like I am gonna kill you, but in the end, Remix gets last laugh.
All right, Kungarna sitting here with 2 ultimates, an Earth Shatter and a whole hog on their side. Complexity with 1, and that's an Earth Shatter and close to a sound barrier, so both sides relatively equal in this situation. But Connor, what?
All right, well, JKW gets Blam and Ajax, both supports out of it on the side of Kungarna, and it's gonna be back to the drawing board for them. Those were some pretty...
You know, if we ever do an exhibition match or something, it should just be all Roadhogs with the soundtrack of Yakety Sax. They just pull each other all over the place.
Oh, dude, that would be something for the ages. I think that's our next tournament we're hosting here. Sign up now. Anyway, here we go. Torque he's soon going to have... He's going to have Graviton in just a second if he doesn't die first, though. He's quite hurt at the moment. He's going to use it, and Earth Shatter uses as well. Shake and Joe Meister both have these ultimates for Complexity at the moment. 2 down for Kungarna. A self-destruct is used, and it finds pretty much absolutely nothing with it for Kungarna, as Michael sent that one on in, and that will be Complexity mounting a brilliant defense here. Kungarna has 55 seconds to make something happen, exactly the same point where Complexity started to struggle on their offense.
Kungarna struggled a bit on the first point as well. They certainly didn't cap it nearly as fast as Complexity did, but they're also, like you said, being held definitely just as strong here on the second point. Although no real openings for Kungarna, they do have a nano boost, but they got to really make that work if they want to bring this home. But Complexity's got 3 in the bank, almost a whole hog, and that's just going to be an uphill battle.
Self-destruct going into the back line, forcing Remix to look at it, and the nano boost coming out on the side of Complexity as JKW just starts wreaking havoc, but actually not many people around for him to kill. Connor J went down in the fight, Michael as well. Connor J just got that respawn, though, so essentially Congarna only has 4 guys up in this fight, and Complexity is hanging very strong right here. Congarna just needs to wait as long as they possibly can to get everybody back in. They want to reinitiate soon, but Remix getting pressured here. 2 seconds left. They need to get into it. Baby Bay uses, I believe that was Graviton out of Baby Bay, but I'm not sure as though anything got sucked out. He may have actually had his Graviton eaten by D.Va here, but still the fight continues. 5 versus 5 on the cart at the moment. They're still scrapping it out. Complexity with the opportunity to take a 1-0 lead here in this series. Graviton comes out on the side of Complexity. Torque sends that one on in, but Blam and Michael finding 2 here. Torque, Shake, Joe Meister all being taken out. Congarna, they have the chance to cap this point off, but they need to stand strong on it. JKW and Nicholas still in at the moment. Harblu, who was quite hurt, getting that hook onto Ajax. That was huge, and Baby Bay sends in his Graviton onto Harblu for good measure just to make sure that he got the kill, but the players of Complexity still filtering in here onto this point, but Congarna is all over them. They're able to keep them off of it by enough time to get the cap, and they have 1:30 to try and make it to where Complexity did.
Complexity at 1:30 as well, so yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's pretty equal at this point. Congarna sitting on a pulse bomb from Connor J. Maybe some of those picks, well, really probably only Connor is the change from there in the overtime. Panic, but Complexity sitting on top of a nano boost, a self-destruct, and there's Ajax coming all the way to the front.
Oh man, that's what we're used to seeing out of Hard Blue right there. That's some hard hog play, and getting Ajax says no, you don't. Getting Remix, a good bubble from Baby Bay to keep him alive, but here we go. Harb is going to use that whole hog, and he got the nano boost as well.
What?
Oh, pulls Baby Bay back in. That's maximum range. Harblu, man. What happened to you? That was...
It looked like it just sat there for a second, and Baby Bay was like, oh, a hook for me? Don't mind if I do.
Let me just grab onto that quick. And got
yes. It's a fine hook if I say so myself.
Well, it's 25 seconds for Congarna here. They have to make it happen. They have to take this fight. A decent bit of ultimates were used by Complexity in that last fight, so there's something to work with here for Congarna. They have an ultimate advantage, sending in self-destruct, starting to try and make a little bit of space. Baby Bay takes down JKW, so 6v5 for them. They have an opportunity to keep this one moving here. Connor J in dire straits right now, though, getting healed up by his Ana, as there's a little bit of separation here for the time being. Just hammering away at each other. Connor J takes down Torque. Now Congarna slowly working their way forward. Sound barriers used on both sides here. JKW has an Earth Shatter to use. No, he used it, and the shield was up from Remix. Got absolutely nothing with it. Hard Blue finds 2. Michael gets 2 himself, and they're still scrapping out on the card here. Connor J gets that pulse bomb off, but is going to land on nobody. JKW gets finished off. Connor J hooked in. Hard Blue takes care of him, and they are still going at it here. Congarna may actually be able to take this one here unless Hard Blue pulls off some sort of a miracle play. He needs to get the whole hog right now. He does hook him in, but no, he couldn't get it in time, and Congarna is able to make it there. No one from Complexity was around, and they will take the first map here on Gibraltar down to the wire.
You know, this is why I love Overwatch. For moments like that, it's such great play on both sides, and at the last moment, you still have no idea who's going to win, who's going to be able to make that full hold. How important was it for Complexity to hold on the second point? We've seen that corner kill so many teams.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That corner can either bite you or be a best friend. A lot of times it bites you, depending on which side you're on. But I mean, they gave it what they had on that second point. I mean, in the end, Congarna just kind of put it together, narrowly capped it. And I think the bigger mistake for Complexity was on that last stretch. As they were trying to defend as it went into overtime, it was just, they were all scattered. They couldn't really seem to find themselves and get a good fight on the cart, because all they needed to do was just wipe them once.
And that's what happened with them on the second point as well. Meanwhile, Congarna was able to kind of find each other, reconnect, and get some semblance of a push. When actually, in the second point, it looked like they were done. It looked like everything had just fallen apart, at least from the perspective we had at the time. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that was the hold. The second point was I mean, obviously the bread and the one that they wanted, the one that would really have guaranteed ended the match. But around that second corner, that wasn't the worst situation they could have been in. They just weren't. Complexity just wasn't able to hold it out in overtime, obviously. And that's really all there is to it. There goes my prediction.
I'm like 0 for 3 today, I think, or something, or whatever. So,
Absolutely. Well,
I mean, Complexity could still win. Yeah, well, now it's
they could. You still have a 2-0 at
caster
least.
bias, man. You know, what are we biased towards? Our own predictions and
Of
egos.
course.
More than anything else.
Of course, yeah. I mean, it was a thrilling game. Let's take another look at some of it here. I love seeing some Nano Zarya anyways.
Oh, of
We'll
course.
see some more of that here. Great win there by Kangarna.
Now, Baby Bay, this is one of the first times I've ever seen Baby Bay actually switch over to play a tank role throughout all the qualifiers. He really never played anything other than like a Tracer or a Soldier 76. I'm pretty sure we did not see him play anything besides those two heroes, Tracer 76. And now he's fitting into these roles a little bit better, into this meta by being able to do things like Zarya and things of that nature. So it's good to see him doing that and being pretty effective with it too.
Absolutely, and we talked at the beginning about Connor J versus Harblu, this being a Roadhog matchup, and it started out with some great Connor J play, getting the hook onto Harblu. I think it was the first kill we saw, but then ended with some amazing play from Harblu as well. Loved watching that matchup, and they'll be taking it here on to map number 2.
That's right. We these guys, they're always fun to watch. You know, that was kind of the story when we saw these guys playing the qualifiers too. It was like that Roadhog battle between both of them, and that story continues here, at least through Gibraltar. I don't know if Harblu is going to keep staying on Hog throughout the next map because, as of late, as we were saying before, he's been playing a lot more Zarya. But depending on what we have, it could potentially be him on Hog again. We'll have to see, but Harblu has been really good on Zarya.
Certainly if they go into a control point map or something like that, whatever map we're going to see next is going to be Complexity's choice, as that's how the selection works. I'd be really interested to see if they picked a control point. Against a team like Kungarna, that's a team where, in my opinion, from what I've seen, you kind of want to flex your cohesion, your strategy, and if you take them to a control point, a lot of that starts to unravel, and you allow space for people like Baby Bay to step up and carry even harder than what's going on previously with Michael playing D.Va so well. It just seems like a sketchy pick to me, but they haven't picked that, so we'll see exactly what comes out when it comes out.
Yeah, and I think in terms of map picks too, I think for Complexity, if they're looking for a map to go to here, they could be looking at Kings Row, potentially. That is the map that they took off of Envious. They were the only team to take a map off of Envious the entire tournament Complexity, entirety of MLG Vegas, that is. So maybe that's feeling pretty good for Complexity right now. That may be what they want to head to. So, you know, we'll have to see in the end. They have some options. Yeah,
either way, something that gets back into the Nicholas on May combo and running kind of that very aggressive, whether they're on offense or defense setup, where they're not allowing you to dictate the pace of the battle, but they're coming after you with an ice wall behind one of your main tanks and then charging into you and really providing that backstop. Well, it looks like you called it. Kings Road is.
Hey, I got something right today. Maybe not who wins games, but I got what map they're going to pick. So, well, Kings Row it is. This is, as I was saying, the map that Complexity was able to take away from Envious at MLG Vegas, the only team to be able to do that on any map. So, we'll see. Kangarna has the 1-0 lead in this series. This is a best-of-3. Keep in mind, folks, here, now that we're into the top 8, the group stage of the Winter Premiere. It's going to be best-of-3 maps still. And we'll see. It is going to be Complexity off on the defensive side first, and Kangarna will be rocking on the offensive side. We'll have to see what they decide to go with. But Nicholas, we had noted before, Nicholas has really been liking to play Mei a lot lately. Complexity has been, I should say, liking to run Mei a lot lately.
I think we all like when Nicholas runs Mei.
Yeah, I mean, the guy...
Kangarna probably doesn't right now.
Yeah, I would say not, probably. But, I mean...
Maybe bringing their own Mei.
Yeah, and, well, yeah, that's true. They're currently showing Remix on it. We'll have to see if he sticks with it.
Why do we even do this? Honestly?
I know. I should just
with Lucio spying and all that stuff that's been going on lately, it's just doesn't matter. Here we go, Winston, as we probably should have expected, but Complexity, this is going to be a match where we can see exactly whether they're going to be able to step it up today. This is their game. This is their lineup that we've seen them play so much. Connor J going to play Genji and perhaps disrupt this dynamic from Complexity.
This is interesting. Baby Bay is actually
already in the back.
Very interesting. Baby Bay is playing Zarya instead of the Tracer. Michael has actually switched to Tracer, which is not what you would normally expect, at least from what we saw from Kangarna in the qualifiers, but they are running a dive comp nonetheless. So they are going to be getting in right away. They're already putting time down onto that point, and they get the initial pick to take down Joe Meister. JKW does strike back to get Remix, but Michael's going off right now. He's able to take down Nicholas, and Kingarna, it seems as though this dive comp has been working quite well thus far. Michael is in the back line, just completely harassing these guys at the moment, throws the pulse bomb out there as well. Not going to connect quite onto anything, but regardless, they just had bodies on the point. Complexity really never went back in to reinitiate, and Kingarna's just cleaning house right now.
Well, there goes that lineup for Complexity as they immediately changed Torque going over to Roadhog, Nicholas on Tracer. Interested to see if that lasts, or that was just kind of a panic situation to defend the first point. But we're going to find out real soon. Meanwhile, Kingarna just going to keep on going as is. They're very close. They have it now. It's Dragon Blade. There is a Graviton lined up just a second away as well, and a Nano Boost. There's a number of things you can combine here for an absolute mess of a fight for Complexity. Complexity just very, very low on their ultimate economy. Really only a Graviton, but if you had to pick one out of everything, it's either going to be that or the Earth Shadow for me.
Connor J is going to go for this Dragon Blade right now. Look at this. That is the Wombo combo out from Kingarna. Full team wipe here on the streets phase. That was nasty.
Cheeky, man. That is, didn't even nano.
I was about to say, Connor J, like, wait for Blam to get the nano boost. But apparently
he knows better than didn't need it.
Look at that. And there is
Tracer.
Oh, the hook in from Torque, though. Takes down Connor J. They are trying to contest this second point if they can. Complexity shouldn't invest too much right here if they don't have to. They actually were able to hang on to it. Michael's just going to go ahead and jump off.
Go ahead and reset that.
Yeah, get the reset. And Complexity, they invest some to try and hold that point, and it pays off for them. And thank God for them, because, I mean, if you invest a lot right there and it doesn't work out, you are in some trouble going into the last point.
Complexity struggling quite a bit here. They just changed Harblue off of Winston onto Roadhog. They have a Pulse Bomb, close to a Sound Barrier, but that's pretty much it. Kingarna sitting on nothing, very close to a Sound Barrier as well. Look to see that in the next fight. Other than that, this is going to be either Nicholas making a big play or all of Complexity just going to have to step up and win the head-to-head fight. No ultimates allowed.
Here we go, Pulse Bomb, all used by Nicholas. He gets put to sleep, though. Brilliant Sleep Dart coming out from Blam, and here we go. Kingarna already able to get two, and the Sound Barrier was used by Complexity. I'm not sure if that was the time to use it. You're already down players. Joe Meister falls, and Kingarna is going to get the point here anyway. I think I would have liked to have seen Joe Meister hang on to that Sound Barrier a bit longer, because I believe they had already lost players in the fight. There's no need to use it.
I got to agree with you. Either way, I mean, it's not defending from an ultimate. It's just defending from a regular fight at that point. I mean, it's certainly a debatable situation. Sound Barrier on its own when there's nothing else in the field is certainly effective. I mean, that allows you to just step up and win the fight in a regular manner. But after missing a Pulse Bomb and whatnot, you're already expending too much for that engagement. Complexity just getting pestered here. Harblue trying to go one-on-one against Michael Steva. Not trying, successfully taking him out.
Go. A lot of ultimates being used for Kingarna. You had a Sound Barrier amongst other things. You had the Nano Boost as well. And they actually don't even have any kills to show for it here. And they use the Nano Boost off on the side of Complexity as well. Sending Torque on forward here as Harblue takes down Remix. A lot of ults used, a few ults used, I should say, for Kingarna. Didn't get much value out of them, but Complexity still holding on here. 3 minutes and 35 seconds for Kingarna to work with here to try and pick up the last point.
Complexity still alive. They can hold this point here, and then all they have to do is cap it all the way. No time concerns, but that's getting a step ahead. Torque dropping a Graviton here, not finding enough of the pickups that he wanted. Baby Bay taking out Torque on Zarya head-to-head, but the rest of Complexity able to push out Kingarna and finally take down 2 kills. iRemix and Connor J going down. Kingarna's going to have to reset and try this yet again. Complexity sitting there with an Earth Shadow. They're not too far away from the Sound Barrier. Meanwhile, Kingarna with 3, almost 4. That's going to be a lot more tools for Kingarna to work with as they push into Complexity a second time. But JKW holding on to an Earth Shatter. That can shut them all down if done right.
That's right. It certainly can change the tide of a fight indeed. There is going to be a wall coming out, getting a bit of separation between the players. Nicholas here on May. Oh, he gets put to, I think he got either put to sleep or Earth Shatter right in the middle of that there Remix. iRemix, I believe he was earth-shattered as JKW did use his. And Michael, Connor J, though, able to find 2 frags already in this fight for Kingarna as they finally get their ground set on this last point. Hard Blue is able to come back with 1, does take down iRemix, and there is his sound barrier used on the side of Complexity. Self-destruct comes in, not going to find anything with that for Michael. And JKW gets that nano boost as he is just swinging away. Big hook back in from Hard Blue. Couldn't quite connect on the shot, though, as Ajax was flying all over the place. And Michael gets booped back in. Hard Blue wanted to get that hook, bring him back up from the dead. But regardless, Complexity in the end will hang on. Kingarna getting a little bit more ground on the cart, but they are now down to 1 minute and 50 seconds left to be able to make something happen here.
Complexity online with another Earth Shatter from JKW, but nothing else to work with. About 30% away from 25. Okay, getting there quickly. Nicholas with a blizzard. He's going to get pulled all the way forward, but I don't expect him to go down just yet. Complexity stepping up to try and defend.
Oh, there's going to be an Earth Shatter. JKW, he got Baby Bay caught up in that one, but there was really a whole lot of follow-up around. Remix got taken out by Hard Blue, though, so that will be enough to stall Kingarna here. And Connor J is actually switching over to Tracer now at this time. I guess a few different guys can play this Tracer game, so we'll have him on that. Torque is going to be hiding up top. Beautiful positioning, going to get them all up inside of that Graviton. The sound barrier was used from Ajax, but man, they just get crushed anyway. It doesn't matter. At that point, you might as well just let them use the ultimates if you're Ajax and just come back with sound barrier for another fight. I'm not sure if he used it before the Graviton or once they were Gravitoned. Didn't quite catch it, but still, Complexity looking good here, man. Kingarna's got to make it happen.
Kingarna's just trying to build some ultimates here and really slam it home in the final 40 seconds of this assault here on Kings Row. Complexity trying to defend. They will have 3 of their own ultimates online, and they will both have enough tools to get it done, but Complexity a little bit on a back foot so far through most of Kings Row, but really finally stepping forward here on the last point. And it's going to come down to JKW getting a good Earth Shatter in at the right time.
They almost shut out Remix there with the May wall, but there's going to be a Graviton in with the Pulse Bomb. Hard Blue and Connor J both connect for frags of their own, but Kingarna finally gets it together as they get 4 themselves. And they will be on the cart looking good to press forward here. There's only 5 seconds left. Joe Meister gets hunted down as well by Connor J. And now they are going to go. Being back on the cart, JKW needs to stall for as long as he can. Nicholas coming back out. He wants to get onto that cart and to stall, really get inside of his ice block. Connor J still just cleaning up on players left and right now, and it's going to take a miracle for Complexity to be able to win this fight. And Baby Bay taking down Joe Meister. They are all over at Kingarna. No one around from Complexity to be able to stop it, and they made a good defense out of it there, Complexity. But in the end, Kingarna caps all 3 points in overtime. Now we will go into a change of sides and see what Complexity can do on the offense. But this was that beautiful push from Kingarna in through the streets phase. Just big wombo combo. Graviton in with the Dragon Blade. The thanks from Connor J on top of that. And I think they even put a Pulse Bomb in there.
3 of them in there. 3 thanks. They're going down real quick.
He's very, very thankful for the opportunity given in the streets phase.
Wrong holiday, man.
Yeah, that was like a couple months ago, man. But here we go. Change of sides. This is Complexity's map choice. Keep in mind, Kings Row here. This is what they wanted. This is what they beat Envious on. And I'm sure they feel good here. They, all things considered, had a pretty good defense there. They made Kingarna cap it in overtime. So they certainly have their opportunity if they can pull it out here on the offensive side. Looks like Torque maybe a little bit of Sombra.
That I can believe, but yeah. I'm going to take our previous advice and just stay away from all of that.
Yeah.
Whether they want to troll casters or play head games with each other or who even knows. Not worth getting into. Kingarna, they're going to be a lot more reliable here as they actually have to run out to the point. So 4 tanks, nope, 3 tanks. And Baby Bay on Soldier 76 along with your 2 standard supports for the current game.
This is what we're used to seeing out of Kingarna too. This was kind of like what they did a lot.
No May on Complexity yet. Now, I was really surprised they weren't making it pay off. They weren't paying the dividends on the Mei combos that they were getting in the past. We saw in MLG, we saw in the earlier stages of the Winter Premiere. Just those walls not really breaking up the momentum of Kungarna the way the Complexity was able to do to other teams. Now, perhaps that's just the skill of Kungarna showing through. They kept their own pressure up so much that those walls need to be used more defensively, but that's a whole different can of worms we'll probably not even have time to get into tonight.
There's a lot of Overwatch going on here, a lot of things to talk about, and right away Torque is going to be getting into the backline. Getting put to sleep, but uses translocation to get back to the health
swivel.
Yeah, really. And getting the hack as well. That's so useful to be able to get that hack, but right away they get onto the point, and Torque finishes off Connor J, and Complexity getting their ground onto the point here, and Torque is just blasting away, and soon going to be up on that EMP as he tries to hunt down the Lucio, finishing off Ajax. Complexity all over this point right now, playing very aggressively. Nicholas was all the way forward as he gets knocked out of his mech. Hard
That's
blue.
familiar too.
Blam.
Not even wipe, just pushing half of them back. Baby Bay was taking the high ground advantage that we've seen him use in the past in the Winter Premiere, but getting shut out by the Diva play from Nicholas. So Complexity is going to take that first point. Not a whole lot of time disparity between the two teams here, but the Streets phase is going to make a hell of a difference as that full wipe, pretty much, that came out of the Genji, the Dragon Blade Graviton combo. Maybe Kungarna just going to surrender the whole thing?
They lost Connor J there. I think Hardblue got that hook, and then they were able to get the pick. So they got to wait for Connor J here, and then...
And the Streets phase is a tricky part, right? If you've got the ultimate advantage, you really think you can pound that area and keep them suppressed, then that's a gamble worth taking. But sitting back so far on ultimates at the moment, can't really blame them, but never mind, they're going to turn it on and step forward.
Oh, Remix gets mulched in seconds by Hardblue there as he even got the nano boost from Blam, but he couldn't do anything with it really. Baby Bay able to come back with one, and Shake will use Transcendence to try and solidify the capture on this second point here. Connor J getting finished off in the end by Hardblue and Torque as they combine for that kill. Hardblue gets a second one. Finishes off Blam, and there we go. I'm choking again. I did it in the qualifiers, I'm doing it now, I'm choking. But here we go. It is Complexity. They do get the second point, and they're feeling pretty good right now, just completely rolling with it. Look at that, David. 5 minutes and 35 seconds for them to come through and get last.
Yeah, but it is the third point, and all 5 of those minutes can disappear real fast. Complexity stepping forward with 2 ultimates, and there is self-destruct coming out from the side of Kungarna, but it's not going to connect. Or actually, sorry, it does connect on one on Hardblue.
Got Hardblue. There was an Earthshatter that came out, but self-destruct kind of distracted from it. The whole hog out from Connor J was able to take down JKW. Michael is able to get 2 of his own, both of the supports. That's something that we've seen him do quite a bit, something that he's good at when he plays Diva, is just get onto the supports. I'm sure in that scenario, really just cleaning up on the damage, but something he's very good at.
This fight is I'm looking forward to this. All right, we got an EMP locked and loaded for Complexity. They've also got a self-destruct, a sound barrier. This is the combo they need to hit.
Here we go. You saw them trying to back up. They knew it was coming. Here it comes. A self-destruct on in. They trade 1 for 1 thus far. There's a sound barrier out from Joe Meister. They're going to invest a lot into this one here, Complexity. They even use Transcendence. And they have managed to find 3 so far, maybe even 4. Yes, indeed. Shake finishes off Baby Bay. And Torque is right up in the face of Blam, trying to secure that one as well, and he will. So they are just plowing through here, Complexity. Someone's got to get out onto this cart and try and stop it and just delay. They do have Remix on it for the time being. A hack going out, though, at the moment. Hardblue and Joe Meister both starting it off. They get Connor J. Remix. Hardblue finds 2 right now as he takes down Baby Bay, who switched to Mei to try and keep them all at bay while he sat in his ice block on the point and just stall as long as possible. Man. But here we go. Complexity finishing it off. In the end, we will be all tied up at 3-3 now. We'll give Complexity a shot at, all they need to do is cap the first point, really, with 4 minutes to do so, to win this map. As Kungarna got the cap in overtime, but the replays here, those EMPs,
that's right,
coming up big
there. The amount of damage Sombra does with that huge clip on a discorded target is just so insane.
Yeah, you can seriously, like, if you just land all those shots in the head, it's just shred.
They just get vaporized, absolutely.
Yeah, so, well, here we go. It's Complexity onto the offense yet again. They have 4 minutes. All they need to do is get this first point, because Kingarna capped the payload in overtime. So, and Complexity capped it with a lot of time left.
So there's no additional time given to Kingarna, and Complexity is just looking pretty.
They are looking very pretty. Very pretty indeed. 4 minutes to get this first point. I can't imagine a world where they don't get it. I mean,
we've seen it before.
We have. It's a very rare occurrence, but we have seen it.
Well, if that did happen, then they'd probably be glad that there's not a map after that for them, because that'd be hard to recover from.
Yeah, that'd be very hard indeed. Well, we'll see. We'll take a look at what Complexity has.
Take their sweet time here.
Right out of the gate, Connor J able to get hard blue, so it's pretty much time for them to really just regroup here. They've already lost two. JKW went down, but that's the thing. They have so much time. Of course, you don't want to just lollygag all day with the time that you have, but still, no harm done for Complexity here at this point. As soon as they get that EMP,
I gotta disagree with that. They just gave a whole lot of ultimate charge.
Okay, besides that, yes.
Out of that mess of whatever it was. And you know, that's the situation. Just play the shield game, generate your ultimates, and as long as you come out on top. But I mean, there's a lot of different tactics. Something to be said for aggression as well. But right now we're in the mix. Complexity trying to take this first point here. They do already have an EMP locked and loaded.
Well, this could be bad news for Kingarna here. No, actually, they strike back. They got 3 of their own. Complexity started it off. They got 2 kills. They had the 2-man advantage, and then Complexity used that nano boost. Blam got that one off, and they were able to clean up on those players. And Hard Blue gets taken down by Baby Bay there right in the end, who is soon going to be up on a Graviton Surge. But right now, Complexity, they have an EMP. They're about to have Transcendence. Whole Hog is on the way in just a second.
I mean, all Complexity really needs, though, they need to self-destruct. They need either the Earth Shatter or the EMP, something along those lines, right? EMP to Earth Shatter to self-destruct. You don't have to save anything. Just dump it all and bring it home.
Well, there's going to be Graviton used. Oh, Torque. Oh, my goodness. Touchdown, Michael. Look at that. That is, I think, 5 in total. In that one for him, maybe 4. But regardless, beautifully placed mech bomb from Michael. Just mopping the floor with Complexity.
Torque still holding on to the EMP.
Yes, and I'm very happy that he didn't use it. And that's why, as soon as the Graviton came out,
held on to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and it's, I mean, at least as soon as the Graviton came out, he didn't like force it, I suppose, but it'll give them an opportunity now. Yes, they go in with it. They use Transcendence as well. There's not much these guys from Kingarna can do. Luckily, Ajax anticipated it and used Sound Barrier, but it's not enough anyway. Hard Blue and Torque are both able to pick up frags here. Michael struck back with 1, but still Complexity having the upper hand in this fight here. The Nano Boost did get put onto Michael, and he will be chasing these guys around. He'll send the self-destruct on in. Can Shake it away in time. He made it into the hotel just in time there, so everybody avoids the disaster. But he bought time for the rest of Kingarna to get back to the point at least, but still they're staggering their deaths, and they're really going to have to take a team fight with Complexity. That's the problem here. They're so close to capping it off. There's no one around from Kingarna, and that should seal the deal. Yes, indeed it will.
Ooh.
Complexity will take King's Row here and send it to a 3rd and final map.
That was unfortunately rough.
That was very, very interesting whether that end of that game was able to go. And you're right, we get a Game 3 for the first time here in the group stage. It's exciting. One team took one, the other team took the other.
Yeah.
So we come down to this one.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun to watch. These guys have been very close. I mean, that was Complexity's pick, and it was still, I mean, granted, the Complexity offense, the Complexity attack was much faster and much better than what Kingarna put together.
The first time around.
Yeah, but I mean the defense that they put up there from Kingarna, you know, hats off to them. They held them for quite a while, and almost made it work in the end. Complexity just a bit too strong, but still.
And the distances and just the nature of that point. Yeah. I'm debating back and forth in my head whether so much of that is Kingarna mounting a great defense in the first time. Obviously, they're doing the things that are necessary to allow Lady Luck to touch them or to set themselves up for success to some degree, right? But Complexity just kind of spaghetti on those first 2 attacks. Honestly, on the man, how do you even talk about that? The second attack, the first 2 attempts on the second attack.
Yeah,
that's what we're gonna go with. Second assault. Those were just kind of all over the place, man.
Yeah, and you made a good point that we saw Torque get his ult and then hold on to it for just the right moment, and then it was the big difference maker that was able to give them the point. Torque's ults kind of this entire map were really important.
Yeah, they're game changers, these EMPs, and you get them so quickly. Or they can be game changers, I should say, but they can be built very fast. You can get a lot of them off. That's why, I mean, there's certain points, since he could build them so quickly, I mean, he held on to his EMP for like 2 fights, and some people out there may be saying, oh, you build it so quick, just go in and use it. I mean, the thing for him is I don't think he was in position in either of those fights to a point where it really would have landed on many people. And by the time he was about to use it, it was like, oh, somebody used Graviton or somebody used something else. And it's at that point, I mean,
they don't, and they didn't.
You're not going to be able to use it effectively.
He didn't have ultimates to pair it with necessarily. Right. I mean, he probably could have, if he generated as fast as he usually does, he probably could have gotten one out very early and then saved the second one. But either way, it seems to me a little bit like anytime Complexity is going to run the Sombra offense, or I don't know if we've seen it on defense really,
No.
but it seems like Shake is actually a very, very important part of all that. I mean, he's playing Zenyatta. He's got the Discord on targets that Sombra's on pretty much constantly in order to make her DPS a little bit more satisfactory. Like you mentioned, there's also the hacks coming out from D.Va and all that, but onto D.Va and all that. But it seems like if you're able to get in the backline somehow and take out Shake, I know, rocket science, get in the backline, kill a support, and you're going to be looking good. But he's such a critical part of making other characters, other heroes on the map at the time more effective, that it seems like you're getting even more return than just one support. Not that they're, you know, just one support.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, you talked about that maybe Complexity wanted to choose Hollywood, possibly. You said it was Hollywood when you had suggested Kings Row, which was your correct pick. Hollywood will be our third map, and that's Kangarna's pick there. So both teams feeling comfortable on this map. Hopefully it'll be a thriller just like map number 1 was.
I'm not surprised to see this. I believe this is one of the maps when Kangarna played them in the qualifiers that they beat Complexity on, if I'm not mistaken. I have to look back at it, but yes. So they, this is probably a pretty strong one for Kangarna. So we'll see what they bring to the table here. Complexity electing to go for the offensive side first here, and Kangarna will start things off on defense as we head into map 3 between Complexity Gaming and Kangarna, the team that really made a name for themselves throughout the qualifiers of the Overwatch Winter Premiere. Kangarna, and they've made it into the group stage, and they've played very, very well against some of the best teams in North America. And they're nothing to scoff at, for sure. So, as far as a defense goes, what are you seeing here thus far, David?
Right now, looks like 4 tanks.
Yeah, surprise.
Full stop, 4 tanks.
Well, they did just switch Ajax over to Zen, which is like a bland. Yeah, they just switched Ajax over to Zen, so it's interesting. As far as I remember, they had him on Lucio most of the time. I think this is one of the first times I've seen him on Zen.
Yeah, I mean, Zen on a hold on a first point like this is
very viable.
Very, very strong. You've got a lot of healing from Ana already. Zen isn't all, well, comparing him to Lucio is kind of a tricky thing in general, but Discord worth its weight in gold, for sure. So, with the kind of damage that you can do with the tank lineup, especially discording anything Connor J is going to get on, is just going to absolutely explode. But Complexity breaking out another Sombra attack, that's going to be 3 in a row.
Here we go. They do love this Sombra. Oh, Torque getting destroyed by Connor J right there.
He's done that spot every single time I've seen this. That Connor J just did his research.
Yeah, he knows where he likes to go.
Yeah.
And you're right. It's pretty much one of his bread and butter spots there, the Torque.
That's kind of one of those things I was talking about. Well, we got a second where maybe switching off one player away from a hero and another one on, suddenly how they play it changes, and perhaps that has more effect. But I mean, it's theory crafting not worth talking about right now. It's Complexity mounting their second defense. Torque trying to come in from the backside.
They're going to go in through the... Well, he's going to go all the way up to the Cafe. Yes, he wants to get onto Ajax. Pumping the damage in. Ajax was caught out by himself. And you think that they kind of pair him with someone. Oh, Blam getting pulled in by Harblu as well. Complexity off to a great start on this point here. Connor J, though, he's able to get 2 for himself. In the end, gets taken down by Nicholas, and Baby Bay coming through. They come back, Kangarna, and get some kills for themselves, but it's kind of in vain here. Complexity's all over the point. They're not going to be able to get back in time to defend either, so pretty commanding first push coming out here from Complexity.
Absolutely. Complexity Running 3 tanks in Sombra here, along with their own Zenyatta. Kungarna switching Ajax off of Zen, back onto Lucio. They're into the streets phase. That dynamic is going to fall apart just a little bit. Complexity also running their own Lucio. And still on Zenyatta, not breaking out Ana at the moment.
Oh, here we go, Torque coming to meet back up with his team.
I guess they don't really need it so much. Well, hold on to that thought.
Hello, here comes self-destructs on both sides. 2 have already gone the way of Complexity, and that's just about said and done for Kungarna. Complexity going to be able to just push this card forward. Though this is good. I love what I'm seeing out of Bland there. He died on the cart at least, and if other players on this team are going to die, I mean, you know, you got to just die on the cart, really. Oh my goodness, Torque playing so aggressive. Just, he wanted that kill onto Ajax, hunted him down. He knew he was low on health. It's gonna delay how long you know, it takes for Kungarna to get back out here and take another fight on this cart. They'll probably have one more good shot at being able to defend this. And Complexity's got a lot of ultimates to work with here as well. There's go. Oh my goodness, there it was. Yes, the EMP being used before Baby Bay could get his Graviton off, and he'll have to wait until after the EMP wears off. Shake using that Transcendence just for good measure. And Kungarna now has a lot of ultimates, but there's 3 players down on this one, and I believe, yes, Torque hunting down Ajax yet again. Complexity's going to be able to cap the second point. They are steamrolling right now on Hollywood.
Definitely looking hard to stop. They are very low in the ultimate economy, though. Meanwhile, Kungarna holding onto 3 of their own, but that's going to be a game pause.
Well,
anybody? Yep. Complexity at a disconnect.
Oh, well, I guess we'll let him get back in.
Yeah, we want a fair match here.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
one thing you mentioned after the second game that one of the best things to be doing was to get on the back line and get at the supports, and we see Sombra doing exactly that on the Zenyatta of Kungarna to start off that first point, which Connor J had a nice counter at the beginning. The Sombra being a very, very interesting play here, kind of a give and take here for Complexity on this third map.
It's been really strong for them. I mean, they've so far, not just this map, but you know, even the other maps. The Sombra's been pretty great for them. They've, yeah, obviously, as you said, all over Ajax towards the end of these fights. So you can see, hopefully, sending remix to the skies.
It's like a scrap elevator going down.
That was, I mean, he just sent him up, man. That was great. So I mean, the Sombra though, it's the thing. Complexity, obviously, they've almost like patented this using the Sombra, because really none of the other top teams, at least in like tournament play, are really using it. At least in kind of the North American scene, at least.
Not as much and not as well.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And I'm not sure if other teams like really know how to play against it. That's
well, it's interesting because like this is the concept of a meta that the more everybody does one thing, i.e. triple and quad tank, the more valuable it becomes to do literally anything else. And so you've seen this bringing out the Sombra, this character that nobody's playing, and the answer is maybe situations like we see from Connor J, where he's like, all right, where does he go on this map? And the moment he hears that SMG, he turns around and has an instant hook. Beautiful play like that is the sort of stuff they have to be able to bring out. But at the same time, what do you do when you have someone who can turn invisible and then EMP your entire team and just completely change the fight? Baby Bay couldn't get his ult off.
And that's the thing. I mean, even myself, I don't know if I know the answers, because I mean, I don't even know if top teams really know the best, maybe the best answer to counter it. But here we go. We are right back into the game, folks. That was very quick, and it looks like Kungarna is going to snag up 3, make that 4 in total kills for themselves.
Well, they had at least a minute to plan how that was going to go down. So.
Yeah. They had a little bit of time, so
and that's really unfortunate for any team that's on offense, or really any team that's doing well, having all that momentum dropped. I mean, that's what timeouts are used for in so many other sports and games. But Kungarna here holding on to 3 ultimates, taking it to Complexity. Is going to have to back off. They're sitting on 2 of their own, not too far away from a third one out of Torque. But right now, Complexity, they still got 4 minutes left. And they got a lot going for them.
Yeah, they have plenty of time for sure. And Torque is soon going to have the EMP at his disposal, and now he's got it locked and loaded. Nicholas is going to have self-destruct, JKW with an Earth Shatter. Remix also has an Earth Shatter for himself. Ajax will have that sound barrier, which is going to be used, and the self-destruct sent on in. by them. And now they are going to see Torque is going to pick up one. Harblue gets one as well here. So Remix and Connor J both taken out. Things are starting to look very good for Complexity at this moment as Torque finishes off Michael. And now Kungarna needs to make one last stand here. Harblue using that whole hog. He's going to keep them out, keeping Remix from getting onto the card as he got nano boosted. Beautiful use of the whole hog from Harblue, keeping them all off it, just letting them push it in for free. 3 minutes and 17 seconds left on the time bank as well. You're feeling good if you're Complexity right now.
Absolutely. That's a good situation to be in. They probably, well, not probably, but they maybe would have brought all that home without the pause even faster. But either way, 4 minutes left on the clock is
You
quite
gotta
a bit.
love that.
Quite a bit. Definitely enough.
Yeah, they are feeling good at the moment, that's for sure. 3 minutes and 17 seconds. See what Kungarna wants to do on the offensive side, because they are going to have a hell of an offense if they want to try and match what Complexity just put up there. So Michael so far is showing a Tracer, whatnot. I probably shouldn't even go through this. I'm
Nope,
really
but,
wasting my breath, but
Torque Bjorn might be a thing again.
yeah, Torque Bjorn maybe a little.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it.
It seems as though it's going to
You have
be a
our
thing.
trust, Complexity.
You do.
Don't mar this relationship.
I know. Yeah, everybody in this,
I don't give out
everybody's on
trust
thin
easily.
ice right now. Don't do it to us. No.
All right, Joe Meister. He's going to be locking in Symmetra here. Torque on Torbjorn. Got a May. It's just a whole kit of things that I really hate being around. You know, if I wouldn't suggest it as a good strategy, all right, but if Harblue was Diva, it'd pretty much be the things my nightmares are made out of.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, man.
You're darn right about that, man.
This is just a lot. Now, it's kind of a shaky setup to use against a 4-tank lineup, which would not surprise me whatsoever from Kungarna.
That's the thing.
But
I mean,
if it snowballs hard.
Well, that's the thing. I don't know what.
3-tank.
Well,
My bad.
still, it's what kind of damage do you? I mean, what kind of damage do you really have on the side
Got
of
Symmetra,
Complexity?
bro.
Yeah,
90-meter
that's all you need.
beam sniper.
Wow, see, that's the thing is, there's not a lot of good consistent damage here. Harblue requires charge to really put out any damage. I mean, Joe Meister, yeah, he'll be able to get some here and there, but I don't know. He might be able to be dealt with somewhat easily. Torque can, I mean, for sure, pump out damage, but it's not going to be that consistent, I don't think. Not as consistent as someone like a 76 or what have you. So
Precision engineering. He knows it only takes one smack to put it right back where it is. That's just stellar play.
We'll see if it pays off for him, my man. This is going to be
there it
tough.
goes.
Oh, no. JKW gets hooked. Good bubble coming out from Harblue, though. Not looking good off the start for Complexity, though, as Torque is going to fall early, but Joe Meister's able to get remixed. Michael getting another one as he finishes off Joe Meister. Baby Bay takes down JKW. Complexity fighting back a little bit, but they really have no one else around here to get on this one, and it looks like Kungarna is going to be able to take first point on the first fight. Complexity went for the gamble, didn't quite work out for them. That's the thing when you run a combo like a Torb Symmetra, you absolutely have to win that first fight.
I don't know if they were expecting a dive or what. It just wasn't enough to tank bust out of that situation. I mean, even Nicholas, as great as he is, isn't going to be able to take out that many tanks, getting in there and freezing or anything like that. Harblue wasn't playing Roadhog, so he's certainly not going to be carrying the DPS to really shut down tanks that hard. I mean, Zarya's nothing to scoff at for DPS once she gets up there, but when everybody else is so weak, so situational, has to stay back, it's a whole lot of problems to deal with, and there it goes, Kungarna taking through the first point. They are being held in the gate here as Complexity putting up a much better fight. They've changed up their lineup. Nicholas still staying on May, though. He's getting very close to a Blizzard. He's already got it, and it just went out.
There was a Graviton use. I don't think anybody got caught inside of that one. Michael is trying to get all over Joe Meister, and he's able to take him down as well. Remix and Michael both able to pick up one there. Connor J on top of that, and Kungarna's only down Baby Bay at the moment. Connor J is going to town here, and Nicholas doing a good job. He's just going to die on the cart. Michael is tearing people apart.
Doesn't Liquipedia say Michael's a manager or something like that?
Does it? That's kind of funny, but
that's the nastiest manager I've seen so far.
Seriously, man, I don't know if I've seen a manager that can play like that.
I was looking at pages just like a week or two ago, and I swear it said something
Michael's
along
the
those
manager.
lines, but certainly not right now. Kungarna here holding on to 4 ultimates because I'm going to go ahead and count that pulse bomb anyways. And Complexity with just one.
Connor J getting the nano boost. Harblue got caught inside of the Earth Shatter and finished off Kungarna with a solid push right here. Great Earth Shatter out from Remix. And that will allow Kungarna to just continue to press this forward, man. I mean, Complexity, I don't think they're definitely not gonna have people out in time, and they got a lot. They got 3 forward spawns that came out as well, so they're gonna have to be careful. Kungarna knows it. They want to hunt these guys down before they have time to get back into their respawn, and they're actually going to use the nano boost onto Nicholas. He takes down Connor J, excuse me. Michael taken down as well. Even though Complexity were the ones that got separated, they win the fight nonetheless. They played it well, and they will be able to hold on here. Now.
Yep, Complexity, nothing ready here to go on ultimates, but they are close to a lot of them. So like you said in the past, look to see them popping out in the middle of the fight. Meanwhile, Kungarna sitting on 2, not too far away from 3, 4, 5, let's call it. Kungarna looking for the right position, definitely trying to get an Earth Shatter in for my Remix, but they got to break that shield first to make that opening.
He's got it.
And it's not the right targets either.
JKW's shield is hurting at them. Oh, he wanted to charge him. Oh, JKW is the one that gets the Earth Shatter off, and here comes the self-destruct as well. He was able to get one with it. Ajax, JKW got blammed, so both supports out of it for Kungarna at the moment, so they're definitely not... I can't imagine that they win this fight, but Remix and Michael are keeping themselves in it at least a little bit. But in the end, Torque finishes off Remix. That was a fat Helix rocket.
TJO stepping up to try and save JKW, or at least make his death worth it. And I think they accomplished that, moving in here to the second point. More or less, I mean, the cart still did move quite a bit, but wasn't as catastrophic as it could be. But look at Kungarna sitting on 6 ultimates. You're pretty much going to slam dunk this.
I mean, if they can't end this right here, right now, I don't know what. But here we go. It is going to be a slew of ultimates. 5 used so far for Kungarna. They've only managed to pick up 2 out of it, and they're hanging on for the time being. Yes, Connor J gets Joe Meister. Here we go. He's just going off on this last point right now. Kungarna plowing through them there, and like I said, if you have all 6 ults like that, Complexity only had like 2 or 3. You better be winning that fight.
How about that 3-minute left Complexity cap time though, man? That's going to be a barrier that's hard to. Oh, right. Now both of them have exactly the same amount of time for the most part. We're going to just wipe away that 10-second difference.
Yeah.
And
good offense from Garnet, really.
Great offense. Sketchy defense from Complexity on the first point at least, and a couple different times they seem to get a little bit back together on the third point, the JKW getting isolated. Some of the same problems, honestly, that we saw from Kings Row coming back up.
Well, yeah, this has been a good one here. I've been
loving
this.
It's been a great match, man.
Yeah, these guys still, even when Kungarna beat them in the qualifiers, they still, if I remember correctly, I mean, they had a pretty good brawl between them in the maps they did play. So we'll see. It is going to be Kungarna that goes on the offense first here. And they both have just about the same amount of time to work with. Complexity seems as though they want to go with a little more of a safe bet on this one, dropping the Torb this time and just keeping Joe Meister on the Symmetra, which we've seen teams do with some pretty good success in events like MLG. So,
yeah.
I mean, we'll see. It has
number
been,
of change-ups to the lineup, really.
Yeah, we'll see. Nicholas going to be on D.Va now instead of the Mei. And Michael will stay on Tracer, and pretty much everything the same for Kungarna here. So, let's take a look. Looks like they want to go for high ground right off the start here. They'll go upstairs and kind of posture with each other, and Michael's already trying to harass the guys in Complexity over through the alley side. They are going to drop, and a lot of ult charge starting to be built up for Joe Meister here. Really want to get that shield generator up. That's the thing. Complexity, as I was saying before, they need to win this first fight so they can get that shield generator. Joe Meister is almost on it. He's very, very close. At the moment, he's at 94% right now, though. Hard Blue goes down. Michael gets Joe Meister before he can get that shield generator. This might be bad news for Complexity as Baby Bay gets the nano boost. He already shreds 2, looking to shred a 3rd. Michael cleans up as he takes down Torque, and that is just going to be Complexity wiped off the face of the planet. Kungarna getting the cap here. And that's bad news for Complexity. They're going to have to regroup quickly here. Couldn't get that shield generator in time.
That's all their hybrid map starts. They've lost the first point pretty quickly so far today, right? They've had 3. Pretty much
I
gave
believe
them
so.
up
Yeah.
very quickly, 3 in a row. Something that has been consistently causing problems. It certainly could have haunted them on Kings Row, but their overall performance there was just so much better in Garn as they were able to bring it back. But right now, they're on the fence, they're on the ropes. Things are getting a lot closer than comfort allows.
Oh, here we go. There is the Nano Visor out onto Torque. He's able to pick up 2 already. Make that 3 for Torque. He's looking for a little bit more. Again, the man is hungry. He's got to eat. But that'll be enough to keep Kungarna at bay for now. And look at that. Gets Baby Bay on top of that. Nicholas finishing him off. So Complexity, solid defense there. It's a minute left for Kungarna to try and move this as far as they can. And that's a thing for them. They just want to keep it moving, get as much ground on this payload as possible. Baby Bay, Remix, and Michael all have ults for this next fight. And there is going to be that Graviton used from Baby Bay. Not a whole lot of follow-up, and Michael actually got killed. They went for the Wombo combo. Michael couldn't get his Pulse Bomb off inside of that Graviton Surge, and that's not good for Kungarna, really, to put it frankly. But here we go. There's going to be... Well, that'll be the Graviton used and a self-destruct sent through from Nicholas. The sound barrier from Kungarna was used to try and negate anything that happened in the middle of that Graviton Surge. And now Kungarna looking to press back forward yet again. Michael getting 2 and Baby Bay cleans up onto Shake. They'll be able to continue to move this one. There's 5.5 seconds left, or 5 seconds left, I should say, excuse me. But as long as they stay on this cart, it'll keep moving. And Complexity, they are going to have some ults to work with, though, once they come back out here. But Complexity absolutely needs to win this next fight.
You're right here in Complexity. They're going to try to maybe touch this second point. Are they just going to surrender it?
Yeah,
They've got to
they gotta
actually
go
try.
for it.
They have to try it. Here comes JKW trying to step on the point. The sound barrier coming out of Joe Meister.
Oh no, here it comes. Connor J is going to kill JKW. Oh, this is bad news for Complexity. Right now, they do strike back 1, able to take him down. Here it comes. Oh my goodness, Connor J, the right-click hero, just taking down Complexity left and right. 5 down on that side there. A beautiful push from Kungarna, and they have made so much ground here in overtime. It's going to be so tough for Complexity to get themselves into this game once they get on the offense. And Kungarna's not done yet.
Connor J, middle of that Graviton, just steps back, lines up the perfect secondary air
like,
burst,
what up?
and just 2 in a row. Bang, bang, dead.
Yeah, and that's devastating. Complexity had ults to work with too. They just weren't in the best position to do anything with it, and now they're going to pay. As
There's just so much distance to recover from in 3 minutes.
well, Torque has finally switched. Look at this Earth Shatter out from Remix, though. Connor J, are you kidding me? Look at this. Connor J and Remix combining to destroy Complexity yet again. Kungarna might full cap here as they've been pushing it since late in the Streets phase and overtime. Complexity's got to make something happen right here, or they are going to be in for a hurting when they switch sides, and I don't know if anyone's even going to make it out to the cart yet. Nicholas desperately trying to get on, and he gets there just in time. He's going to put the self-destruct down onto the cart, and finally they cleared them with that. They were able to zone enough with the self-destruct. Oh, goodness me. That is a very good offense from
Not
Kungarna.
much of a difference between that and a full cap.
It really
Not
isn't.
much at all.
Oh, no.
Huge problem for Complexity. This is match point. They have to push it basically the distance with 3 minutes.
Yep. And good luck.
That's an incredibly tall order.
It's going to be damn near impossible, but I believe.
I mean, Kungarna did it.
Yeah, they did it with
the time frame was
less
similar,
time.
but
So
still, there were so many things that Complexity did there to allow Kungarna to get that distance, and so many great plays from Kungarna to allow themselves to get that distance. The Complexity is. Let's just hope. I guess what I could say is they're probably hoping the Christmas spirit is still alive and somebody's going to give them a gift here, because
they might need one.
they do need one. There is no might here.
Yeah, that's true, man.
What you can see here is certainly not my car.
yeah, that's a nice ride. And did that license plate say I'm rich?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Definitely,
Not
yeah,
my
definitely.
car.
I thought you were just talking about the car in general. A very nice car.
Oh no.
Well, either way, it's Definitely not ours. Here we go. It's complexity. It's complexity. They need to make it happen right here, right now. It is 3 minutes 17.
You can tell this is Hollywood. Look how these people park.
Oh, yeah.
Monsters.
Yeah, absolutely
Utter
right.
monsters. This is like my everyday life. Okay, sorry. Here we go.
I do agree with your point.
Ugh.
Here we go. It is complexity. 3 minutes 17 seconds to basically get to the end, though. They are just... Oh, I thought they were about to get crushed inside of this alley. Actually, Shake is going to town right now. We got Baby Bay and Remix. 2 kills for them, and this is going to rip things wide open for Complexity to try and take this first point with pace. And they will be all over it. There's really no one around from Congarna. Haychak's getting crushed by Hardblue there. Michael finished off by Shake. It seems like neither of these teams can hold on to the first point for really like a super extended amount of time.
Not on Hollywood, not today.
Yeah.
But Congarna, they've generated quite a bit of ultimates in that time. Now, I wouldn't say anybody would deliberately give up the first point, but perhaps, think about this, just spitballing. All your goal is to get as many ults as possible, because the overtime is going to be happening soon. With 3 minutes left, that makes no sense. What am I talking about? Here comes Complexity trying to step on to the other side of Congarna, but Congarna down 3 already. Complexity's just going to roll right through the street's face.
Oh, Nicholas able to get 2. I got distracted by Hardblue getting like ridiculously crazy hooked there. He just like disappeared from on top of the cafe. It was like goodbye. But here we go. It is a lot of ults up.
It all just felt like overtime to me, man. I was just like one good wipe, and that's all. Wait, nope, that's not it at all.
That's the thing, these guys capped the first time around with so much time left. Here we go. Tor goes in with that EMP, though, and there's a lot of ultimates to follow up if Complexity wants to use them. They don't even need them. Look at this. A full wipe coming out from Complexity solely off the EMP. That is all they needed. And they will be looking good. They could very well do this, man.
And who cares with EMP? For Torque, they're a dime a dozen. He's going to have one, I don't know, 5 seconds ago.
Yeah. I mean, he gets them so quick, and they still have 4 ults to work with. That's so good that Complexity didn't invest any other ultimates into this. Here comes Remix. He has got that nano boost. Whole Hog is going to be used from Hardblue. Uses Earth Shatter to try and knock down Hardblue, and there's going to be a biotic grenade on him. It really doesn't matter, though, because Complexity is getting the frags at the moment. 3 their way already, and they are going to clean up on the rest of them. Complexity is going to grab the second point. 40 seconds to get to last.
That's self-destruct. Not only does it zone, not only does it push people away from the cart, but it forces the Reinhardt, the nano-boosted Reinhardt, the Roidhart, to hold up a shield for a huge portion of the ultimate that's on him. It cancels out so much utility out of one ultimate. Here on the second point, and here comes Complexity. They got 25 seconds left. Can they push it the distance and beat Congarna here in this match?
It's the thing, they need to win this, obviously need to win this next fight, pretty much, or it's game over. And I don't know if they have the ultimates to use it. If Tor could get his EMP, that could be a game changer for them right here. Baby Bay's going to go in just trying to wait out that defense matrix, though. Beautiful wait for Shake on that Transcendence is going to keep his team alive. It's so good that he waited for it. Here comes EMP. Do they have the follow-up on the side of Complexity? That's the question. We're into overtime. Can Complexity cap it off? 2 picks their way already. They've traded 2 for 2 thus far in this fight, and they're still scrapping it out. Someone from Complexity has got to stay on the cart. No.
What just...
No.
Did the server just crash? The server had to have crashed.
So sad. Oh, I am so incredibly sad. Oh, well. Well.
Wow.
I don't
a thing.
Even,
we'll have a finish eventually, and I'm sure it'll be exciting.
That was, you know, we might just get a 4th game here. We'll have to wait for an official ruling on how that'll be handled. But holy cow, you were talking about how like this was like, oh, they're only gonna have like 3 minutes to push the whole thing, and then they make it to the second point with 50 seconds left when Team Congarna was on overtime at that point. So like, where's the defense in this game?
Apparently non-existent, I guess. So far, these. Albeit pretty good offenses, good management of ultimates.
I want to point out that Baby Bay play. So he comes in, Diva's got the defense matrix in his face the whole time. He ends up body blocking, turning around, firing it right at his feet to actually get it to still land and not get absorbed. And the side effect of that as well is Diva's now just wasted so much of her defense matrix trying to prevent the Graviton from happening that she has a lot less to actually defend the Graviton as it happens.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's a crazy
yeah.
situation. Baby Bay, you can just see it coming. Because he's
Oh,
starting
yeah,
to
he was
hop and
waiting.
get that momentum coming in. It
Yeah.
reminds me of like the old CS bunny hopping days. It feels like he starts
Yeah.
moving faster and faster, and he does
Like,
it.
come here.
And I know there is some of the right-click jumps that can do that.
Yeah, no, and the server did crash. That is the official statement there. That is the official. That's not the official statement. That's what happened. The server crashed. We're still waiting on officially what that means. And it would kill me if the game didn't matter. But at the same time, you want this to be fair. It was such a good game, and you both mentioned it. Like Kungarna on the overtime in Kings Row, I think is the only time we've seen either of these teams hold anything
Like
on the
a
first
really
point on
good
a hybrid,
hold,
right?
yeah. I don't know what it's been with these guys. I don't know. Their offense is crazy. They love playing the aggression and getting
It's made
in
for
there.
great games.
Yeah,
I'm not complaining.
This has been a brilliant game between these guys, and I am just.
Would you rather see 2 double overtimes almost pushed into the third, or would you rather see 2 teams just defend each other on the first point for 4 minutes?
I
That's
will
my
say
answer.
that the full offensive games are maybe slightly more entertaining than full defensive games. Like
Yeah,
just
maybe a
seeing
little bit.
just team wipe after team wipe on both sides is like, what is going
Yeah,
on?
man. It's been a lot of fun to watch, and hopefully we get to see, I'd imagine, some sort of conclusion to something in this game.
What do you do, man?
Man, it's been brilliant between these guys thus far. I'm excited.
Certainly
but-
better than I expected.
Yeah,
Certainly
really.
better. I mean, Kungarna was pretty good in the qualifiers, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't say that they were playing this well. And Complexity, maybe not playing their best as well at the same time. But Kungarna
Sure.
is certainly making some impressive plays
Absolutely.
throughout this series.
Absolutely, really, really taking it to him. I wanted to just call out iRemix. He's someone I've noticed. I wrote up a note during game number 1, and he's just continued to reinforce that game after game. Like his ults and his conclusions, the way that they in overtime on the final point get the full team wipe in the second half of that game. Like it was crazy to watch the way that he always is right where he needs to be.
He's one of the big kind of unsung heroes, I think, of Kungarna, as many tank players are in general. I feel like it's everybody likes to focus on the DPS players, the Roadhogs, the McCrees, the 76s, Tracers, whatever. But you got to keep in mind those tank players, man. And Remix was really a big part of the results that Kungarna's had today.
Everyone really. It's a 6-man game, and we
Well,
saw
yeah,
we
that's
saw
true,
an MLG. I think it was it Verbo that was doing like the wall stall boops into the center point on Ilios.
Yeah.
Just tons of stuff. Some of it was Internet Hulk as well. But yeah, just everybody is contributing to some way. It'll all be interesting in its own way. I wish you could capture every single angle from everything. We'll just play back to back. Games. So like, all right, watch it from this angle, watch it from this angle, or just simultaneous streams or something insane like that. But that, just the ability of especially characters like Ana and Zenyatta, and the effect that they can bring sometimes when you watch them from their perspective is just insane. And it's just as much, if not more, than some of the DPS characters.
Absolutely, yeah. And we could take another look at just some of the great plays there, just like a wipe that Complexity was able to lay down on Kungarna. These EMPs, we talked about them earlier, so important in the way that this game plays out.
And this one in particular was really good and well executed from Complexity. At first I had said that they didn't use any ultimates along with that. I think they did have an Earth Shatter from JKW in with that as well, if I saw correctly.
Yep.
But still, I mean, very limited ult usage from Complexity right there, managing their ults well. They went into it with 2 ults. That's all they needed, EMP, Earth Shatter. That's it. And they got to save a bunch of other ults, and then that allowed them to win the next fight. So they could make sure that they got the next checkpoint and then push their way through. And that's just overall great usage of ultimates from Complexity. So we'll see how we'll see how it goes if they can keep that whenever we figure it out. But
Now we're still waiting on an official an understanding of what the ruling will be on whether we'll play another game or whether that game will stand. But there wasn't really a conclusion to that game,
Right.
so what could it even mean? And just to continue to talk about the amazing play here, Baby Bay. We talked about him being a DPS player, someone that we hadn't seen playing Zarya, and he's seeming to play Zarya almost as a DPS. The amount of damage that he is putting out at times is absurd.
I'm sorry, DPS is a thing, man. It's
Yeah.
serious. It's serious business. What's what 180, something like that?
it's something like that. I don't know the
180,
exact
something
number,
like
but
that,
it's
and then Hogs
just
220.
ridiculous. Yeah, you can just pump out damage. It's
Tank busting tanks, man.
Yeah.
and I'm glad to see him on something other than like a hit scan DPS, because like I said before, that's pretty much all he would play
And the
throughout the
tracking is
qualifiers.
similar.
Yeah, and he was you know, he's got that skill set. I mean, the guy certainly can do it, and he just transferred it onto that tank role, and it's working great. He's doing what he needs to do. I think he's made some really big impact plays for Kingarna so far in the match. So definitely, I think everyone from Kingarna has really kind of showed up today and made a difference in this match. So it's good to see them back in here and playing well. And I even talked to actually Michael beforehand, and I was just speaking with him a little and saying, I asked him what his thoughts were coming into this. I asked what maps he thought his team was comfortable on, and he gives me he says, we feel comfortable on all of them. We're equally good on every map. And then he also said that, he said, well, actually, I don't want to say full quote, but something along the lines of the only way someone's going to beat us is if we beat ourselves. That's what he said to me, and he said I can say that here. So he's very confident in his team, to say the least, and that's a good thing you want. I mean, Michael's their team leader. You want that kind of confidence.
It's often true. It's often true.
Yeah, well, I mean, you also don't want to be like blindly confident either. But
there's still also, I think it's a Star Trek quote. Oh man, I'm gonna really nerd out here in this downtime.
Do it, man.
It's something along the lines of it's Picard. It's like it's possible to make no mistakes and still lose, which I don't necessarily agree with entirely in esports, as I generally feel that the team that makes the less mistakes wins, because I kind of see things backwards most of the time. But it's debatable. But hey, from a team perspective, when you're trying to hype yourself up and put yourself in the game, that's absolutely the message you want to tell your team and live yourself, because it has to be true in your mind, otherwise it's not true, right? So that idea, that's exactly it. As long as we play our game, as long as we play the best of our ability, nobody can beat us but us. It's true.
Absolutely. And these teams will have to steel themselves, because we will have an entire replay of map number 3. Only really fair way to do it, especially with how close that map was. There's no way you could just say that one team was favoring another. So we'll just have a replay, do it again, get to see some more fantastic offense. Maybe a team will develop a defense. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe we will see a defense.
Throwing shade from the corner desk here, man.
I mean, entire map in overtime. Come on.
Yeah, well,
like, I expect some well-crafted insults to either ourselves or really try and keep it to us. Preferably would be nice, because you got a lot of downtime in between matches to really work on them.
Oh sure, for
sure.
Yeah,
He's
I can
got all day. But that's good. I mean, we'll get to see it. That was a brilliant game. If only we got to see the end of the other one.
It's hard to. I mean,
still, it's
no one will ever know.
Kungarna didn't cap. Let's make it worse. Let's talk about theoreticals. Kungarna didn't cap. Complexity could have capped. They were getting very close. They had a lot of momentum on their side. Who's the one that's really losing from the reset?
Yeah, no, I think it is truly Complexity, who had a lot of momentum there. Kungarna, I wouldn't say that they got bailed out, but still, either way, both teams got to feel good. Yeah. Let's do map number 3.
It's a close spot either way. I think, I mean, certainly it's fair. Restart. Everybody was incredibly close. I mean, as fair as possible you can get when a server resets on you. Yeah. Or just shuts down. Or gets the DDoSed by the infamous hackers known as 4chan, probably.
Oh, man. Those guys, sneaky little bunch.
State-sponsored Russian terrorists.
Well, all right.
Stick to politics.
Thank you.
Stay out of our games.
Thank you, David. Now, back to news at 10. Well, we are into Hollywood yet again. We're back, folks. This is it's been a wild.
Hey, we can look forward to seeing some double overtimes again, maybe. Hopefully, honestly.
I hope it's an hour-long game. That's what I was hoping for.
I'm gonna break the time limit barriers.
Yep.
Give me more. Make this 20-minute match extend for 2 hours. Let's do it.
Well. Here we go, folks. It is going to be. Gotta compose ourselves here. It is Complexity starting on the offense. We'll be replaying our third and final map. Keep in mind, we still have another game after this one, folks. So, with some other teams, though, this will be the last. This will be the last match or the last map for these guys.
Will it?
Oh well, who knows? At
this rate, I don't know. It to draw, man.
Yeah,
who knows? All right, here we go. Complexity coming around the outside with Torque, and the front side with nobody else. Just trying to generate a little bit of ultimate for Torque, setting up that EMP combo that we've seen several times already today. And Kungarna going with a 4-tank hold. Complexity, it's all looking similar. what we saw last time.
Oh, they're gonna, yeah, that's pretty much the exact same setup that they took on their second offensive pushes anyway. Here we go, Hard Blue getting a hook on and see you later, Connor J. And Nicholas is able to get remix as well. It is a 2-for-2 trade thus far, in 3 actually in favor now of Kungarna as Nicholas gets taken out by Blam. So it looks like Complexity is going to, well, at least for the time being, hold off, and now Torque is trying to initiate. He's going to get in onto Ajax. Got to be translocated just in time as Connor J was looking to get the hook off. And
that hook, man, that hook.
Oh.
You know, quantum physicists they should really just look into the properties of Roadhog's hook, because I'm pretty sure when you get into there, that's the source of quantum entanglement, and you know,
it's something like that, man.
All
it's
that stuff that just doesn't make any sense whatsoever.
Deepest mysteries of the universe, somewhere in there, it's got to be. But, well, it is going to be now Torque with the EMP. So that's really what Complexity was waiting for. And they're going to be going in. Yes, they will hit it. But look at that. 3 players from Kungarna were hiding inside of the house. I don't think they got hit by it at all. Still, it doesn't matter. Complexity rolls through here. They've managed to pick up 3 thus far. JKW even has an Earth Shatter on hand, swinging away. Giving these guys a little pound, and now it is going to be them able to, Complexity that is, going to be able to grab the first point here. And they have 2 ultimates to their name, and actually it's just about to be 5 in total. Kungarna's got 2 at the moment, soon coming up on a couple others.
On 4 as well. They got a Bang combo, they got a Roid Heart, or Diva. Usually like Nano on Diva these days.
Yeah.
She's just vicious, man.
Yeah, very vicious. Very vicious indeed. And
I'm ready to initiate
well,
in your face, Caleb, there wasn't the defense you were looking for.
Did that just... Oh, I think that... Oh, yes, it did. Oh,
gone.
And Baby Bay's so hurt right now, too. He's got Torque on him. His Graviton got completely eaten up by Nicholas, and here he goes. He wants to send in the self-destruct, and it's able to get to Connor J and Ajax, both down because Remix went down before that, so there was no shield to protect the rest of the team, and then it just snowballed from there. Complexity cleaning up on the rest of the Kungarna players around, and
did
they
Baby Bay not have his barrier up? His,
I think Baby Bay at the time was hiding all the way off to the right by that by the big health pad. So he wasn't around.
It's not like he's going to make a hero play out of that position. With all
right.
That,
He'll save one person.
Save one person for 1 second.
Yeah, that's right. Well, here comes the EMP. Torque sends it on in. JKW uses that Earth Shatter too. That's such a good combo from Complexity. EMP into the Earth Shatter. And, you know, no shield there, so they can Earth Shatter at will, and it is just mow them down from there on out. Shake, JKW, and Nicholas amongst them able to pick up kills. No one from Kungarna is going to be around to be able to stop this one, and yet again, Complexity is just rolling with their offense.
It looks like we're definitely going to see at least part of a repeat of the last also current match, or map.
Well,
and Kungarna sitting on 3 ultimates here. Complexity with only 1. Not too far from a self-destruct as well. Remix's shield getting soaked really hard. That is a suspicious charge.
Oh, yes. Where are you going, JKW?
Why didn't he pay for that? This is Remix, but why didn't he pay for that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sorry, Remix, that is. Hey.
Some action going on the other side. Hey, JKW likes to do it.
Yeah.
He's certainly not a Reinhardt shy of charging for an initiation.
You can go for it. Oh, here's Remix again. They were able to get Hard Blue, so Nicholas getting ejected. He just walks into them, and now we will be seeing Kungarna finally stabilizing a little bit here on the defense, finally stopping Complexity, but 4 ultimates for Kungarna, and there is going to be 4 in total for Complexity as well, so we should see a relatively even fight. Here comes that EMP, yes. They're going to go right in onto them. Hard Blue getting into the back line and taking down Blam. I don't even know how he got back there in time, but Connor J did get the nano boost, did get Torque, but it is going to be Complexity. It seems as though they're going to come out on the upper end of this fight here. If Hard Blue can hit Baby Bay, though, oh no, this is tragic. Oh, he couldn't finish him off. Hard Blue got taken down. There was no one around to rescue him either. And that's all right. Complexity still has the numbers. They're going to continue to push the payload forward. 3 ultimates up for Kungarna.
2 minutes, 30 seconds left on the clock for Complexity to push it in here into the third point. They are holding onto a whole hog and a self-destruct. Meanwhile, Kungarna, same.
Ooh, remix shredded by Hard Blue right there. Michael was able to get able to take down Shake, so they do trade 1-for-1 thus far, but one of those trades was of a support, and Baby Bay goes down right after that. The JKW Complexity is going to use their sound barrier for that extra gusto to get in and try and take this round right here, right now. They still have 1:55 in total, and they are going to have an EMP to work with. JKW soon up on that Earthshatter. Here comes that EMP. They're going to use it. Kungarna has a lot of ultimates, but that EMP's on them, so they can't really do too much about it. The frags come in the way of Complexity right now. Michael getting that nano boost as he's trying to do whatever he can, but he gets sent out of his suit, uses self-destruct. Michael popping Nicholas right in the dome as he tries to come up the stairs as well. So, two right back in favor of Complexity as Connor J and Blam both finished off. And it is going to be Complexity still strong on this card, though Hard Blue doesn't have a whole lot left. Yes, he is going to use that whole hog, trying to finish off Remix, who is incredibly hurt at the moment. In the back, so many players here are hurt, but there's no one around from Complexity to clean up on the damage. Hard Blue was the last one in, and Kungarna is going to be able to hang on 1 minute and 10 seconds for Complexity to finish this off.
I think he was trying to push everybody there off the cart with the last whole hog in order to give him some distance. I mean, I don't think he's going to be able to push far enough on 3 people spread out that far in order to accomplish that. Obviously didn't that time around, but here Complexity coming in with another EMP. Shake with Tranquility. Kungarna only holding on to an Earthshatter. Remix is really going to have to step up to shut this push down.
EMP is going to be used. Hard Blue gets that hook on a Connor J that is immaculate. Hard Blue and Torque both starting it off. 2 picks for Complexity at the moment, and they are looking very, very solid here to finish this one off if possible. And well, really, Nicholas between Nicholas and Torque, they are completely wiping the floor of Kungarna, and that will be not quite
27 seconds left.
Not quite as good of an offense as they had the first time around, but on this map. But still, they completed the map nonetheless. And these combos that came out, this replay in particular doesn't have it, but these combos between Torque and JKW on the EMP Earthshatter is great. They get a lot of value for 2 ultimates being used, and it's a great combo that they've made work quite well throughout this series. But now it is going to be the change of sides. Kungarna will be on the offense trying to beat the time of Complexity. We'll see what they decide to go with, but will Complexity go with that Symmetra again? I mean, it hasn't worked for them, at least today, like at all thus far. I mean, they keep trying to run Joe Meister on the Symmetra defense, and it hasn't really worked for them. Do they do it again? It looks like
they're choosing no. Probably had a little bit of conversation about that internally as well. Just the overall picture. I mean, they could get away with it. I don't know if now is necessarily the time to abandon it. They are dealing with a lot of tanks. Symmetra in the right positions can do absurd amounts of damage to anyone. And with Soldier 76 able to heal himself, with Hard Blue's Roadhog able to heal itself, with D.Va able to defend itself for crazy amounts of time, with Ana on the field, with JKW at a barrier as well, it's a comp that can be resilient enough with one healer. The only real suspect person at that point there is Symmetra, so it just comes down to who's going to play Symmetra, and are they capable of playing it at a high enough level to really keep themselves alive and positioned well and getting that same effect. I mean, we've seen a number of people do it over the course of MLG with varying results. Some people significantly better than others. I think Internet Hulk really stood out in how well he was making his work.
Yeah.
But
it can work.
Either way, it's not on the field, so it's not worth talking about. Kungarna, already a little bit of contact here between Michael and Hard Blue.
Michael trying to come in through the alleyway here. And so far, Complexity running a pretty bread and butter setup. Torque on the Soldier, of good first point defense for them. Oh, Michael's just going to be strutting Hard Blue. He really needs to get heals right now. He's kind of running away from Shake, though. He needs to stay near him. Oh, it's going to be Hard Blue getting taken down in the end by Baby Bay. Remix and Michael both pay for it, though. Michael specifically paying with his life to try and get that kill, so Complexity is going to hang on at least. They survived the first fight. Complexity. Hallelujah. Hallelujah indeed.
You can wipe that smug look off your face, Caleb.
Yeah,
You had to DDoS the server and start it over to get what you wanted. I'm on to you.
You know, he just wanted to see someone defend.
He's a trickster.
Slippery. But now, here we go. It is going to be Connor J trying to lead things off here. Michael already able to get two. Oh, inside of nobody's sights there, Torque. Connor J able to get the hook on top of the cafe there and shut him down. And they have been trading a bit back and forth, but so far it is only Nicholas left. He will be dispatched of. And there's really no one left for Complexity. Beyond this point, they burned some time with the defense there at least, so they'll be able to set up. Not a whole lot in the ultimate department to work with. JKW Earthshatter, not that Kungarna has all that much themselves. Graviton coming up decently soon. But there will be a nano boost actually for Complexity here.
Yep, Kungarna holding on to an Earthshatter. Gonna go ahead and give him the Graviton already as well. Whole Hog about 70%. Sound Barrier, similar situation, but Complexity trying to start soaking the shield of Kungarna here, getting ahead in the shield game. And there's an Earthshatter. That's a big whip.
Harblue shutting down Michael. Remix goes down, and that is going to be, well, they trade back a couple as Kungarna comes through to get a couple themselves, but Harblue just pressing in to keep that pressure up. And Baby Bay's still there. He's low on health, melting Harblue.
That's the DPS Zarya we were talking about.
Yeah. Harblue got caught a bit far forward there, and he really had no backup with him. I think he had Nicholas kind of there, but Nicholas wasn't able to do enough in the end, and Harblue gets melted. 3 ultimates for Complexity here, all 6 for Kungarna. This is their time to make it happen. There's going to be a self-destruct going in, and 2 already for Kungarna here. We should be seeing more follow-up onto that one very shortly. There was a sound barrier used amongst, well, 4 ultimates in total really being used on the side of Kungarna, enough to let them win this fight, but Complexity should be able to get themselves back out for maybe one more fight here on this one. Actually, I don't think they are going to get everybody in time. I mean, you see Harblue. Oh, Harblue is poking a little bit, yeah. Shut down. They tried to get back out there, but I don't think they're going to have enough gusto to really keep themselves in this one. So they go and die on the cart. That's fine. They didn't invest anything into it, and they get a reset and stall them out a little bit. So still 4 minutes and 25 seconds for Kungarna to work with.
They will also have to work with 3 ultimates, an Earthshatter, a Whole Hog, and a Pulse Bomb. Complexity with 3 of their own, Tac Visor, Nano, and an Earthshatter. So both teams with quite a lot at their disposal in order to enforce their particular agenda. Complexity looking to hold for 4 minutes in order to win this map. Kungarna looking to just slam dunk this in with time to spare so they can get that advantage.
Here we go, Tac Visor coming out. The Nano boosted Tac Visor, Ajax and Blam both being taken out right there. That is 3 for Complexity. Good Tac Visor. There was something I always wondered, though, with the Nano boosted Tac Visor. In that scenario right there, do you really need to Nano boost that Tac Visor? Those guys were both caught out. I think you would kill them without the Nano boost on it. You know what I mean? It seems as though everybody always boosts the Tac Visor.
I'll certainly back you up. It doesn't have to be boosted every single time.
It's certainly situational, but regardless, we do see another fight ensuing right here. There was an Earthshatter used on the side of Kungarna. Got some players down with it. We're able to get Joe Meister, and that is Connor J. Hooked him back in and finished him off after being Earthshattered. And 3 the way of Kungarna already. They are looking just as strong as they did the first time around for the most part on their offense. They have 3 minutes, and they are very close to capping this one out. Michael and Baby Bay both with ultimates at the ready. Ajax soon coming up on a sound barrier. And Complexity themselves, oh, here we go, Pulse Bomb combo, maybe? No, it's go. They did get the Graviton there. And there is the sound barrier finally coming out from Ajax. Oh, look at this Tac Visor in the back, though. Harblue with 3 himself. And that will just shut down Kungarna right there. And
ooh, much needed time for Complexity.
Seriously.
2.5 minutes for Kungarna. Complexity needs to burn at least 2 minutes. At least 2 minutes here.
Ajax, I think, I mean, he wanted to finish it right there. But Remix had already went down, and he went for the sound barrier. And maybe in that scenario, you know, if you're down your Reinhardt like that, you're probably not going to win the fight. Just save it.
about
next
to be a
fight.
shieldless remix. This is going to nano charge in.
Oh, here we go. JKW, though, getting that Earth Shatter. He is going to have the anti-heals on him. It doesn't matter, though, as the rest of Complexity is just cleaning up onto everything at the moment. There's really nothing left in the bank for Complexity, but still, they are able to stop them yet again. They're buying more and more time. And much needed time.
Complexity's pretty close to a nano boost. They'll definitely get that in the next fight.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Kungarna's got an Earth Shatter. Certainly going to give it an edge for Kungarna. I mean, they're not too far away from a Graviton either, but Complexity has enough. They can make it work, and they've been holding much better in the past minute at least, and they got one more minute to burn at least to equalize things, but a minute and a half, they really want to take it right now.
Remix Earth Shatter in hand. And here he goes. He gets perfect timing with it. 2 players down. Tried to charge the enemy. Reinhardt couldn't quite find him, and he pays his life for it in the end, which is not what you're looking for if you're Remix. But here we go. Kungarna. They're able to just clean them all up. Essentially a full team wipe. Nicholas is the only one left. They finish him off, and they will finally be able to get the cap. And with 1 minute and 4 seconds left in time bait, I mean, pretty good, though, for Complexity. They were kind of in dire straits there for a while, and they won a few team fights and knocked off some of that time. But
the shield break set all that up. JKW either holding on to it a little bit too long and not trying to fake the shield out. Perhaps there's a nuance to that game we missed, or just an additional amount of fire coming out onto Complexity's shield at that moment that allowed it to break. But either way, that's a critical moment for that shield to go down completely. I mean, that barrier actually broke. You could hear the call out. That's the writing on the wall right there. But time differential certainly matters. 40 seconds here on a hybrid map, not the biggest advantage in the world.
No, but
all Complexity would have to do is mount a defense that holds for 40 seconds longer than Kungarna, or honestly, both teams could. What if this is the time when they both full hold each other?
I will cry,
and we just go into a
I
control
will
point.
literally be so mad.
Why? We get to see more.
Oh man. Well, either way, it has been a brilliant game between these guys. Yeah, brilliant game. Not be mad at all.
Just itching for a result. Is that what's happening?
That's the thing, man. I need
Just
closure.
Being teased for too long.
I need closure. I've been traumatized for too long here. These guys.
Deep wounds on.
Yeah.
It hurts my soul.
No, it's been great. Oh, look at this. Going for the sneaky Reinhardt strat. Right out of the gate.
It's a risky play, man.
That is a very risky play.
This isn't Platt.
Oh no, Harb getting hooked in right off the start. He'll go down at this point. Either Complexity needs to just go in and die. They can't take a prolonged fight here and stay staggered. They need to just regroup together for one more push, and that's what's happening. They're just all dying off in staggered patterns here because they only have 20 seconds to work with. Oh, someone is so lucky they didn't get hooked right there. But that's the thing. They got to go like right now, and you really only get one good fight with this scenario. Kungarna could be looking pretty good here. We'll see. Hardblue goes down right off the start again. Connor J's got his number. He takes down JKW as well. Connor J's going off in the overtime right now, and Michael finishing off Shake. Torque trying to do what he can to keep his team in this map right now, but it seems like Kungarna could come out on top. Actually, Complexity's still got numbers here on this card. And
getting a foothold.
They are. Torque finally goes down. He was running around forever there,
but
and here comes the reinforcements of Complexity, and some reinforcements coming through from Kungarna here. Bigger shatter from JKW, gets the charge in onto Remix, takes him down. Sound barrier finally coming out from Kungarna. Ajax gets it off, but Complexity able to kite it long enough, pulling him in. What a shield onto Ana to keep him alive just long enough. As Hardblue got that hook, but they are still going at it here. Hardblue going whole hog. He's got low health, getting healed up as we speak. There's going to be a Graviton Surge coming through from Baby Bay. There's not really much follow-up here. It looks like Complexity could get this cap, and Baby Bay is quite hurt as Remix comes back into the fight. He goes for the Air Shatter, though, is going to send Hardblue to the ground, and I'm sure some others. JKW finished off. Here comes the Nano Boost onto Remix. Hardblue's got a Nano Boost as well. The anti-heals onto Remix as well. He's so hurt at the moment. Someone needs to finish that man off and take the Reinhardt out of the fight. It's the never-ending fight. On top of that, Torque is cleaning up players here. Finally, he gets back into it. I think Complexity might be looking good right here. Harblue, though, is finished off. These guys will not let it die. Complexity bodies are all over this point right now, though. Everybody from Kingarna is just filtering back and forth onto this point. Baby Bay finally decides to back off, though, and just regroup with his team. Oh, and actually he dies. Never mind. I thought he was doing the. I thought he was just backing up. But they are going to have to regroup here. We're into overtime. Complexity gets the cap, and they have a lot of ultimates.
Certainly more than Kungarna here. Kungarna holding on to his self-destruct. Complexity with the whole hog, pulse bomb, earth shatter, and their own self-destruct. They're pushing the card here in overtime. One full wipe will end it for Complexity if Kungarna is able to make it happen. But Kungarna, they can fall several times as this match persists. But Torque getting taken out by a kind of a random self-destruct, honestly.
Oh, here we go. Counter self-destruct. Look at that. They trade off of it. Counter J gets taken down, and he's actually going to have the much longer walk back here than Torque is going to, since Torque's on Tracer. He'll be able to get back very quickly into the fight. Here comes sound barriers, both sides. Baby Bay is making something happen. And, oh, no, there's no one on the point.
He's so close. JKW, mere inches away.
But it's still good on Complexity to be able to pull that one out and at least get the first point and a little bit of ground on top of that. Because honestly, once Harblue went down, I didn't even know if they'd be able to make it back in time. And here you can see that's exactly what happened right out of the gate. Harblue just getting hooked and killed. And that's the thing. When you only have a minute in these overtime, like, you just need to go and push the point like ASAP. In case something does go wrong,
you have no time to waste.
Yeah, literally no time to waste. And in that scenario, they were able to collect themselves quick enough to get back to the point just barely, and it paid off for them. And now we switch sides. Kingarna, minute 37 to make it to where Complexity did. This is map 3 in this series. It's been a good one so far, filled with some twists and turns along the way, but we're sure glad you're here with us for it.
It's been an emotional roller coaster for Anthony here.
It has, man. I'm telling you.
Reliving past relationships.
It's very. I don't want to talk about it. Right?
All right. Yeah,
thank you.
There's so many more jokes that I want to make that I cannot.
But we're going to have Overwatch to watch. We're watch the Overwatch.
Overtime watch lately.
Yeah, really. Between these guys.
All right, here we go. Kungarna. Going to match, they're going to get their attempt here as they come out with a minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. That's how quickly time flies here on a Hollywood. Kungarna getting their first contact with Complexity and here in the gate. Complexity getting an ice wall and JKW getting pinned by Remix.
Oh no, that's, well, Nicholas taking down. JKW is going to get the kill on Remix. Complexity looking as though they should be able to hang on here, and Kungarna doing a good job of trying to, well, they still have Michael in. He actually is able to take down Shake, hunting down that kill. And that's a good pick to get. Harblue gets taken down as well. So now Kungarna definitely with an opportunity to get in here. And JKW on the point is not in the best of health. If I saw it correctly, yes, he is actually very, very low on health at the moment. There is going to be a Pulse Bomb Remix taken down by Torque, and Complexity still holding strong on the point for the time being, though. Kungarna may just, yes, that's good. They're backing themselves off, regroup, go for another push.
30 seconds left. That's the perfect time to do it. Kungarna will have one more attempt. They do have a Graviton, a Pulse Bomb, and a Nano lined up. Meanwhile, Complexity, they're going to have to get aggressive with JKW's Earth Shatter if they want to shut all that down and not let Kungarna snowball all those ultimates all the way to the port. Shake getting very close to a Nano boost, and there it comes out. Oh, but the counter!
My, that's a big Earth Shatter, and he gets pinned all the way back. JKW with the hero charge. Ajax the first to go down in this fight. Nicholas took care of him, and Torque is able to get Connor J as well. Torque getting another one. Taking down Baby Bay. Look at this. They are just cleaning house right now. Complexity, there's no one left around from Kungarna. Blam is there for the time being. There's no way he's going to be able to hang on to this one. Complexity looking as though they're going to be, oh, what a sleep dart. Shutting him down. It doesn't matter anyway. Complexity finishes it off, holding the first point, holding Kungarna, and they take the series 2-1. Man, that was quite a lot of fun to watch.
Oh man, you can sleep well knowing that game finally concluded.
Yeah.
I can sleep well knowing there's some defense.
That's right.
Man.
We're all going to have a good night's sleep
That's
tonight.
right. That's right. And we're not even done yet. We got another one after this.
Oh,
but right now, it's all about Complexity and Kungarna. It took them 2 games, but they finally were able to pull off the win here. And guys, just walk me through this map. Like, like what differences do you think that there were between map number 1 and map number 1B?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I saw pretty similar things. I mean, they were running similar compositions for the most part. I mean, obviously, other than some of the defensive holds, like for
complexity.
Yeah, for complexity, they didn't go for the Symmetra again, and so I'm glad they didn't too, because I don't think it was the time to do it. It obviously wasn't working right then. But besides the change up in that, I mean, there wasn't a whole lot different between the two. They seemed to play out somewhat similar. I mean, both teams started off by taking points rather quickly. I don't know if there was any particulars you saw, David, but I mean, Complexity still running that same old the EMP and Earth Shatter, and it was working for them. In the end, Complexity just got a good cap on last.
One of the things I noticed in particular on that last defense for Complexity was Torque coming out on Tracer had a pretty significant impact a lot of the time, really focusing on a lot of supports and taking the momentum away from Kungarna while they're trying to get it done. But really what it came down to there at the end was just the right ults, the right time, being aggressive with it, not allowing Kungarna to dictate the pace of that last fight. It really was allowed Complexity to bring it home.
Absolutely. We'll take another look at the winning moments here after this grueling match comes to a conclusion. It is Complexity who's able to take the win over Kungarna.
Yeah, there was just so many good moments throughout this match. I mean, I don't even really know where to start, whether it be version 1 of the map in this series or number 2.
Or 3B.
Yeah, but I mean, it was still great nonetheless, and that there you can see it, Complexity bringing it home. In the end, it was good. It was good. That's the thing. It was an excellent game. I really don't know what more to say about it than that. The guys are neck and neck, and I'm sure Kungarna is hungry for more now. I know that they obviously want to win like everybody does, but I'm sure they'll be back throughout the rest of the group stage here and ready to play.
Absolutely, yeah. Very, very close match there, and that'll do it for Complexity Kungarna. One more game, and it's going to be Immortals versus Team Liquid, the two teams we have yet to see on the broadcast today. This will round it all out.
That's right, Immortals and Liquid. This is going to be rather interesting. Immortals, so that's a team that we also saw that really had some good performances throughout the qualifying stages as well. They really looked good. You have guys like Agilities, who is just a monster, and I mean, we'll get more into specifics here in a little bit, but Liquid themselves, not too shabby. So I think this will be another pretty interesting matchup. And just so I don't get it wrong, Immortals actually officially have now picked up Verbo, I believe, on Lucio too. So
he was a substitute / trial player in the Winter Premiere, and the early qualifiers of the Winter Premiere, and now he is full time. So we're going to see exactly how well that shakes out here. Last time Liquid and Immortals played was the third place match of day 3, from what I saw in our tournament. So Liquid took that 2-0. It is a third place match. There's some stuff at stake there. I think Immortals were pretty close to secure on points, but either way, that's not a match people really want to slack on. But either way, Liquid took it 2-0, so the onus right now is on Immortals to rise to the challenge this time around.
Absolutely. And so we'll talk about Immortals first here. You guys mentioned Verbo as a Lucio player, something they've picked up. Who else on this roster should people be watching out for?
Oh, well, I mean, you also have Agilities. He was a huge factor for them, I would say, throughout the qualifiers. His Roadhog was just second to none, really. And he's definitely a guy you want to keep your eye on, specifically if they happen to stumble across King's Row at any point. He was a monster there. So you also have Grim Reality, very talented DPS. Nami, not too shabby of a tank either, had some iffy moments at points during his time in the qualifiers, but still played all around very well. Hyped, a great diva. Is quite good at placing those self-destruct. So you have a good variety here of talents. And now that they've brought on Verbo as well full-time, they've actually they have Chance, who is now a full-time coach for them. Is a coach, which is a pretty big thing. Of course, Chance used to play tank for Northern Gaming Red, I believe that's the same chance anyway. He, you know, so he's got some experience behind him. He was kind of filling in that role for a while, and now that they finally have Verbo in there full time and playing, it's good that they can have someone sit in the back and you know, be able to keep an eye on the team and coach and things like that. It's always beneficial in any game, but I think specifically Overwatch as well.
Absolutely. So that'll leave us with just one more team to talk about here. Team Liquid is our last team to introduce. And we've seen them up against Immortals once before. They were able to take it 2-0. Is anything going to be different this time around? What does the Liquid bring to the table?
Well, I mean, you have some brilliant talent here. A guy like Mezzer on tank.
That's what I'm going to point out. Yeah, Mezzer's Reinhardt play is always pretty on point. In MLG, you could argue that he carried quite a bit. Rafa, we saw him play D.Va quite a bit in the qualifiers. He was great on that. AZK, he's a DPS player, lately playing Hog, doing a great job there. Minstrel, phenomenal support in general. ID flexes a lot. He's a great player as well. And Dahang, again, another support player who plays quite well very frequently. He's one of the supports that I usually like to watch when they play Ana, because he's just got the right sleeps, the right biotics, the right times, all that kind of stuff. So you see ID, sorry. Yeah, IID. Good lord, there's so many ID and IDD, and all this stuff in here.
It gets confusing, I know. But, you know, you do have a lot of talent overall. Rafa's of course, great on the D.Va as well, but I think one of the big guys you really do need to watch out for on the side of Liquid coming into this match, in particular, in any match too, is Mezzer on tank. He can really sway the way the game goes with big earth shatters or what have you, just big plays in general. He's definitely a big factor for Liquid.
Absolutely. So you guys got a prediction on this one? We've had 2-0s today. We had a 2.5 to 1.
This one's the hardest one for me.
Okay.
This one's the hardest one. 2-1. 2-1.
Who?
Liquid.
2-1. Oh man, now you.
Immortals.
You can agree with them.
Really stepping up lately too.
No. I'm gonna say 2-1 Immortals.
Alrighty.
2-1 Immortals.
Disagreement on the desk. Tension,
right.
drama.
Sweet,
this is
baby.
why you are here. Entertainment, right?
That's right,
I'm
baby.
excited.
It's gonna be good.
It should be good. So we're going to start on Nepal. As you mentioned, the map is randomly picked, and we knew that one already. So, Nepal, how do they approach this control point map? Whose game is this one?
Well, good question, Caleb. They both have talent. I don't know, David. You might have to take it for me, because I think if I had to pick one, I would say Liquid. Actually, no. I take Immortals.
Okay, I was going to say, because on this one, strangely, even though I didn't actually take into account Nepal, but I think Immortals on the control point maps in particular. I mean, agilities, we've seen them break out Genji every once in a while. Not that you're going to see a ton of that on Nepal, but just in general, Liquid is a team that is kind of hard to define. You know, they don't really have a very particular reliable thing you would expect. It's not like FaZe, where it's like, okay, we're going to see things revolve around Shadowburn, or you know, some of these other teams like Complexity. We're going to see like the Sombra and the Mei. Liquid doesn't really have that. They sort of play everything, and they play really well. And I've heard other commentators refer to them as reactive. So, if that's the case, control point, I would assume, is going to start tilting a little bit more into Immortals' favor. But realistically, it's pretty dead even across the board right now.
Absolutely. And so while we wait for one more player just to get into the lobby, you had mentioned that Liquid has picked up a coach in Chance officially.
Yeah, Mortals.
It was Mortals that had picked up the coach in Chance. And so, like that, how does that change a team's mentality moving into a new area of their competitive play? Like, what does that bring? What do you think will be different about this Immortals team?
I mean, I think in Overwatch as a game in particular, that it's just there's a lot of things going on. In Overwatch, and it really helps to have just a seventh eye there that's keeping an eye on what's happening in some of the games. Have an objective standpoint, an outsider that's not in the team to give his viewpoint.
That's the big thing. It's the objectivity, right? Because you have 6 people who are all saying that I did my part, this didn't work out, or if you did this, I could have done better over here. There could be a lot of push-pull there, but as long as you have one vision and the coach can bring that. Now, some coaches, they step more into the strategic realm and they prepare a lot of footage on the teams. They're talking about strategies and how to work people together and developing meta stuff. And other coaches fall more into a managerial role where they're setting up practices mostly and doing a lot of logistics and stuff like that. So the players don't necessarily have to worry about it. But considering considering that Liquid is, you know, the sponsored team that it is, I would assume that they have managers that do a lot of that, and that the chance is probably going to be more of the true coach stepping forward to be the objective voice that gives direction and tries to balance the overall morale and the social dynamics of the team.
So we're starting on Nepal, which was a randomly selected map. After this, the loser gets to pick the map, and the winner gets to pick which side they want to start on. What sort of maps do you expect to see Immortals and Liquid's pulling out? What do you think favors them? What are our viewers going to see here?
I think for Liquid, you'll see kind of more of the. I would suspect more payload out of them. Now that I think about it, that's why I think Immortals will have probably a better time on the control points. I think Liquid would probably like to stick to more payload maps. They had at MLG, Liquid had some really close games against on FaZe on maps like Numbani. I'm not sure if that's exactly in the map pool today, but I mean they have a good payload game. They've had some good games on Hollywood as well. So I think that'll be where kind of Liquid wants to stay today.
I think King's Row is almost always a safe bet when it's in the pool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like the old staple of maps as well.
I think it's the map that's been played the most.
Oh yeah, it's got to be
Overwatch esports, I think.
Yeah,
it's maybe that or Lijiang.
It's got to be. I think it's got to be King's Row. I mean, that's just kind of the one that everybody gravitated to off the beginning. So I think Liquid would probably like to stay that way. Immortals, probably. I think Nepal is a pretty good one for them. Just based off of some of their previous results. So, I think to be looking to Nepal for them, I think they'll come out strong on the first map here because we are Nepal. So we'll have to see as we get into game here. But we got everybody in, and it is going to be Immortals and Team Liquid, our last matchup of the day, folks. We will be seeing Immortals and Team Liquid, as I said, and hopefully this is anywhere near as good as our Kungarn and Complexity match.
Just a quick reminder while we got the time. You saw the notifier notice, and we're going to go with that. Notice pop out of the left side there. Tweet at us at Overwatch_NGE. Just wanted to give you another avenue to tell us to get in the game already. So feel free to go do that for Twitter. I like to count those every day. It makes me happy. Meanwhile, I'm right there with them. Let's get into the game. Why am I talking? Okay, here we go. Immortals.
Here we go. Well, Nami, we may be going for a reset here or something, unless.
It might just be glitching out on the actual interface, but here we go, already here on the middle point. Liquid getting a little bit of an advantage. They are on point first. AZK going to play Soldier 76. A lot of that past DPS experience is going to come into effect here. Didn't expect that, so I thought I was going to see him on a Hog, but they didn't bring Hog at all. Meanwhile, Immortals, Grim Reality on Tracer.
He's wrapping around the backside, and Liquid will be taking the point first, presumably. I guess I'm not sure if Nami has made his way in yet, but Verbo.
It's him right there. Somebody's holding the shield.
Oh, all right. Well, he's around.
Oh, wait, no. That's Liquid. That's got to be Mezzer. So
yep.
I don't know what's going on here. Immortals, do you even see a Reinhardt in that mix? Nope, there we go.
There we go. All right. Well, so yeah, we'll get Nami in here. That sounds like something to do. He's a pretty important part of the team. So we'll bring him in and we'll get back into it. I'm sure very quickly once he can get his stuff sorted out, and be able to get us started off with Nepal.
Internet service not being provided so far in these last two matches.
Yeah, well, I imagine he'll hopefully get it sorted out quickly, and then
Nami's just caught up behind somebody's music download in the series of tubes. You know what I mean?
He's like, come on, right now.
I'm bringing back the old memes. Series of tubes. I love that one, man.
The series of tubes.
It's like right there with binders full of Namis right now.
Sure.
I guess. I don't know where to go with that one. We should leave that one out.
Put that on the subreddit. There was an attempt.
So we got a little bit of a peek there at what maybe these teams are going to be doing. We didn't have a Nami in, but we did get to see first 10 seconds of the match. Anything you guys noticed about Nepal and what they're doing here?
Nothing out of the ordinary, really, that I noticed, though my brain was also a bit distracted of there being a distinct lack of Nami in the game. But, you know, to me, everything seemed pretty bread and butter for the most part. So we'll really only be able to tell going back in here as we get unpaused, and we'll be able to continue on.
That's great.
The game. So.
What I was going to point out is the Tracer versus Soldier 76 stuff that we're seeing on here. Otherwise, there's a lot of the same for the most part on either side. Neither team opting for a Roadhog here on this point. So those are the biggest differences. That's 35% here for Liquid.
That's a shame on the side of Immortals, but I have to roll with it as there is going to be a nano boost that was used onto Diva, though actually Nami is going to go down right out of the gate here. 3 already for Immortals. Look at this. They are able to get some back, though. AZK using that tack visor. He gets 2 of his own. Grim Reality finally shuts him down. Immortals are just a hair away from being able to cap this one off. Earthshatter from Mezer. That's a big-timed Earthshatter as he takes down Athan. Grim Reality both allowing Team Liquid to stay on this point, hold on to it, and Immortals were just that close to getting it, but no cigar in the end.
Immortals holding on to a self-destruct. Team Liquid's got a sound barrier on their side. Nami's actually already up to 64% on his Earthshatter. And Liquid, 80% here on the first stage of Nepal. Nami gonna go in with a shield barrier. And there's a Graviton landing in the back line of Liquid.
Will the follow-up be there, though? Oh, that ball! Look at that! Self-destruct from Hyped is going to go through them, and he cleans up onto Minstrel as well. And that is a big-time self-destruct coming out right there, as they will finally be able to regain control. And as you can see, take a second look at this one, folks. Self-destruct coming on in. See you later, Team Liquid. And we will be sitting at 99% though for them.
Immortals getting their first percentage points on the board here. They're locked and loaded with 3, Ultimate's almost 4. Hype getting slept in the air. Liquid holding on to only, well, actually getting pretty close to 3 here on their own. AZK starting to step up, looking to help out in the Zarya fight. Never mind, he's going to disengage and join right back with the rest of his line as Team Liquid trying to get momentum here on the center point.
Immortals seem to be coming out on top thus far. They do have the one player advantage, and Mezer actually goes down in the end. Hype is able to finish off that kill. So there we go. Rafa and Minstrel, I think, may have just been going for the reset. And we will be seeing now Immortals staying in control. They're trying to go for the reverse sweep here on this stage, but a lot of ultimates are up for Liquid at the moment, almost 5 in total. This could be very, very bad news for Immortals. Nami's going to have to have a monster Earthshatter as well as agilities. He's going to have the Graviton. Oh, Mezer goes down right away, and here comes, that is going to be a big biotic grenade. There's Rafa with his own self-destruct. Picks up 3, and they will be still fighting it out on this point here. 3 versus 3 as Nami's swinging away, trying not to die.
What?
Oh, gets the pin, but he had the shield on himself, and that will be, well, Immortals still hanging tight, though, as Hype finishes off ID, and you also have Grim Reality on Tracer still causing a disturbance on this point. We're going to be seeing this down to one final fight. AZK using that tack visor, seeing what he can find. Does get agilities, who switched over to the NGE. Grim Reality off that pulse bomb is able to pick up AZK, and look at Grim Reality just all over the place, cleaning up on this damage that his team is putting out there. And Rafa gets Athan, so they got to get Verbo back to the fight for the heals, really, and he is on the point right now. And look at this, Immortals just cleaning house at the moment. Nami swinging away, and he's able to get 3. Hyped, getting 2 for himself. That's 5 down. It's only Mezer left, and there's a self-destruct there. He can't go anywhere. That will be Immortals with the reverse sweep on the round. They're able to take a 1-0 lead.
Recovering from a disconnect and everything.
Yeah, really, which is, I mean, amazing for them, and really showing some perseverance there. And you can see at the end here, Grim Reality was just mowing guys and getting a lot of good cleanup and being really, just in general, a disturbance on the point. And there was really no one on the side of Liquid to deal with him. Once he got AZK, there's really not really any threats on the side of Liquid to a Tracer. So we head to the Village stage next. And we'll see what both these guys want to break out. It seems about pretty similar comps in general on both sides. So,
not running the traditional path directly to the high ground.
no, actually, yeah.
Just going to high, low, and change up different sides here of the shrine there in the middle of everything.
It's
Both not
different.
as a little bit. I mean, it's not what I would call standard, but it happens. It happens all the time. Looks like nobody really getting a first. It's just utter chaos as everybody's pretty much chasing each other around different parts of this building. And Verbo coming up against Asaria and winning.
He got 2 in total on the fight so far. And he's the fragging Lucio, man. He's going to town, and so is the rest of Immortals right now. They have no trouble with Liquid right there and put them to bed. And you already have an Earthshatter for Nami.
There was something graphic there about how Nami's hammer directly connected with the actual model of Rafa's head.
Yeah, I mean, like, just crushing his skull is disgusting. But
This game was just kid-friendly.
that's right. Run for the hills. I mean, but Liquid now, they actually have AZK. Something to note, AZK is going to be on that McCree if you haven't noticed yet.
I guess he's going to try and shut down Grim Reality. He's been a huge problem so far.
He has been all over them. And oh no, tried to get the flashbang off. But Nami still has this Earthshatter. Oh, gets finished off there. Mezzer able to deal with him, and it looks like, yes, there we go. Mezzer, he had the nano boost on himself, so really just able to plow through all of Immortals. But they started off well, got themselves up to 49%, and they had to use, well, not a whole lot to get back in there, just self-destruct and nano boost, but they will.
Liquid with an Earthshatter, Immortals with their own Earthshatter, and pretty close to a Graviton. Has 49% left for, 51% left for Immortals to cap this, but currently Liquid in control, building those points, and AZK is going to go down. Grim Reality's not getting shut out like you want.
Oh man, and here we go. There's going to be, well, there's going to be a Graviton used, and now a sound barrier out on the side of Team Liquid to make sure those players stay nice and healthy, though Mezzer getting the battle of the Ryan, better of the Ryan battle as he takes down Nami. Earthshatter used by Mezzer as well, and he will just continue to swing away here, getting Grim Reality. Hyped goes down as well, but here they go. They're striking back with a couple of Immortals, and AZK has rejoined the fight, gets that kill with 17 health left. He finishes off Agilities, and Liquid will continue to hold on to the point here, 55% and counting. Got Deadeye up as well as a Graviton, and Hang might be able to get a nano boost in the next fight. Ethan will definitely have one. And Verbo has a sound barrier himself. As we see them coming back in, Deadeye in the back, but it will be D.Va immediately getting onto him. Oh, and he kept it there as well, even when the shield went down. AZK getting charged by Nami, who's already able to find 2 himself. Immortals coming back with a vengeance onto this point, as Nami and Ethan both combined for 3 total kills, and it'll be 6v3 for them. Not much that Liquid will be able to do. Should be a pretty easy retake for Immortals, as they will get it back and start taking up themselves. They still have 2 ultimates to work with as well. Actually almost 4 for Immortals in total.
Yeah, they do have a bomb combo and a Roid Heart locked up. Depending on how they want to remix those, like we said before, you can always throw it on a D.Va and just let her shotgun everyone to death. Liquid with only 2 of their own, a nano and a self-destruct. Not a lot to string together. With Deadeye the way it is, that's always going to be a tricky proposition for them, but that is going to be not nearly as much as expected. 2 kills coming out of that. Mezzer and AZK going down, not too far away from D.Va. And IID as well. That Graviton was enough, sticking out a little bit above the door to pull people off the ground.
The timing on that Graviton was perfect from Agilities. Waited until Rafa left the group of people. He kind of like flew up towards Agilities, but off to the side a bit. Waited till Rafa left the cluster of people and then shot it in there. And there was nothing even to absorb all of it. Oh, he was waiting for the sneaky Earthshatter there, Nami. But they get one, and they actually, Liquid couldn't even get anyone back to the point. And look at this, Immortals going up 2-0 here on Nepal. They're definitely feeling it on Nepal, but this was that. Look at how well timed that is. Waited until Rafa got past him and then sent it in And then Rafa wasn't there really to absorb a lot of the damage, and it was just, you know, they still had Ryan Shield up, but I mean, you can navigate around that, and they just laid it in. It was beautifully timed. But 2-0 it is for Immortals. Liquid's going to have to get it together here. They're going down 1-0.
Grim Reality changing off Tracer here for this stage of Nepal, and on to Soldier 76. Tracer, pretty difficult to run on this kind of these kind of lanes, these kind of closed doors. There's like one or two little tricks you can break out, but Soldier 76 a much more reliable pick here, and they're going to see Soldier 76 on both sides, and both sides trying to take the outside. Mezzer backing off as Nami and the rest of Immortals starting to win a little bit of the shield game, but Liquid not under threat yet, but Hype's going to get pulled forward, and he's going to go out back.
There we go as we get things kicked off. No one is actually going to die yet. Nami was so hurt. Minstrel was able to get the cleanup, but Mezzer is quite hurt himself, and his shield's going to be going down soon. Does get the heals from Dahang, though, to keep himself alive. And Dahang actually getting, I think he got hooked into the pit by Agilities, and Grim Reality gets ID, so that'll give Immortals a chance to come back in. Agilities with another hook, sending Mezzer down into the pit. Pulling off some very, very big plays here from that man. Couldn't quite connect on that one, but Grim Reality's there to clean up for him. And Immortals starting off strong yet again here, and they already have 3 ultimates to work with.
Yeah, halfway to 3 more actually, sorry. Nano, Visor, and Whole Hog all on the table. Whole Hog on this map in particular can be a big problem if it comes in from the side, pushes everybody into the pit. But with D.Va on the field, that's a little bit, very little bit, in my opinion, less of a risk because it's a team wipe when it happens. But here we go. Right on the side. Agility's going to get slept by Dahang.
He's going to get hooked here as well.
He's getting hooked and pulled down by ID. Immortals 1 down onto this defense.
AZK with the nano visor. Yes, there it is. 2-3 for him in total. And that will certainly allow Liquid to get back onto it, though. Hype is... Well, he was trying to stall as long as he possibly could. Now he's just going to get staggered for his efforts, though. He's trying to run away. They nearly kept him in it there. But they at least got a little bit of time down. Immortals, and now they have some ultimates to work with. Actually 4, just about 5 in total. But Liquid themselves, David, they are rocking with just about 4 themselves as well. So
yeah, they did just burn the Nano Visor, which paid out quite well for them, but they do have a lot of other ones to string together, and Earth Shatter and Self-Destruct is always something to worry about. Self-Destruct's going to come out early as Immortals starting to defend, or push on the second point.
Grim Reality got the Nano Visor, and now we are going to see Minstrel. Well, he's finished off, so is Rafa. Oh, hello. Yeah, okay, well, that's Hyped and Nami going to town, as well as Verbo. And Immortals regaining control of the point. And we will be seeing things relatively even, though Immortals obviously with it in their favor, and they're going to be playing very aggressively, something you like to see teams do on this map. Just press forward, kind of play at the choke, play up. And now just waiting for them to re-engage here, Liquid with ults.
Back into the shield game phase. Self-Destruct's going to get thrown out in the back. Team Liquid stepping back on. They're going to try and retake 20% difference, 30% difference. As Immortals keeps extending their lead more and more. Earth Shatter coming out, but not a whole lot getting out of it.
Here comes Nami, though. He's also has a, oh, hey, that's a self-destruct out of Hype. He's able to get 2, and Immortals hanging on very strong right here. Nami getting pulled right back in, but he's got a lot of support behind him as Ethan finishes off Minstrel, and they're just playing very pressed here. I don't think Liquid's going to be able to get back to the point. This could be Immortals taking the first map because Nami's got that Earth Shatter. As soon as they try and even come close, he's just going to shut them down unless they can get Rafa onto the point. He's trying to get that Earth Shatter off, but no, nobody could get there in time. And that is going to be Immortals coming out strong. Nepal taking that first map.
First map after a disconnect, they're able to bounce back. I was very impressed to see the way that Immortals was able to come in because the first point was capped during the 5v6 situation. So we didn't replay the map because of the disconnect, and so they're able to bounce back after gaining their Reinhardt and get the reverse sweep on that first point. Impressive stuff there from Immortals.
It's a lot of resiliency, a lot of perseverance, just to be able to say, hey, whatever, we're down 40%, we get right back in it, no problem. They're confident, they go in, they played well. And a couple missteps along the way from Liquid, I believe. But still, I I think now, since it will be on to Liquid's map pick, they will, get something they're pretty comfortable with. I think Nepal definitely played into Immortals' hand pretty good just based on their past results. So we'll have to see as we go into the next map.
Absolutely. We'll take another look at Grim Realities and Agilities on their performance here in Nepal. Nice clean 3-0 win there by Immortals.
And Grim Reality and Agility's really putting it together a number of times, working together on DPS characters or characters that do a lot of DPS, depending on how you want to look at it. And but nothing was quite as impactful as that AZK Dahong Nanovazor that we saw from the high ground on the side of the point. That is just clear cut, but it wasn't enough for Liquid to really be able to bring it back. Immortals, as we suspected, just better when it comes to control point.
Yeah, they brought it, man, and thanks. I mean, honestly, everybody played pretty darn solid in the game. Though I think Agility, specifically even on the last stage, really was making pretty big plays. Hyped as well. Two of the guys that I particularly liked in the game. But like I said, second round here, or second map, Liquid, they get to pick. Surely something that suits them a little more. So I think we'll see something very, very close here, I would imagine.
Absolutely. They'll be picking Gibraltar. That'll be map number 2. That's where Liquid wants to go. You both predicted a 2-1, so Liquid will have to win this one for either of you to be correct. We'll see how it goes.
You suggested they probably come out with a payload, so you're dead on there.
Hey, well, we'll take that. I mean, I'll take what I can get. Gibraltar between these two, that's pretty interesting. I mean, I don't know if they have anyone that's particularly like Genjified, or a little Genji player, but regardless, that's reserved for very particular teams these days anyway, right? Like your phases and things of that nature. So
you can still always break it out at different points in time.
Sure,
though, right?
yeah.
Like we saw Crew do that at one point. Actually, we saw Agilities do it on Gibraltar. If I remember, we didn't see him play it at all. They were in kind of a close situation on the third point in their match. He just broke out Genji and just mopped it all up. We saw him play some Genji on Nepal. But either way, I just think Immortals is looking too hot right now. Liquid, there were so many things that just didn't seem to really gel and work together that it would be hard for Immortals not to just keep on going.
Sure, and then there was so much momentum that Immortals built by being so far down, having the disconnect, getting the point going, and then getting that bang combo, graviton surge, like quad diva ult kill. And there's such hype that gets added to your team in that situation when you're able to cap the point after that and then just push forward and just steamroll on. I do think it is gonna be Liquid's game here. They really do need to show up and force that game number 3. And you were talking about Genji a lot. One thing we've seen a lot on Gibraltar is fantastic Roadhog play today and during the qualifiers, especially from Connor J and Hardblue. Yeah,
they were two very big standouts, as we were saying before on complexity. Hardblue particularly loves Gibraltar, and I mean, obviously, I think Hardblue, Roadhog is very good on pretty much any map, at least in the current meta. But some of these players able to make it really effective on Gibraltar. So we'll have to see exactly what strategies they want to go into it with, because on the side of Immortals too, I mean, you have a decent bit of flexibility in there. I mean, Agilities, as you were saying, like, he can play Genji. I mean, that's not exactly what their team tries to run at all points in time, or it's not a strategy that they really try and work around. But if it's something that they want to bring out, Agilities can hang up there pretty well with his Genji play. So
yeah, I'd expect him to stay on Roadhog.
Oh, yeah,
as
no,
you were mentioning, he's
definitely
huge in the meta right now. I mean, especially on Gibraltar with a lot of the doorways and the blind corners. I mean, you could just throw a hook out the door, and when it pulls back, you've just got the entire state of Texas, the whole population of it, just on the other end of your hook.
All of them.
That's just everyone, all of them.
That's what I want to hook if I'm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's home right there.
The two Texans right here.
That's right.
Pulling Texas to California would just be a
nightmare.
Bad thing to happen.
So many.
Yeah, really. I was going to say that's a bad combination.
So yeah, any second network who's getting into that Gibraltar match, I'd expect. So we were elaborating a little bit more. I'd expect Roadhog for Agilities for the most part.
Yep.
If the qualifiers are any indication, perhaps if they get stuck, he's going to break out Genji just for that surprise. Something that a lot of teams like to do, just constantly. I mean, not constantly. Don't waste your ultimate. meters most of the time, but changing heroes can always throw your enemy off guard, right? You're in an overtime situation, and one of your healers, say your Ana or something like that, dies, right? Her nano boost is already out. You have no real reason to stick to her. It's going to take forever for her to run back unless Lucio's there. So you can come back with a fifth, DPS tank character or something along those lines. But either way, expect to see
a good game, maybe?
Agility's on Roadhog. It's really AZK on Roadhog as well, Rafa on D.Va. I mean, we can go through the entire list. It's just which team is going to do exactly what. I mean, we mentioned before that Liquid fittingly fits the mold in which they are poured. It's a formless team.
Yeah,
they just sort of plays reactively. And Immortals, while they have been improving quite a bit, especially over our qualifiers, they are a team to look out for, and they were hot in the last match. Exactly getting into what I expected them to run on Gibraltar is an area I'm not necessarily comfortable even trying to guess. Well, it's just going to be tanks, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty much the standards.
Nami going for the...
These aren't somber teams.
No, and I don't think anybody is a somber team except for complexity, at least in North America. But I hope I would love to see ID. I would love to see ID stick on Widowmaker if that's a thing that Liquid has been doing. And look at this too, Immortals, they're all just crouching up top here. They're just trying to be very sneaky. We've seen teams try and play aggressive like this and
take advantage of the timing it takes. If you all die very quickly on the right out of the gate, you can get back in time. But no, ID, he does have the ability to see them all if he just checks it, but he is not paranoid enough. And Immortal's actually going to back out of it.
This is it. Look at AZK. He's just creeping along here, going for the sneak hook. He's wrapping all the way around. Oh, he couldn't quite land it, though. I heard the hook go out, and it looks like Immortals is going to just completely wrap back around to the server side. Not really all that much resistance coming out from them. But ID is going to be going for... Oh, no. Grim Reality is able to get him. He took a lot of damage from something, maybe a Helix rocket, and then ID finished off quite quickly. But I kind of hope Liquid... I'd like to see them try and stay on this Hanzo, to be honest, because we saw Envious do it at MLG, and it was very effective for them. So I would like to see someone else try it out, and it looks like ID is going to stay on that. So... Here we go.
Heard the hype of the tank busting Hanzo, so
that's right.
Let's see it.
I want to see it happen right here, right now, and he's going to get some damage into Agility's AZK, gets the finishing blow, but quickly exchanged out by Grim Reality. Mezzer takes down Nami, though, so Liquid finding their ground a little bit here. Grim Reality, quite low in the back line, is going to get healed up, though. And ID soon going to have the Dragon Strike ready to rock and roll, and Agility's coming back. ID popping Verbo right in the face. Here comes, that's going to be a nano boost out onto both sides, and here comes a Dragon Strike as well, just for good measure to make sure we clear those guys on the cart. Nami gets caught in the middle of it, and Mortals were able to get a couple kills of their own. In the end, though, Liquid comes out on top of the fight. They get the first checkpoint with relative ease.
Immortals sitting on Attack Visor and an Earth Shatter. Team Liquid just a Graviton. Actually, they have an Earth Shatter as well. It's just close enough to where they'll get it in the middle of this fight. In the very beginning of this fight, AZK also with a whole hog. Hyped getting demech'd right off the bat here.
Wow.
In this last engagement. Team Liquid just keeping momentum all the way through the second point. Immortals starting to reform for the high ground here. Position we see a lot of teams hold right here in the space shuttle, the Aurora. It appears to be named.
Well, Liquid, they've pretty much been able to gum through here relatively uncontested, but it will be Gravitons on both sides, Earth Shatters on both sides as well. I believe Liquid, though, they're able to get 3. Immortals coming back with 3 themselves. It will be a 3v3 fight now, and actually 4 in total for Immortals. Actually, yes, 4, that is. I know how to count. Minstrel, and, well, he goes down shortly afterwards. Hyped finishes him off. Immortals finally getting themselves, finding their ground there and able to stop Liquid as they were just steamrolling through.
And they're still holding on to Attack Visor. Liquid's got a sound barrier. Those two pretty much cancel each other out, depending on exactly what else gets paired with each.
Sure. And now Oh man, Hype getting pulled back in again. And he will be demeched. ID, though, gets finished by Grim Reality, who is just, I mean, he has free reign up top here on the ship. He's just firing away at these guys as they try and come in. If they're not careful, I think a lot of these guys may actually get, they're going to get staggered out here. Mezzer goes down to Agilities, and now Immortals actually has 3, almost 5 ultimates up once Agilities and Verbo get theirs. And ID just about up on Dragon Strike. And they actually won't be.
Okay,
yep,
I was just about to ask. So, how are you feeling about the tank blessing Hanzo so far? Because I am not sold.
Yeah, and I think that's a pretty good switch from them.
I mean, it's one of those things that can work. Like we saw Reaper work in MLG.
Yeah,
a lot of character. A lot of people thought just would get shut down, but hold that thought. And Nano Boost Attack Visor coming out the side of Immortals going to mop up one of the people in the back line, but the rest of it getting stuffed from a sound barrier, like we mentioned before, and along a shield from Mezzer there, preventing the rest of it. Agility is going to get pushed back, and just a whole lot of Immortals on the wrong side of the cart right now, trying to chase into an offense from behind. And AZK barely holding on there.
Yeah, there we go. Finally cleared out, and in the end, Immortals just seemingly out of nowhere come and get,
you know,
a bunch of frags.
There are those matches where every exchange is like a Graviton self-destruct, an Earth Shatter with like a Blizzard and I don't know, whatever else. It's all clean. Then there's matches like this.
Yeah, where it's just, I don't even know. Liquid started
like
off
3 fights going on at different locations at different times.
It's like, I don't know what to look at.
It'll happen. Okay. Hyped, holding on to a self-destruct. Oh, never mind. I was getting a little bit urgent there because it looked like Liquid was getting ready to come through the door. Liquid, they're going to keep persisting on the high ground, but right there going to boop. Oh, almost booped off the Reinhardt.
Wow, very aggressive. Hyped has been playing so far. Grim Reality and Nami both coming through to get them, and there was a beautifully placed biotic grenade. Have to throw that out there. I mean, right on top of those guys allowed them to clean up, and the ultimate economy and usage and management has been good out of Immortals. They are still sitting up at 3 in total, and Liquid's been changing people around quite a bit. And now Rafa switched to Winston for a second. Now he's back to Diva, and that's when you start to worry about a team, is when they're just making a bunch of switches and whatnot. Liquid, though, is going to have to get going, though, because they only have 28 seconds. Here comes an Earth Shatter. Hyped is going to throw out the self-destruct. Liquid is, well, they're finally starting to get a couple of frags in their favor. Agilities, yes, there they go. Mezzer and Rafa combine to finally get Liquid moving again. They had about like 4 minutes coming into this hangar phase. They're now down to 10 seconds, but they do get the cap, leaving them with about 1:35 left to go. And Ethan with the forward spawn will just
Where did that self-destruct go? It looked like it went under the bridge and it just kept on trucking. Probably somewhere over Uzbekistan right now.
Yeah, somebody's still floating. Rumor has it. No one's seen it. Well, here, Agility's getting hooked in. That was big, and Hang got the finishing blow, but thank you, Mr. AZK, for that one. And that'll give them a man advantage. This is their time to go, and there is going to be Nami. Oh, his Earth Shatter completely negated as that shield was still up by Mezzer, and things are kind of falling apart just a little bit here for Immortals, although ID did get hooked back in by Agilities. And Dehang able to... Agilities is, never mind, going off here. I thought I was starting to unravel, and just as I say that, Agility shows up. What is going on?
So he secondaries into the doorway right as Messer thinks he's safe and drops his shield, takes it right in the face and dies. That's just unfortunate. For Messer, at least, Immortals pretty close to a sound barrier, sitting on a nano boost and a whole hog. Team Liquid pretty close to a nano whole hog. Self-destruct and a Graviton. We got 15 seconds left. They got to make it happen now.
Here we go, Agility's using that whole hog, keeping people at bay as they were caught inside of the inside of the Graviton. AZK is the first to fall here on this fight. There is going to be a nano boost used by Ethan onto the Immortals player. Agility's getting the hook. Verbo finishes off ID yet again. It will be Mezer who got a nano boost himself. He's trying to make something happen. Liquid just trying to push the cart as far as they can. AZK is back on Tracer, finished off Agilities, and they're finally starting to make things happen here. Grim Reality, who was so close to attack visor, was trying to hide up top, but Rafa spotted him and got him off of that high ground so he couldn't get a good tack visor off. That's a good play from him, but here we go. There was a sound barrier used as well from Verbo. And AZK is still cleaning up kills left and right. We are into overtime, so if Liquid wants to get all caps, they need to stay on this cart, but they're already down 2, and the respawn for Immortals is very, very close, so they are going to have to start finding kills and finding them quickly if they want to get all 3 points. They will not. Immortals finally stopping them just before the capture point. Liquid struggled for a bit there, but they got themselves back into it, and they don't quite get all 3 points, but still very close to all 3 in the end. Agilities, though, really showed up towards the later stage there, as right after they capped second, pretty much everything after that, Agilities was a very, very big factor for Immortals there. And
that's the one right there.
Sad. I would be angry. Very, very angry.
That's one of those ones that I don't actually get upset about. I just sort of laugh. I'm like, really? Really? All right,
yeah,
then.
I mean, like, well, that's how it's going to be, huh?
That's the name of the game.
Well, yeah, it happens to everybody. So I'm sure I've done it to many people, and they hate me. But
so, well,
while all that's
there's a lot of material there. I'm just going to leave alone.
Yeah, well,
people hating you and all that kind of stuff. Okay, so here we go. Immortals.
My co-casters hate me. The Immortals and Liquid.
It's just patently untrue.
So they say. They say this on air, folks, because they have to.
All right, so Immortals now has their shot at the offense, potentially the last offense of the last map of the last game of the night. Like I said, potentially.
A lot of lasts. Potential lasts.
A lot of lasts. Potentially, yeah.
Potential lasts. That's right. Don't forget the potential. But they are going to see a switch in sides here. And Immortals is on the offense, and well, it's still pretty much the same gig we've kind of seen from these teams throughout this map thus far. But Liquid, though, is content to just sit all the way back at server room for their starting defense. They weren't trying anything a little sneak like Immortals were.
Nope. If you've been looking for some new, old-fashioned, I don't even know what to call that, good new-fashioned 4 tanks head-to-head mirror matches, well,
love me some 4 tanks.
You've come to the right place.
Yeah, come get your 4 tanks right here at the Overwatch Winter Premiere. We certainly have a lot of them at the moment. Both teams rocking it. And Immortals just about to come up the hill here, so we should be seeing a fight any second. Nami's trying to initiate and gets pinned completely right there by Mezer, and ID getting the final blow onto him. And it will be already two kills in the favor of Team Liquid at the moment. Immortals lost 1 in the process. Or excuse me, I think Liquid was the one that lost 2. No, they did get 2. What am I thinking? Here we go. Dahang gets taken down, though, pretty late. He's hyped inside of server room. He's all by himself, though. He's just slowly being melted out of his mech. And the fight is continuing here. It's been a long one thus far. And Minstrel, oh, look at that. Minstrel, Mezer, both taken out of this fight. AZK was able to get Nami, but it is the Immortal show at the moment as they are finally breaking through this defense. They're all over the cart. Agilities saying see you later to AZK, and they should be able to cap up on this first point here, and they will have 3 ultimates to work with. Actually, just about 5 in total for Immortals.
About a 20-second difference in first cap time. If I remember correctly, Liquid had about 4:40, but Liquid really getting shut down on the second point, consistently trying to come in on the high ground, which is something you often have to do, but just taking fire strikes and everything else the whole way down, getting booped off from the sides. And Immortals, let's see if they can do it better.
Go. Oh, that was an eaten. That was a very, very much eaten up Graviton Surge And that's going to be sad for ID because Liquid needed something to get themselves back in, though ID's making up for it. He was able to take down Nami to start off the fight, so that will be a one-player advantage in their favor. AZK with that Biotic Grenade on himself, desperately trying to heal up and getting a Biotic from his own Ana just in time to stay alive. So in the end, Liquid are starting to drop players, though. Minstrel, ID, both were taken down. Ethan taken out by Rafa. And they are starting to stabilize just a bit here. And there is actually going to be, a nano boost used on both sides. On just the side of Liquid, but they still have two ultimates. This fight is never ending. These guys are finally starting to press forward. Immortals here, coming straight back in. There will be an Earth Shatter used, but it's not going to find nothing at all. Here comes sound barriers, both sides. Now they're really starting to get cooking on this fight. Hyped, getting put to sleep right onto the cart, ejected from suit. And it will be just pressing away. Nami in the back line, gets pulled straight into AZK's pocket, and he will send an Earth Shatter of his own. There's a shield right in front of you, buddy. I think this fight's been going on for about 2 minutes or so now, at least.
And all of AZK's hooks have just been getting shut down one after another there. ID still holding on to a Graviton. That could come in big here in this fight. And there it goes.
And that is 2 right now for Liquid. Finally, here we go. I think this is where they're going to say this is where the end of the fight happens, as AZK is starting to connect on a lot of these kills. And there's no one left around from Immortal. See, the thing is at this point, if you're the offensive side, at a certain point in the match, you just, when one of these fights is going on and on and on and on, you just need to say, okay, we're gonna stop, we're gonna regroup, and we're gonna take like another fight with ultimates or something where it's organized, because you can literally waste a lot of time and never get anywhere with how long some of these fights last. But
could go either way, that's for sure. But that self-destruct not gonna come up with anything good. Hyped. Been pretty impactful so far. Oh, but he's going to get AZK anyways, and there's a nano boost rolling out on him.
They trade 1 for 1. There is an Earth Shatter that connects onto Hype. Minstrel and Mezzer both able to get 1, and they are hanging strong on the cart. Not really many Immortals players around at the moment. Grim Reality's backing up. And Verbo finished off late in the fight, so both of these teams having a bit of difficulty trying to push through this hangar phase so far as we've seen. And it's down to about
lacking, you know, like the soldier hit scan, that kind of stuff to really do damage at a distance. So a lot of it is just sort of the tank fiesta as everybody smashes into each other around the payload area. AZK holding on to a whole hog. Minstrel's got a sound barrier. Nothing for Immortals.
Oh, it's going to be Reinhardt charging all the way through there. It was Mezzer who has really hurt AZK with that whole hog, though. Gets Nami and Ethan both. That should totally reset Immortals here. They've decided to just back off, rightfully so. It's down to 1:20, David. I mean,
they're on the fence, that's for sure. Team Liquid right now probably feeling pretty confident they're going to be able to take this map. Immortals with only a sound barrier. They don't really have anything else they're going to back it up with. Team Liquid's very close to a self-destruct and nano boost of their own and a Graviton. It's string a lot of that together to pretty much finish off this last minute.
Rafa self-destruct. Waiting to go. And oh, look at this. Agility's being melted by Rafa right there. Graviton surges, self-destructs all over the place. Rafa still has his Liquid, though, are coming out on top of the fight yet again. There's just nothing, it seems, that Immortals can do to find their grounding in this fight. They just use a sound barrier right there. I mean, they use a sound barrier, they use a self-destruct, and they're still not getting anywhere with this. They're going to have a nano boost, and they're going to have a Graviton coming up soon. They have probably just about 1 more shot left at this.
They do have an Earth Shatter as well. Meanwhile, Liquid's got an Earth Shatter and a self-destruct, and that's pretty much it. Neither team really standing out over the other. And this current phase of Gibraltar, and there's their Earth Shatter landing.
Do or die for Immortals. They absolutely need to finish this off. Here we go. Finally, Immortals are making it happen. They get the Earth Shatter down. They're finding all the picks that they need. Both of these teams love waiting until the last second to finally win the team fight that gets them this second point. It looks as though Immortals have just done that, though. And with that, they're actually getting a breath of life here to take the match. Oh, no, this could be bad. Oh, cooked right in. Minstrel is going to get staggered. and the rest of Liquid are holding tight at this corner. This is actually a pretty decent position for Immortals. Yes, 3 on card is something. They do have 1 in the back, but they also want to keep the
pressure on.
They want to keep this pressure, I guess.
If you keep it along without any real results until somebody is able to respawn, then the entire point of it has dissolved. And I think there's a lot of time that was lost there. However, they were going to get all that distance anyways, so ultimately didn't matter. And there's that Graviton landing on Team Liquid.
Oh, there's a
bad position.
Oh, AZK though is gonna go for the whole hog. He's got the nano boost on him as well. Nami gets taken down by him, and here we go. The fight continues. Sound barrier used on the side of Liquid. Still, nobody really home for them or finishing off any of these kills. Hype just about to be sent out of his suit. Ethan finished off by Rafa. Mezer gets hyped. Liquid settling out here. Immortals gonna have to regroup one last attempt here. They're going to have to make it happen. 20 seconds left.
You see agilities for some reason like 50 feet in the air in the back?
No.
Like agilities, stop. You're not a kite.
You are definitely not a kite.
Don't tell me how to live.
Hey, he's like, let me do my thing, bro. Here we go. This is do or die.
Off the cliff, but whatever.
But do or die for Immortals here, and Liquid is going to send this one on in. There's a self-destruct right on top of them. Rafa does take down agilities. Looks like Team Liquid is going to be sending this one, folks, into a 3rd and final map unless something magical happens for Immortals right now, and I don't think that's going to be the case. If I do say so. There it is. Liquid holding on in the end. They will send it to a 3rd map.
Oh man, you guys called it. 2-1.
Yep.
We're going through. Now the question is who actually called the correct team, because it'll all come down to this final map. But man, what is, as Golden Boy would say, a slobber knocker of quad tank
he totally
endless
stole that.
brawl.
He totally stole that.
Just
He
goes
did it
on
on
and
purpose.
You're gonna get some angry text messages.
I gave him credit.
That's
He gave the credit to Golden Boy.
He gave it.
He said it.
Amen.
If he need, so this is how
Amen.
citing sources works.
He said
you know?
it.
So I cited him, and then he cited too. You know, anyways, so this match, Gibraltar, walk us through this. Holy cow! It felt like it was over so many times, and then they just kept going.
I mean, first off, these guys love really, really long fights on this map in particular, apparently. I think there was like at least 5 minute-long fights. But seriously, though, both teams really seemed to struggle through the hangar phase. They couldn't really get their groove going. They both waited until they both had relatively good times going into the hangar phase, probably like 4 minutes or something like that, and both of them finally capped the point with 10 seconds left or 0 seconds.
I mean, there's so much verticality in that portion. You can get on top of the shuttle and all that. I mean, I understand why 4 tanks is the way it is, but there's certainly a valid opinion that you can switch up your heroes for the 2nd stage and take advantage of some of those angles, perhaps bring some hit scan in order to do damage at a distance or soak shields or get some sort of advantage. Soldier 76 in particular, get some sort of advantage in order to press that or at least get in the back line and knock out the supports. I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised at all to see Agility switch to Genji real quick, just mop up 2 supports and then that phase was over. But both teams basically engaging in one really long fight for the entirety of that, and both of them narrowly escaping that portion of Gibraltar at all.
Absolutely. We'll take another look at the winning moments there as they're able to take that win, sending us into a Game 3. Well done there by Team Liquid.
Got that ID, the Graviton coming through, and there was that sound barrier from Verbo, but it really wasn't enough in the end. The rest of Liquid too strong around it. And they were able to clean up the rest of them. Immortals, they looked so good there for a while. They just really struggling through that hangar phase. I mean, I think they had even more time than what Liquid had after the first point, maybe. I can't remember exactly what it was, but still.
It's like only 20-second difference or so.
Yeah. I mean, it's disappointing, I'm sure, for Immortals, but it's time for them to regroup and kind of get prepared going into the next map. There's still one more to be played.
And it's their pick.
That's right. That's right. So they're gonna get to have their choosing, and I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if we go back to something control point for them, because they seem to be very, very strong there. So certainly it's something I would expect to see coming out of them if they're if they're feeling it, which I think they probably are.
Well, we'll find out as soon as they make that pick. But you guys made some great points about you keep bringing up Soldier on that second point. I think that was a huge part of what gave Immortals that such strong hold when they were on the defense. Grim Reality sat up on top of that plane in the second hangar, for forever, it's felt like, and they just didn't even like worry about him. He just dealt out so much damage. Huge part of why they were able to make that hold.
Yeah, and that was always a classic thing. Get someone way up on top of that ship. Back in the Beyblade days, it was get your Reaper up there, or just any time when Reaper was really used, it was, you know, get him on top of the ship, have him be able to jump down and land on top
Reaper,
of all these
Soldier,
guys.
if he does the box jumps, Farah and Genji just live up there.
Right.
And
High
a
ground's
ton
always
of
good.
matches. I mean, Reaper mostly just to like clear things off or set up a Beyblade from above. Nowadays, don't really expect to see a Reaper on that phase of Gibraltar, let alone on top of the building. But hey, man,
you never know.
We've seen it work. Yeah. Take Envious. They're going to do it next time. You know,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Beyblade from the top of the shuttle.
Hanzo from top of the shuttle or something, man. You know, I believe. I believe that's next level right there. But yeah, it's always really important. That high ground control up there, that's always been a big part of Gibraltar, being able to control up on, you know, ship, or if you can get something up there and just
the two sides
be a
of the
nuisance.
two sides of the ship, in particular when you go under the bridge, how that connects to the other portion of high ground and how much of a problem that can be, considering it's all connected straight through the shuttle, which also conveniently has a health pack and is very close to another health pack, or two if you really look at it. So it's just a lot of territory. If you try to push under that bridge, you don't take the high ground, they come in from behind you, you just get concave completely around you and you just get murdered. So you have to play the high ground, and it's just it's not an easy point to take, that's for sure, let alone when you're running 4 tanks pretty consistently like that. But,
Well,
King's Row.
yeah, that's right. Kings Row to finish us off for the evening, folks. And it is our third and final map of our final game.
Would you like to alter your prediction from Immortals or Team Liquid?
Nope. I feel strong. I'm going with the Mortals, baby. I'm feeling it. I so hope ID stays on Widow right here. That would be just lovely. But I doubt it.
I'm
they
honestly
like
so
to
torn, it
disappoint
just
me.
doesn't even matter. Like, Liquid or Immortals, I mean...
Are you?
I only picked
what are you
because I was
thinking?
forced to,
Are
man.
you
I said it was going to be Liquid 2-1.
Yeah.
Am I going to switch? I mean, no. There's
No.
not enough of a standout difference here to
Yeah.
really do that at this point. Now, if we're going to another King of the Hill or Control Point, well, sure we'd have that conversation.
Yeah.
But that's off the table for now, so...
Yeah, I think this could be anybody's game right now, though I will say...
Liquid with ID on Farah, AZK on Tracer. These are things that are totally reasonable to expect from them. A dive comp would not surprise any of us coming out of Liquid at this point.
This is something,
Or
well,
on this
something
map, I should
similar.
say.
Well, this is something actually similar to what we saw them do at MLG on
Right.
On Nimbani, right?
Right.
So, except for they had AZK on Genji rather than Tracer, but this could be very deadly for them right here. And look at this, diving in right away. ID trying to get some pressure onto the supports in the back there. They trade 1-for-1 so far. The Hang gets taken down as well, though. Not exactly what they're looking for. They do take down Verbo, so they've managed to get a few kills. If they can maybe reset quick enough, Liquid, and get their respawns, though, they have managed to kind of stagger a couple of deaths. If they can get the respawns, though, they could be able to get back quicker than the Immortals players. But, they're coming back in.
Right now, Immortals definitely with a hand up in the Ultimate Economy. Team Liquid, not really close to anything besides a Pulse Bomb, but Immortals pretty close to a self-destruct, and I'm sure others will follow up as they're on defense. They will generate quite a bit here in the next few moments, but ID trying to get in the back and take out a support on Farah.
ID is back there. That's going to be a Pulse Bomb. AZK finishes off Nami, and he's going to find Grim Reality as well. That's 3 so far for him in this fight. And Dehang is soon going to be up on a Resurrection. Not really many players around at the moment for Immortals. Actually, they're all backed up right now as Liquid able to take it on the second fight here. ID gets hooked, though, by Agilities. He was still up in that window, I believe. So they do get the point, or they get the point. They'll unlock the cart there, and Immortals are pressed back up at the choke, and they're going to be waiting for this next fight to take place. Dehang does have the Resurrect. ID has got that Rocket Barrage in hand, and Immortals, they don't have any anti-air really at all at the moment. So it's something they're if this fire
Mostly just
continues to be a
gotta,
problem, they may have to switch.
And mostly got to worry about Agility's hook and air burst.
Well, it doesn't matter. Despite not having any anti-air, it seems as though Immortals is doing just fine without it. As Team Liquid goes in, and, well, Rafa goes down. So look at this now. Immortals, they have just about 5 ultimates in total, right? And now the switch-ups are starting to come through from Liquid here, going back to a somewhat normal of a composition, and it looks like Immortals want to take the aggression straight in. Agility's here with the whole hog. He's able to get 3 already. Hyped takes down Mezzer, and Hyped getting yet another one. That's Minstrel. And Immortals, very aggressive play. And they're still sitting up here.
Now they're playing really far forward for having already lost the first point here. Team Liquid with a self-destruct and a sound barrier. Meanwhile, Immortals self-destruct, sound barrier, and an earth shatter.
See, Liquid kind of got set back a little bit too when they made all those switches. Oh, ID goes down.
Hey!
I don't even know what.
Deer in the headlights for a second there, man. Your team's the other side.
Oh, Nami gets the Earth Shatter off. It was kind of an odd position to be using an Earth Shatter, to be honest. But they do trade back and forth a bit here and there. I suspect Liquid should have the better end of this fight here. And yes, indeed, they will start to push it forward. I think Nami got a little bit happy with using the Earth Shatter right there. He got 1 kill with it. He had 100 health, so it's not like he was going to follow up himself. And he didn't really have any teammates alongside him either. He could have saved it for this fight that we're about to see. But we'll see if it ends up being a factor regardless. What, Earth Shatter ready to go for Mezzer. Minstrel and Hank both have 1. Oh, the Earth Shatter used by Mezzer, and that's, I don't think anybody got in the mix of that. So, Hyped is able to get AZK. They're still duking it out on the cart. There was a nano boost used from Dahang onto Mezzer, but really not a whole lot came out of that. Or excuse me, now Nami's going to get himself a little nano boost, and good job on Minstrel to use the speed to really kite away most of the charging Reinhardt there out of Nami, and nothing really came of it.
Immortals got a self-destruct, an Earth Shatter, and a whole hog in the bank. Team Liquid, their own self-destruct, their own whole hog not too far away, and a Graviton, which is going to be a big change for them. Meanwhile, both for 70%, 80%, and an Earth Shatter and a Graviton. We're pretty much getting very close to an equal ultimate economy here.
Indeed we are, and very, very well. They decided to back it up onto the cart, didn't take the fight at the choke. They're cool with just sitting right here. And we're gonna see, oh yes, Nami with a big Earth Shatter, immediately going for the supports into the back. Nami Agilities, Nami with 2 for himself. Agilities getting 1, Nami with 3 in total. Here on this fight, a big Earth Shatter connecting on to a couple of extra kills on top of that, shutting Liquid down. Now they're gonna have a minute left right here, Liquid, to make something happen. A second look too at that Nami Earth Shatter, going right for the supports. That's a good target selection.
Here we go. Immortals still playing really far forward in the streets phase on Liquid. Liquid just not getting it together. They're going to throw out a self-destruct to see if they can make that work, but it will find 3. Rafa coming up big.
It hit up against the wall, and it didn't continue sailing and caught all those guys in there. That was great out of Rafa. Man, that is going to do some pretty mean damage. So here we go. It's Liquid still got to get moving, or they're going to be kaput on this one. Getting stopped in the streets phase. Mezzer has that nano boost charging forward. They're just trying to keep that shield up. There was only 1 that got caught in the middle of it. Agilities goes down. Liquid may finally be able to cap this point off here. Agilities and Nami both out of it. 2 of their most important tanks in this fight. And Hyped is still on it, stalling as long as possible. Ethan, though, is really hurt, and he's being chased down by Tracer as well. Rafa gets the finishing blow. He really wanted to take him out. Liquid, again, in the dying seconds, these guys love to just to drag it out.
Real showman.
That's right. They just want to make it exciting for us. That's all. And they do get second.
Now Immortals pushing into the 3rd and final point on King's Row with a nano boost. A sound barrier. And not too far away from an Earth Shatter. Liquid pretty dry, getting close to a pulse bomb and a sound barrier of their own.
They're just posturing at the moment. Immortals have regained themselves. And they're waiting to start into this next fight. They're still just... no one's really engaging as of yet. It's just kind of like looking at each other. Oh, here we go. There's going to be an Earth Shatter coming down. There will be a sound barrier for Immortals as well, as they're trying to push Liquid back right now. And they do make them go all the way back towards spawn, but Liquid was good not to use anything right there. And I think we saw at least 2 ultimates coming out from Immortals. I think actually maybe 3 in total. And now Liquid is definitely going to have an ultimate advantage coming into this next fight by quite a large margin. There is a Graviton Surge used, but everybody... oh no, Rafa, there was no one inside of it. That's so disappointing for them. But Immortals actually coming out on top of the fight despite them being down in ultimates, mainly because there was no value for Liquid. And Grim Reality, look at this cleaning up. Ethan as well takes down Rafa, and there's just no one from Liquid around. ID switches over to Sombra to try and get back in time, but he gets hooked by Agilities, who's just been headhunting at the moment. Oh man, see that right there, they had the ultimate advantage going into that Liquid. Some of the ults weren't quite up yet, but they were going to get them shortly after that fight started, and they did pretty much nothing but the Graviton and Pulse Bomb.
If there's anything you want to take note of, especially out of those last few seconds, is we've seen it a couple times throughout today. Anytime that you're getting into an overtime situation and the offense is starting to pour back, what a lot of the pro teams are doing, they're not necessarily all just funneling down the standard paths, but they're spreading out and taking up all the different paths, which may seem obvious to kind of the elite out there, but to a lot of people, that is something you definitely want to take note of and perform in your own game.
Absolutely. Take that with you. Take that one with you to matchmaking, folks.
Please.
Yeah, really. Yeah. Help us here. But here we go. It's, in the end, Liquid shut down. Now, Mortals showing maybe why this is the map that they wanted. I mean, this is the map that they actually beat, one of the maps that they beat Fnatic on in the process of them winning a whole series against them 3-1 in our qualifiers. And they also beat LG on this map as well, Kings Row, and I believe they also took Kangarna down on this map. During qualifier number 4, they played a bunch of different teams on their route to taking first place in that qualifier. And Kings Row has played a lot, and it looks like Immortals won all of them. So this is something that they're very, very comfortable with, it seems like. So they will now be on offense. All they need to do is just get it to where Liquid did, which is shortly after that after that second checkpoint, excuse me. Very shortly after that, and Verbo actually going for, am I seeing this right, the offensive Junkrat? Right now?
Apparently, I mean, it's got
triple
the ability
DPS?
to soak shields quite a bit, but it can feed a Zarya. Not that any pros really seem to worry about Zarya's shield bubble charge most of the time. Most people just kind of blow right through it and take her down anyways.
Right. And that's certainly not as much of a concern for them. And I'm honestly just kind of blown away.
Yeah, just confused by it, to be honest. No second healer, just Verbo going to get it done with Junkrat, or in this case, not going to get it done with Junkrat overall. Not throwing shade at him in particular, but just this setup.
It's just a wacky composition in general, man, if I'm being honest.
Wacky's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Thank you for really, really bringing it home.
Yeah, it certainly is. AZK wrapping around the backside. Should be a pretty easy hook here if he wants one. Oh, they were all clumped up and he couldn't find one. Oh, it's very sad for AZK, but there is Nano Boost that came out, and look at this, Immortals are kind of starting to do it. They were able to pick up 2 so far. They did lose Verbo in the process, but still, I mean, he's got a pretty short distance to walk. Grim Reality in the back is just tearing them apart on Soldier 76, uncontested. There are respawns starting to come through from Liquid and getting back to the point, but the time is ticking away on the side of Immortals, and they have a lot of ultimates. Verbo able to get 2. Both of the supports between Verbo and Hype, they get 4 in total, and they just steamroll this point. It took them a little bit, 2 attempts, but they made this seemingly weird composition, to be honest.
I mean, it'll
They made
certainly
it work.
take down the shield game aspect of King's Row, which is a very important part of it. I mean, there are a couple of bends of significant cover, but whoever loses that shield first very, very often is the one who's going to lose that fight in this stage of King's Row. So Junkrat does make a certain amount of sense. The fact that it actually worked is the more shocking thing to me than anything else.
Well, here we go. It's going to be Verbo using that tire. Honestly, it's just kind of... He's actually able to get one. Oh, AZK, I'm sorry. Here we go. That is already one down, and they got Mezzer as well, and this is actually working quite well for them. A bit of a trade back and forth here throughout this Streets phase thus far. Agility's getting ID. Minstrel got hyped, and they've kind of been going back and forth since then, but it looks as though that will be Rafa sent out of the mech and taken down, and look at that stall from Minstrel. I mean, pretty good to stall it out as long as he could, at least. But this shield break capability of Verbo and Agilities right now, like, I don't think Mezzer even has a shield anymore, dude. It's just
you can't
gone
hold it up
every
for
2
very
seconds.
long. I keep expecting a change from Liquid in order to kind of help deal with this. But mostly at this point, I am just absolutely riveted with the concept of how long Verbo is going to stay on Junkrat.
Oh, and speaking of which here, it's going to be, well, Grim Real, not exactly speaking of which, but Liquid comes back in, and they are finally getting themselves a little something as they are going to shut down Immortal's reign of terror with this composition. I think, let's see if we get a change up. Yes, we will. Yeah, let's see if we get a change up here. And yes, it looks like Immortals will be going back to something a little more bread and butter, a little more standard. But
they got a lot of distance out of it.
Yeah, seriously.
And they've got 2 minutes and 45 seconds roughly, and 29 meters to go. So certainly right now, Immortals match to win or lose. This will be the final map, the final side of the final match of tonight.
That's right. That's right, unless for some... Well, no, there can't be a tie right here. So somebody's gonna win. We're not. So here we have it. Nami goes down early in this fight. An attack visor is going to be used from AZK as he presses forward, gets Verbo, couldn't find cover quite quick enough, and Agilities may get staggered out here as well. And Hyped is all the way in behind. We'll just jump down to his death. So still 2 minutes to work with for Immortals. Nami with the Earth Shatter, Ethan got that Nano Boost locked and loaded. And Rafa ID both have their ultimates to hang with the Nano Boost as well. A lot of ultimates actually up
Mezzer
now as
Mezzer
coming up with Earth Shatter. And look at ID though. Oh, he's going to be coming around on this backside for just a big Graviton that no one was expecting. Here we go. They're in right on it. Self-destruct. This could be huge. Oh, he does get two with it. Not quite as many as I thought he was going to get, but still, what a beautiful set play coming out of Liquid right there. Getting the Graviton. Self-destruct on in. There's so many walls here in the streets that it can bounce off of your self-destruct. You can really get that placement right where you want it with the self-destruct. Paid off big there for Liquid, and that is a beautiful set play.
Now Immortals with an Nano Boost, a self-destruct, and still holding on to the whole hog. Team Liquid with their own Nano Boost. Haven't let go of Mezzer's Earth Shatter yet. They do have 1 minute to get the cart all the way to their final objective, or rather just to the next point.
Whoa, here we go. There is a self-destruct up in the air. Mezzer and Minstrel combined to just get so many kills right here. I don't know if Immortals will have anything left in the tank to be able to take them on. They do have a Nano Boost that could be enough. It seems the Liquid used a decent bit there. And they're going to have a sound barrier on the side of Liquid and possibly attack visor up for this next fight, but it should be just about one more fight here for Immortals.
Yeah, we got 25 seconds left. And Immortals, they've got to push it to the next point if they want to stay alive. Otherwise, Team Liquid is going to take this series home.
Oh, here we go. The Nano Boost is used. Agility switched over to Genji, and that's something we've seen him come up huge with on the clutch plays. But the sound barrier used for Liquid, and on the side of Minstrel, Hype gets popped out of that mech. Agilities comes in here, takes down AZK. Right after that, Tac Visor was used, and here comes a Graviton. They need to capitalize on this right here, right now for Immortals. And here they go. They find 3 so far on this one. Agility's cleaning up all of these players. Finally, they do it in just the nick of time. They make it happen yet again.
I'm
Why would I
sensing
expect
a
anything
pattern
else
here, Anthony?
Yeah, maybe just a little. Even. Just a little bit.
Well, that certainly went from Liquid looking very likely to win to Immortals looking very likely to win, as there's now 1 minute and 20 seconds left. And not very far at all, 29 meters left.
Oh, this is... Now Liquid is suddenly a little bit afraid as Mezzer gets charged into the wall. Nami actually has the anti-heals on him. ID charges in. Oh no, gets booped off. See you later. Oh, look at this though. Liquid capitalizing up on that Graviton surge. They all fly through. And Mezzer, a big part of that one, just swinging away with the hammer. And Hyped took quite a while to die there. I don't know if he probably could have ended his life sooner, but whatever. They will be able to regroup in time. They will have Dragon Blade and Nano Boost here, Immortals, for this next fight.
And they're running low on time. They got 42 seconds. If they get it done quickly, they might be able to mount 2 assaults here, but time is getting very low. And at this point, you can really only count on 1.
Here we go. It is going to be Agilities with the Nano Blade. There is a self-destruct out there. He hasn't really found much of anything. He needed to come up big with that. Mezzer did get taken down by Athan, finding absolutely nothing with the Nano Blade. So here we go. Tac Visor out in the back from AZK. And Agility still getting onto these supports, getting the reflect on the Sleep Dart. Agility's taken down to Hang. And this could be Immortals taking it home right here. There's no one around on the cart. It's only ID. He's got to go stand on it yet again. And there it is. That should be Immortals. Oh no, you still have Mezzer on the cart. Still Agility's hammering away at him, and there it is. They finally finish it off in the end, doing it in, of course, just very exciting fashion, as these teams love to do. They do take it 3-2 in the end.
I want to point out during Agility's Nano Blade there, he comes in, there's a clutch bubble on the Lucio he's trying to kill. That doesn't work out. And then Rafa's self-destruct comes in and just zones him completely out. Again, the second time tonight that we saw front and center at least, a self-destruct just wasting time on a Nano.
Absolutely, and what just an entertaining match. Like, if you don't like Immortals, you have to at least admit they are entertaining as all get out to watch here with the full court press on the defense. I think that was probably my favorite thing. You talked about it, like they get the first point cap, and then they're like, nope, we're just going to sit on the point after we wipe you and just make you start this map over again, basically. Amazing stuff here from Immortals.
This is a lot of fun to watch. I'm glad we had such treats to watch today, some really close matches. I mean, whether it be Complexity or Kangarno or Immortals and Liquid here, these guys really just duked it out down to the very last second, many times to the very last second to cap some of these points. They kept it exciting. Of course, that's what we like to see. In the end, Immortals coming out on top. I mean, that was really anybody's game. It was just one fight changed the course right there at the end, allowed Immortals to get that second point. And, then they took one more pretty good fight at the end to finally finish off the cart, but still very close.
Absolutely, and Agilities, we wondered if he was going to pull out the Genji on Gibraltar. He makes us wait, as they seem to like to do for many different things, until the very end of King's Row. We'll take another look at it as he's able to clean this one up here. This reflected Sleep Dart, oh man.
That was actually huge, and then the rest of his team just coming through to clean up on these guys, and they really needed those heals that Ana could have given to the ailing players of Liquid that were surrounding the cart. But Agilities, we've seen some huge stuff from him and Genji before, whether it be the last time back in the qualifiers, I think it was, on Gibraltar, where he pulled it out and was just crushing people towards the tail end of a game. Who knows, maybe that's like a secret sauce for Immortals that they need to start breaking out more. Get the Immortals Genji.
It's the whole team strategy.
Genji.
All right. We get into overtime. Agility switches to Genji, and Hero Moses all the way home.
Or it's Verbo Junkrat on a triple DPS
or that. Who could forget that? That's standard, at least in my comp games.
It worked.
But yeah, it did work for them, and it worked. I mean, very far, much farther than much further than I expected it to work, to be honest.
Much further than AZK expected it to work. That tower climbing up behind him.
It just kept on going. But that does conclude our matches here. We'll take a look at the final standings for day number 1 of our group stages. And so we'll have 2 teams with 2 O's, 2 teams with 2 1s.
That's right.
There you go. It's going to be pretty straightforward here with a lot of ties during the first day, but this will become more and more informative as the days go on.
Right. It'll kind of play itself out. I mean, like we said, we still have what a lot more days left of play in this particular stage to make something happen. So I mean, or to play out matches in this particular stage. So, still a lot of time, a lot of matches to be played. Everybody's got to play each other. We got some good Overwatch. This is only the start,
There's a lot
folks.
of games. I mean, we're just getting started. There's a lot of good games coming. And I expect all teams to really pick it up and play even better than they were before. And that's going to continue happening as the tournament probably develops its own little form of meta, as tournaments typically do. But it's going to go over 3 weeks, and we're going to bring in 2017 with a whole lot of Overwatch.
Absolutely. Yep. So it'll be Renegades and Luminosity who are on top of the leaderboard for now, but that could change as early as tomorrow, which is when our next broadcast will be. It starts at 3 p.m. Eastern, which I believe, I actually don't know when that is. It's like 1 a.m., 1 p.m.
GMT.
GMT.
I'm not even going to try.
I'm sorry.
You're going GMT with it. I was like,
I
are you really
apologize.
struggling with Pacific conversion right now?
No, I can do that one. I just, for the people who want to know in GMT, I'm sorry, I don't know it off the top of my head. But anyways, Google can tell you.
That's
it'll
right.
be more accurate than I am. Tune in tomorrow for more Overwatch. Be sure to tweet at us at Overwatch_NGE with any feedback or anything you just want to tell us. Any good jokes you want us to say on air. I'll read it. We'll have a good time. Anyways, great day here from Anthony, David, and myself. We will see you all tomorrow.
Fact Fiction's going to take him down. That was a bit of a rough positioning from Jesus there, and that already gives FaZe that one pick to start this off. Look at this, another hook as he takes down Juvenile. That's a great way to start this off.
There's exactly what Renegades needed, trying to take some of the momentum out of FaZe. But FaZe with so many ultimates, here we go, and Earth Shatter into a nano, but he gets booped out of the way.
Getting booped out of the way. He still picks up on a Sherlock either way, so it's kind of all for naught, but still a great boop nonetheless.
6 and 7 starting coming from the backline, and that Graviton's going to get absorbed.
Caillou jumping over top. I saw it coming the whole time. I was like, please don't shoot it. Please don't shoot it. And he did. Hey, here we go.
That's a better one.
Graviton's going to land for somebody. And Zipa, doesn't matter. Look, too.
Oh,
the self-destruct. What is up? Icefelt. Prodigy. Oh, goodness. I thought he got it past the shield. Apparently not. Ube starts it. He's got 2. Make that 3 in total for Ube right now. He used that whole hog. I'm not sure if he tossed all them off the map or what. Regardless, I think that's 4 or 5 in total. Sides here. JKW has an Earth Shatter to use. No, he used it, and the shield was up from Remix. Got absolutely nothing with the hard blue finds 2. Michael gets 2 himself, and they're still scrapping out on the card here. Connor J gets that pulse bomb off, but it is going to land on nobody. JKW gets finished off. Connor J hooked in. Hard blue takes care of him, and they are still going at it here. Congarna may actually be able to take this one. Connor J is going to go for this Dragon Blade right now. Look at this. That is the wombo combo out from Congarna. Full team wipe. Oh, this is bad news for Complexity right now. They do strike back one, able to take him down. Here it comes. Oh my goodness, Connor J, the right-click hero, just taking down Complexity left and right.
And there's a Graviton landing in the back line of Liquid.
Will the follow-up be there, though? Oh, that ball! Look at that! Oh, self-destruct. See, oh yes, Nami with a big Earth Shatter, immediately going for the supports into the back. Nami agility is Nami with 2 for himself. Agility's getting on Nami with 3 back from AZK, and Agility's still getting onto the supports, getting the reflect on the sleep dart. Agility's taking down the hang, and this could be Immortals taking it home right here. There's no one around on the cart.